ਚੱਕ ਲੈਨੇ ਆ ਬਿੱਲੋ ਅੱਖ ਲਾਲ ਰੱਖੀ ਪਾੜੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੈਨੇ ਆ ਨੇ ਫਿਰ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਜੇ ਕੋ ਕਰਦਾ ਗਦਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੁੱਤ ਵੈਰ ਨਾਲੇ ਯਾਰੀ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਮਾੜੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਜੇ ਆਈ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਈ ਮੋਟ ਦੇ ਪਰਦੇ ਕਿਨੇ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਬਿਠਾਏ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਵਾਂਗ ਨੇ ਨਚਾਈ ਕੰਮ ਆਰ ਪਾਰ ਹੀਟ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਖਾਣੀ ਨਾ ਕੋ ਬੈਠੀ ਨਾ ਰਾਨੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਡੱਬ ਬੱਤੀ ਬੋਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਾਲੀ ਕਾਰ ਡੱਬ ਬੱਤੀ ਬੋਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਓ ਮੇਰੇ ਡੱਬ ਬੱਤੀ ਬੋਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਾਲੀ ਕਾਰ ਐ ਡੱਬ ਬੱਤੀ ਬੋਰ ਥੱਲੇ
Them finally true to form.
Hey, what's up?
And yeah, day 2
क्या
should be
हाल
pretty
है
good.
everyone?
And obviously GK was able to follow up with some victories as
की
well.
हाल
and keep them in the
चाल
race. But what's interesting
public
about
के?
some of those mid wins that we saw yesterday is that now the mid pack in general is almost every single team, apart from maybe KRX in a little bit of a slumber at the moment. But any win, a single win alone, will push you straight up into that top 6. It's going to be brutal today.
Oh, it's going to be insane. And it's going to be insane right off the rib because we got to talk about the importance of Rondo going into
Hello,
there, right?
hello,
I mean, we've seen in the
Vishant.
past
Hello,
the
what's
arena
up?
bust out
क्या
39
हाल
points.
सबके?
They're
Hi,
here. They
Aman.
honestly need that. They
हेलो
should really
हनी,
get
हाय
that today,
सीताराम।
right?
थोड़ा सा इनको अभी
KRX,
चुप कराए क्या?
they
थोड़ी
are-
सी हेलो हाय करती हूँ, फिर इनकी अपन सुनते हैं। तो की हाल चाल?
No, absolutely. To finish off yesterday as well, you had AGAL
Hi, dear lunch.
for the club championship.
हेलो हे, what's up? क्या हाल? हेलो इंडियन आर्मी। हाय विश्वजीत, क्या हाल चाल? फलक on top। अरे भाई भाई, everyone on top बोलते। आज तो मजा आने वाला है भाई। क्या लगता है चैट? 6 बजे से है। हम लोग को उस चीज की परमिशन मिल ही नहीं सकती है। हम लोग को उसकी परमिशन कैसे मिल सकती है? हमें नहीं मिल सकती, हमें इसकी मिल सकती है। बस आप समझ जाओ। तो हेलो राधे, क्या हाल? Hey Anny, tag on top, let's go. Hi, hello, hi जतिन, कहाँ गए बे इतने दिन से? क्या लगता है आज तियानबा का कमबैक है या फिर वो उसको मेंटेन करके चलेंगे? क्या लगता है चैट? आप लोगों को क्या लगता है?
that are currently in the finals. I'm joined by Maxman and Neptura. Neptura, how are we feeling? It feels good outside too.
It feels a bit sticky. It's a bit sweaty, much like laugh at me. Much like the team.
हेलो रवि, हरिद्वार गया था। चलो शुक्र है पाप धोकर आया। इतना टट्टी गेम खेलता है, सब धोया या ना। तियानबा आज तबाही मचाएगी या चिल खेलेगी? यस, बट उनको एक चिकन तो चाहिए ताकि वो लीड पर रहे। एटलीस्ट लीड पर रहे तो उनको चिकन तो चाहिए रहेगा। व्हाट से?
And don't forget to do the EWC play app so you can put in your predictions. Neptura, who are your top 6?
Oh, my top 6. It's got to be Tiamba, Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, A7. Let's just put them in there. Yangon Galacticos, I believe in them. I'm also thinking maybe a little bit. Did I say Nongshim already? I already did, didn't I? EA. Let's put EA in there. You know, we can't escape the Ronda that they had.
लव फ्रॉम लद्दाख, थैंक यू सो मच। एनी दी, मेरे दोस्त ने लड़की के चक्कर में ओह सैड। ये एनी दी के चैट में आके क्यों लिखा गया? लेकिन इसको रिपोर्ट करवा दो। एनी, तुम कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? देखो मैं ओके गाइस, ये नीचे टूर्नामेंट का चार्ट है। तो ग्रुप स्टेज 2 ग्रुप्स ऑफ 16 टीम्स, सर्वाइवल स्टेज 16 teams, ये पूरा हमें बताया गया है कि कैसे क्या है। भाई फाइनल्स 3 दिन के हैं। लेट्स गो, थोड़ा आवाज बढ़ाओ चैट। हेलो सोल शॉट्स, हेलो स्क्रैप, क्या हाल? आई थिंक आज गोट एंड यूएलए बढ़िया खेलेगी। गोट अच्छा खेली, अनएक्सपेक्टेड खेली। हाँ
I can't believe I forgot Furia was in second place. I can't believe I've done this. Furia was one of the teams I've been looking at this entire event, so actually gonna change that. Furia gonna be coming on in. I like what we saw with them with yesterday. I can change it. It's
yes.
not settled yet.
Hello Soul. भाई आप लोगों के क्या predictions
Did Furia
हैं?
play well? Yes or no?
Just tell me, what's your predictions? Top 6 teams. आपके सामने top 6 teams हैं, but what your predictions?
Yeah.
So many teams pushed them one by one.
7, 8 इनमें इतना कोई difference है नहीं, Wolves में या RRQ में।
But not gonna lie, even though
एक बढ़िया मैच ऊपर ले आएगा।
second and third place respectively, Neptura,
Yeah.
I would say will not be enough for them to become the champions. I need to see more.
2 से 8 के बीच में मुझे कोई difference इतना लग ही नहीं रहा है।
That are being made today as to what they can offer this weekend.
Oh,
Red
absolutely, I
Force
100% agree with that, Seven. We got to see at least
as
one win
comeback
from each of the
करेगी यार।
teams
Red
going through
Force
to
तो
the top
पता
6.
नहीं
That's
उनको
gotta be
क्या हो
bottom
गया
line
यार, I don't
base level
know।
standard.
Yeah, bottom line.
पता नहीं यार
base
उनको
level
क्या
standard,
हो
we
गया है।
wanna see those chicken dinners from those squads that are
पर्पल,
going to be in
अरे
the top
हाँ
6. And
यार,
then when we're
पर्पल
looking
खाने
here
की
towards the
इच्छा थी
bottom,
यार, मैंने
I
ये
mean, you
कहा।
have the biggest surprise in KRX. You have
अच्छा नहीं लग रहा
you
क्या?
have Yangon,
हाय
the defending
धार्मिक।
champions of PMWC in the second page as well.
Yeah, you do. Yangon, I've always liked Yangon. I've liked how they've been playing so far. I just want to see a little bit more. It's a good
KRX
start.
and Eurolive
It's a good
comeback
start. There's a
करेगी
lot
आज।
of presence. Yesterday was back to being
मैं
what I was
चाहती हूँ कि
hoping
Red
for in
Force
day
करे।
2 of
Red
their
Force
group
ने
stage, right? That's where you were looking at a
ग्रुप
team that had a
स्टेज
lot
में
of presence,
अच्छा
that they were making good moves, they were
परफॉर्मेंस
making
किया था, but
decent
I don't know
rotations,
कि
had
उनको
a
क्या हुआ
lot of,
अचानक से।
proactivity in them, in their strategy, but they
ये
kind of
एरिना का भी सेम हाल है।
fell out, and I'd like to see that just
एरिना का भी
continue
सेम
today.
हाल है।
They're a very good macro-oriented team. That's how they won PMWC last year, right? In Saudi Arabia, it was really sick gameplay from them, but very passive. And we saw a glimmer of aggression in the group stage. And since then, well, Yangon
Story
has
of the
been
day,
really
top 6
scared of
or
taking
go
fights,
home.
just like KRX. So Yangon, they can do it, but it's just not there just yet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to.
No,
Hello.
What up, Dukes?
I made it. Oh gosh.
You made it just in time, baby, for
Hi,
Sony's story
Zana.
of the day, because it is top 6, Dukes. Or where are they going to be going?
Home.
That's right. These squads will end up going home if they don't end up in the top 6. By the way, just a quick little recap too from the overall for some of
हेलो
these
हेलो
squads.
सूरज, TOG on top, वो तो है ही, वो तो BGMS में खेल रहे हैं, वो तो all top है।
So for some of these squads, they
Hello,
need to make
Taz.
sure that they start off hot, because you could end up just jumping up from the bottom of the leaderboard all the way up. But we do have to talk about Tiamba, because Tiamba's performance was absolutely insane.
Insane.
It was. We
मेरे
love to
birds
see
इसने
domination
चुरा
from any
लिए,
sort of team,
okay.
and this time it was Tiamba. Here you go.
Vivan
Are gonna see the
बढ़िया है,
head-to-head. Just
Vivan
going
बढ़िया है।
over 4 Thrives' win in their group stage over both days versus Tiamba just yesterday, and those stats are looking pretty darn similar. I mean, the elims are exactly 44 each, so you're looking at very, very equal gameplay. They do have different ways of going about it, though, and so in some ways, as much as I'm a 4 Thrives fan, I do feel like Tiamba has the edge over this one because they are patient. Tiamba
I still remember this game इसमें Tiamba का एक बंदे ने पानी से जगे एक बंदे को मारा था। Mayuri is live, hi. Hello, legend. Thank you so much. BGMS watch party करोगे आप? बाबू वो अलाउड ही नहीं है। कैसे करूँ बताओ? मैंने उनको मेल डाला हुआ है। अगर वो देते तो मैं किक पे फॉर श्योर करती, बट अब वो उन्होंने दिया ही नहीं है, हम क्या करें? मैंने इंस्टा पे भी डाला है, उनको मेल भी डाला है, बट चिल है, ठीक है ना?
He was showing up massively on that opening day.
Oh, it was about time, man. And, you know, I was talking to James a little earlier about, like, just look at their faces when they got that win. You know, they're high-fiving just a little too hard.
Prediction कौन मारेगा first game में?
What just happened?
मुझे लगता है कि
spot right here. Milu has been crushing it in the day one of the survival stage.
Arena.
18 eliminations,
No
3,400 damage. Hot damn. That is insane. And then you got
पता चले मैंने
QGZ on the
केक
other
पे
hand.
BGMS
15
का वॉच पार्टी कर दी, हाँ मेरा केक ही उड़ा दिया। वैसे तो उस पे कुछ है नहीं, बट स्टिल कोई क्यूटी बोल दिया जा रहा, मैं अब वापस से चले जाओ तू पाप धोने न लायक।
Between Group A versus Survival Stage, but it's about time, Tianba. Let's go. They should be a lock for the finals.
It's about time for some of the other squads too. We're going to be looking at AGL and ULF.
क्या हाल
because
चाल है
these
यानी
squads are
जी?
currently
मेरे
middle
बढ़िया
of the
हाल
pack
चाल है, आप
max.
बताएं।
And as we were talking about just now,
रेड फोर्स
there
मारेगा
isn't really
सबसे
that much of a
पहले।
gap point difference unless you take into
भाई उसने
consideration
तो आप
first
लोगों
place.
के लिए प्रिडिक्शन
What you need
रखा है,
to
मेरे
do
को
is
इस
just
फोन
be
से
in
आना
top six,
पड़ेगा,
but for
जिस
this
पिन
squad,
योर
they also need to
मैसेज।
make sure they start being proactive and aggressive.
Look, I know I usually shouldn't be making predictions, but if I had to predict two teams,
उस वाले में पिन नहीं है, पिन नहीं हो सकता।
in the top 6, it would be All Gamers and ULF. They've shown absolute promise in their past tournaments, especially looking at All Gamers. PMMI had a big step up, and ULF, man, PMGC last year, and especially PMGO season 1 of this year, they were looking very impressive. But ULF, what annoys me, can even see in the replays here.
और अगर मैं जीत गई तो
They keep getting these central positions. They're sometimes even favored by the circle, but they don't have these strong holds.
अगर मैं जीती तो मेरे को बड़ी वाली आरपी मिलेगी, ऑफ कोर्स।
The rug. I feel like ULF is a team that has some of the best fragging power in the world, and they're just not making full use of it. And even with the likes of All Gamers, you look at their placement points, they have 12.
Hello, Zygon, what's up? X-God, sorry. Bro, I'm sorry. No Zygon, X-God. भाई, पता चले लफड़े हो जाए।
Yeah, and when it comes to AGAL, this isn't just huge for them, it's also huge for their entire organization as a whole. 'Cause, you know,
ओह
we
क्या
got
नेट था भाई।
Zygon
AGL भी
going
अच्छा
on
खेल
right
रही है
now,
वैसे।
and they're really pushing
Hi
their
Yash,
team
what's
over
up?
to pop off. So the fact that
मिल
they
जाएगी
did,
पर
especially
मैं
here towards the end, was so
It's okay.
crucial for their squad, right?
कोई
And
सीन
they
नहीं है,
continue
chill है।
here today. They should be a lot for top 6, but it's so dang close in the middle. It's literally anybody's game.
Super close. Honestly, super close. Even if some of
कैसे
these
हो
teams
आप?
don't
मुझे
end
बहुत
up getting
खूबसूरत
a
लग रहे हो
chip in there,
आज।
if they're
अरे
able to
आरसीबी,
manage
थैंक
the
यू
top
सो
five,
मच।
especially
मेरा
in
ऑफिस
Rondo
अब
with
स्टार्ट
what we
हुआ
got
है ना,
seen from some of the
इसलिए
other squads where multiple squads are able to
आउटफिट
get
बहुत प्यारा
10
लग रहा
or more
है,
eliminations. That
धन्यवाद।
leaderboard's gonna be
हेलो
shifting
उमंग,
throughout today. And before
उमंग,
we actually
ओके,
keep on talking
मैं
about some of
बढ़िया
these
हूँ,
teams,
आप कैसे
I
हैं?
know
फुल
ladies
मजे में।
back in the studio just feeling cool, calm, and collected. They want to talk about some other teams.
Yes, thank you so much, Seven, and welcome
क्या
to
बना
the
था इसके
Crimson
कप
Corner,
पे?
where
दिखा ही
we're
नहीं।
about to spill
Oh.
the tea for you, joined by Kalaris and Jackie. Now, Kalaris, you had a nice little conversation with Yangon Galacticos. Spill the tea for us.
I'm concerned for them, Lace, honestly, because coming in
Red Force chicken dinner first, okay?
defending champions. However, when talking to Smile,
यार लॉल्स कैसे दिला सकते हैं? आज लेट आए, हाँ मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गई थी।
In order to be able to keep up with this lobby, I don't think it's kind of mixed in just yet at all, and I think they're gonna have a very hard time mixing it in when they won the previous year off some passive.
Actually मेरी लाइट भी नहीं आ रही है, so
return championship performance.
I mean, I have
थोड़े
to
सा
agree,
अभी
you know, a lot of
सिस्टम
the
कभी
teams
भी
that
हिल
sort of put
सकता है
that
थोड़ी देर
passive
के लिए।
play style have been kind of gifted zones, and I haven't seen really YG get that kind of zone gifted opportunity. So I must agree with you there. Oh, the tea has been spilled. Now, Jackie, we have E-Arena. They were heavy hitters in our group stages. They've kind of gone like that middle ground now.
Yeah.
Spill the tea.
All right. Yeah, I've already poured mine out when James was doing his
what
bid.
you say?
Unfortunately, so it's
मैंने
all
बोला था ना
the floors.
रोंडो में ये
Like
वही वाला
especially
सीन
in
है।
the arena here in Paris. I think
देखा?
it's spot on, Lace, right? It's one of those where they are a
ये
good
भी
team,
इसी
but
चीज
obviously
की
this
बात
is
कर
Rondo
रहे हैं।
really
स्टार्टिंग
opened
टाइम
their
होने
eyes
वाला है
to
स्टार्ट, थोड़ी देर में
oh my
स्टार्ट
God,
हो
no one
जाएगा।
can really contest them. I think all of the eliminations
10
they got
मिनट
from
तो है,
second, none of
अप्रोक्स
them were
मान के
responses,
चलो।
basically, right? So it was pretty much a clean run of just
अरे
pure
बट वो
dominance.
लॉल्स कर
They
तो रहे
weren't
किक पे, वो
contested.
कर रहे अपन
That's the
एक ही बात है,
difference. The
चिल
longer
है।
the tournament's gone on, I feel like teams are just clapping back against them, James.
कल तो लॉल्स कितने डिमोटिवेट हो गए थे यार। भाई कल तो उनको कोई खेलने ही नहीं दे रहा था यार। मुझे आईडी दे देती, हैशटैग बंद कर देती। कौन से ऐप पे चल रहा है ये लाइव? कौन से ऐप पे चल रहा है? यूट्यूब पे ही चल रहा है। कितनी प्यारी पोजीशन ली थी यार इन्होंने ऊपर।
I agree, and after like an interview that they had yesterday, and they were saying like,
ये जो पढ़ा ना एक नंबर,
gateway to be able to take it. And
ये वाला एक नंबर पढ़ा था।
We're aggressive, and they're making those sorts of plays, and they're getting those points. If we can just see E-Arena return to
यार एक्चुअली उन्होंने BGMS के सारे ही उन्होंने बीजीएमएस के सारे ही वो मैचेस किक पर ही रखे हैं।
The main concern is that yes, right now they're currently in that top 5, right? However, the mid pack is so close and all the way down to 15th place, basically, Jackie, that anybody from those positions could quite easily jump up with just one game alone and knock them out of that top 5 instantly.
And I think that is why it's so tumultuous right now because of
भाई टॉप 5 की फाइट तो बहुत ही खतरनाक होने वाली है भाई, मजा आने वाला है चैट यार। वहां देखने में मजा नहीं आ रहा। हाँ वो थोड़ा सा मुझे भी नहीं पसंद आया। खैर वो तो लेट थोड़ा है शायद बीजीएमएस का।
We can cut the tension with our teas, guys. Great job. That's been the tea from the cozy corner. We're going to throw it over to Glitter with the CC update. As we head into the last day for survival stage, it's time for another CC storyline check-in because we're focusing on two teams today. We've got GK Esports, who are in the top 6 right now. And if we were to do some quick math, hypothetically, if they could win the entire event, they would jump from 17th to 6th place on our CC leaderboard. But the even bigger storyline is, of course, AGAL, team at the top of the CC leaderboard right now, finds themselves in survival and in 9th place. So not only are they not safe, they haven't guaranteed their place into finals. It's very close, though. We have them at 32 points right now. They're only 7 points behind 6th place at 39 points. And GK Esports, like I just mentioned, they are at 41. Suffice to say, it's a very close lobby right now, which means 6 matches they play today are very important. We're going to be checking in all day long to see how they're doing, keep you up to date with all these storylines. And at the end of it all, we'll see how it plays out.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. Yeah, the CC update is gonna keep on getting even spicier, especially as we get closer and closer to the weekend. But something else that we actually need to start talking about, because you mentioned it earlier as well, Max, is just player performances. With what we have seen now multiple 1v2s, 1v4s.
I got top 6 तो बताओ predict कौन है
Instagram using the hashtag EWC.
It was insane. I mean, that 1v4 was so wild to see, and
yes,
it just really invigorated that whole squad. So these players are really going to have to start popping off here. Like I said,
भाई मैं ये watch party कर यहाँ पे मेरे को सबके नाम भी धीरे-धीरे याद हो रहे हैं.
Going on down, you have Leparkin from RRQ with 12 eliminations, and surprisingly, right below him, Necessary from the Wolves. All right, so it's good to see the Wolves, you know, on the top of the leaderboards or something. Hopefully we can see them here at the end of the top 6, but they're going to have to do a little bit more work. But
top 6
one team in particular that I got to look at is Alpha 7, okay? Looking at their player stats, you have Guizhou in 6th with 11, who's actually the top performer for A7 here, right? Where's Kirill? Where is Rebel? They're down in 11th and 19th, so these are two squads that definitely need to start popping off quick here, Nepturo.
No, they really do. I've been looking at A7, right, because this team, we expect so much from them. We know so much about them, and yet they're doing nothing of what we expected them to do, to be honest. They're so hot and cold, and yes, the stats
all good,
do match up to a fairly decent day, right? I mean, we did see some great stuff here from Rebo, Guizhou here with a lot of damage, a lot of EMs coming through, but it is just so sad that we're seeing a hot and cold situation coming on through here, because yeah, you've got those splits and the defense is really good. You've got, you know,
अल्फा वाले तो आई डोंट नो क्या खेल रहे हैं यार. अल्फा वाले थोड़ा सा घुस जा रहे हैं अचानक से. डायनो भाई चिकन निकालेंगे. यस, उनके तो सारे चिकन डिनर है. पट से हेडशॉट पड़ गए.
And Nuth was set to play because he's like the Rondo guy, and I
Hello,
believe
Yogesh.
they're going to put Nuth back to play onto Rondo, and who knows, maybe some of the fewer angles because he's such a new player here in the scene.
कभी अलाउ नहीं है क्या? दी नहीं है बाबू, किसी भी चीज का नहीं. अगर वो स्टार्टिंग में ही हुआ तो हुआ. पेरिस नहीं गए एनी. अरे मैं एनी पेरिस चली जाती तो वॉच पार्टी कौन करता?
लंच. Quick, who's going to be getting the first win? Predictions time.
Oh, let's give it to Irina.
Irina?
I think it's going to be Furia.
Furia?
KRX, come back.
KRX. All right. I'm going to go with none other than Alpha 7. But it's time we see who's actually going to be getting that first win. Put your predictions in the chat. Use the hashtag EWC or EWC20.
इनको दे देना. अगर इनमें से कोई जीते तो आरपी दे देना. Bro, insane. अरे भाई वो स्नैक्स भाई है. Hello, Ashravdi. Hi. Tiana Furia confirm only one. You have to predict one.
Samosa.
आज तो इधर ही देखना है. Tiana or Furia, you select only one.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the last day of our survival stage. Today, there is no chance for like a second chance, basically.
Survival stage चल रहा है. हाँ, second day है ना survival stage का इसलिए. Paris vlog needed. अरे कहाँ से लेकर आओ? Hello, Sai Kishore. Tag join.
Remember,
कहाँ?
10 team will see the key destroy their hopes, their dreams, falling straight into our crusher.
The tension in the air is palpable. The spice levels have been dialed from medium to hot, and the energy in the Qiddiya city grid, it's electric. And so it's time to meet our survivors one final time to the main stage, starting with Kiwoom DRX.
Paris जाकर okay.
7-2-1 GS Esports.
ये भी अच्छा खेले थे कल. Anny, you so cute. Thank you. Final 14 से है ना ये.
Club Esports.
International करेगा तो आप जाओगे लैंड पर.
Your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
आज ट्रॉफी नहीं लेकर आया वापस से. डॉपनेस कल एक चिकन लेकर गया था.
Good team.
कब जा रहे हो फिर? कल. Hi Wasim. बिना चश्मे के कास्टिंग कैसे करूंगी? दिखाई नहीं देगा कुछ. आप ही लोगों की चैट नहीं दिखाई देगी. यार वाईजे का बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है.
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
वोल्स भाई ये तो साइड में वोल्स ही लग रहा है. तो गुस्से में क्यों है?
Nongshim Red Force.
इतने गुस्से में क्यों है भाई?
E-Arena.
Hi Prajwal, all good. You say?
Alpha 7.
क्या क्या कर दिया इसने? गोप गोप.
Furia.
And finally,
Tianba.
Every decision, every clutch can change your team's fate. You've got just 6 games left to prove you deserve a spot among the best in the world.
The finals are on the horizon, but who has what it takes to claim the 6 places that remain? It's time to lock in.
Arena first chicken, exactly, bro. Wahi, I predict. Same. आज फ्यूरी का फर्स्ट चिकन है. लेट्स hope for the best.
There are no safety nets, there are no second chances.
Godlike qualify हो चुकी है already. A7 chicken button. वही टीम है जिसने पहले मैच में बाकी से टीम
Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
Diabba's back to back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke. Dealt with.
बॉय यहाँ से शॉटगन मार रहा था.
On his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've got his back in a 1 versus 3.
Guys, फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दे जो भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं. लेट्स गो ऑन द 20 सब्स पे. मेरे एक साथ लाइक बटन एंड सब्सक्राइब बटन दबाएंगे Goal completed. Snacks Jare Kalpari. So nice. Your prediction में तो बताया ना Arena. I go with Arena.
Wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player.
Tag team नहीं है भाई, tag नहीं है. Yesterday 1v4 by Milu, yes. That was epic.
Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down, and now he's there.
TK का निकला था ये वाला chicken.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7.
Aris chicken. BGMS खेल रहे हैं. इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर याद नहीं है क्या? DBS में 6-6 लगा के स्नाइप कर रहा था. मेरे से इंस्पायर्ड होगा.
But we want to slow them down, and RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milu with the nade, turning the tables, and he's doing
अकेला ही वो हो तू.
It's the squad wipe 1v4.
अकेला ही वो हो तू. भाई. बाप रे, सबको तुमने ये देखा क्या 1v4 के इतना बढ़िया सिखाया मैंने. Chalk, Helen and Blank.
I hope so too, man. I mean, the
Blank is really blank.
Milu made that one look incredibly easy. Overall, just very, very excited to jump into the final day of survival before we head over towards those finals. Let's find out who our top 6 will be. Which 10 teams?
Volume बढ़ा लो. अभी start होते तो बढ़ाती हूँ ना. Start होने दो. इनको plane में घुसने दो.
For Tiamba right now on an average damage count of 1,758 damage.
इनको plane में जाने तो अपन volume बढ़ाते हैं. अगर तुमको ये सुनना है तो for sure.
Disgusting. At a whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Slightly different story here for Irina.
Final में of course अपने team
fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from Irina.
Yeah, I mean those 2 minutes are pretty important as well. Yeah, towards the end of the match, always those 2 minutes equate to maybe like 5 placement points essentially when you're getting down to the wire. Every single team.
You are most cutest streamer in India.
Those few minutes further, deeper into the game. Alpha 7, they definitely want to try and get up towards the top 6, break into it solidly. Well, they are there currently, but you know, keep that momentum going to be able to sow the seeds of victory.
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic.
Godlike तो है ही नहीं ना.
Came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games, and I think for them, I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call. I hope they got back and they weren't happy with that top 6. That's what I'm hoping for right now for Alpha 7. I'm hoping they go back to their old antics, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more speed, velocity in these matches. That's what makes them them. And I truly believe if they continue playing like this, they do make it through the finals, it is going to be a bit of a wash for them. This year was a lot more to give, but this year it's just not been it. Anyway, let's drop in with some of our other teams. Wolves right now, it's just not working. It really is not working for them at all. Again, that cohesion, talked about yesterday, not quite there. Feels like some of the rotates towards the end game feel a little sloppy. But honestly, I do think that they have some strong players on side. I mean, Elementrix really impressed me yesterday. Overall, I still think that this guy is one of the strongest players from that team, and is a really strong contender here at PMWC, But the individualistic nature of teams just does not work anymore. Everyone needs to step up. That's the thing of the past.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's something we've been saying for the last probably few years now at this point. Right? You do need to have all cylinders firing to make sure your engine's pushing as hard as it can. And it's potentially something
competition चल रहा है क्या इन लोगों में?
a couple of our other teams to be considering. We
इन
talked
लोगों
about
में
star
अलग
players
drums
quite a
का
lot, and I feel
competition
like
चल रहा
Ulf
है.
and Nongshim both have their star player on side, and Eren and Hyunbin respectively. They do need to have the rest of the team with them. We have seen that from both of those two rosters, though. I'm hoping for a lot more. I like the brains on Nongshim, and I feel like Ulf can step forward. But it's the top 6 as the target as we break into the day with our first match. It is brutal as always. Rondo ready to roll.
Rondo is where you can gain the points. It's where you can get those eliminations. It's where you can set yourself up with a 39-point game and still fail to qualify for the finals. But right now, this could be the difference between you and top 6 and staying there. For some teams like Nongshim Red Force, they could grab themselves a massive game from the top 6. They're currently in 6th place, could rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard. Tiamba, however, I think their momentum is legendary coming in from day one. I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They're feeling good about themselves.
Prediction, guys, zone prediction.
Yesterday, I think that's going to be the case here. They're going to have a fun time with this one. Team's got to be scared.
I mean, if they can break up towards 90, maybe even towards 100, very reasonable.
मुझे लगता है यहाँ का
today. They are going to be locking down one of the spots, and the question will be who the other
prediction time. Let's go.
I mean, already as it stands, it kind of already is the question. And we'll see if they're going to get stuck in nice and quickly here, because Yulin is very close to this playing path flank.
Yes, what's your prediction?
But could still be a target if teams don't want to get stuck in right to the thick of it.
Yeah, Yulin definitely giving the position that most teams will be dropping towards here. Neox is a bit of a meander, right?
Zone of tension.
So Yulin's going to be very hot at the moment. Doesn't really support as many teams. So you are going to see things start to pop off very soon.
Dancing side, dancing.
Just go straight to Yulin because it's going to be absolutely hectic in that location going forward. We can always take a look at the circle later.
अभी तो बहुत fight होगा घोप को. वो RNQ सारे एक साथ गए हैं.
In that location, we're heading down towards Danqing. Come on, I beg. Come on, guys. Let's get off this. Let's get towards Yulin. People are already going down. All right, Nongshim Red Force, Tizzy, first of all here, but it's Tiamba opening up over towards Wolves already.
बंद करो ना भाई. चाकू ही मार दिया.
Taken. That strike over towards Nongshim Red Force. I think the majority
Anny
of
आज जामुन खाया क्या पूरे जामुन लग रहे हैं यार.
Outside Wolves going low. Furia similarly cut down to 1. We've already had 3 teams basically fully lose on this hot drop. It's looking like we might get another one with 7-2-1
It's okay for him. Guys, यार फटाफट से jewels send कर दे जिनके पास भी free jewels है. Let's go.
Powerhouse on side. Already stepping up to the fight with Goat Team as Foopsman goes down on the off angle to a shot from,
Hi Dhanush.
may have been from Scarface. Oh no, Ketch.
I mean, Ketch as well as the rest of Ulfa currently taking down 2 separate teams. This is why I wanted to get off that map feed straight away, because this is an incredibly dense hot drop over towards Yulin right now. So many teams on the outside. RRQ also looking inwards, but they are trash looting for the time being. Yangon Galacticos defending champions here, now looking to get a little bit more done. But it's AGAL who came off the back of a big win yesterday, final Miramar, now looking to set themselves up for success towards the end game. They've already got themselves 2 elims. They want more than this.
Team नहीं है बाबू, इंडिया की team qualify हो गए.
Kind of a shaky start yesterday. It's going to be a really big boom for them going forward.
Hopefully trying to levy that one, get that one on side. Scarface stepping up. Gets across, uncontested right there. Spotsman at the back line. They didn't see him cross over and he was caught unawares. A lovely layer down on the DP there. And pushes him back, leaves them a little bit
outpost, honestly, for Ulf. So Solo's actually out over towards that northern side. That leaves Ulf in a kind of an awkward situation now. It's do or die for them. They are all inside of Yulin. There is no one on the outside edge. Ulf could go down right now. They're starting to play a little bit more passive now. This is a good approach for them.
अभी तक तो Wolves के 3 kills
हैं. Exit. They can move out towards the east here, though, John. That's a possibility. It's in the direction of the circle, but you're going to have to give up eliminations for that. Are they willing?
And they also don't have vehicles here, Blank, right? They got stuck straight into the hot drop. They were expected to be able to regroup later on. As goes down. Thierry able to hop in through the window and get that flush. But yeah, for Ulf, it is pretty dire. Eren has managed to find a vehicle there and does get on the road heading south. GK as they move up to potentially pinch this one through. So danger for Ulf on all fronts. I mean, you're absolutely right. That arena flex out works really very well. And that's going to slow things in Yulin down.
But that feels like a bit of a mystery coming through from Ulf. Honestly, for E-Arena, it was
Abhi
clear
knock
before
ho
the
gaya.
tournament ever started. They tend to go for this big old
Oh,
trash
kill le liya.
blue drop over towards stadium
Hi,
side. They
Krish.
don't
YG
just
bahar
stay in
jayegi.
stadium.
Mere ko bhi
They
yahi
like
lag
to
raha
have
hai.
outside outpost. And for Ulf there,
एनएस को पता
that's
नहीं
a
क्या
little
हुआ
bit
है,
of a
अर्ली
poor read
फिनिश
in
नहीं
my
ले पा रहे
opinion.
हैं. वही
And
तो
Solus pays the price for it. And for a hot drop there, which could have been
Scandal on top.
absolutely monumental for
For
them,
the
because
best.
Scarface was certainly feeling it. Suddenly you're
But
having
जो
to leave
pin
some of these
message है
eliminations
वो
on
ये
the table.
नहीं है.
Without
You
finds
pin
A King
message
from
you have to
Tiamba.
read, guys.
And E-Arena looks to send out over towards the northwest side.
Arey bhai,
Q
arey
moving out
bhai.
towards the southeast, looking to poke
Bhai,
their nose in over
arey
towards Yulin.
loon.
But we're on board with Furia, another team that was doing fantastically well yesterday. Right now, Ayala, one of the top players, currently down. We're in ball with the coach corner. Honestly, the coaches, they look happy at the moment. For
Arey
Furia.
lol.
We'll see for how long they're going to be holding on the inside. E-Arena, I was pointing at it for you there, but out they were jumping onto the Alpha 7 solo, who they've just taken down as well. So Alpha 7 now in Neox, in this Yulin hot drop, in a crucial route out. They need to try and find it, or it could be all over for them. A very, very difficult spot for them to find. E-Arena been playing spoiler. The jump around the corner, those were back in with Furia. She tried to find the shot. He will be able to shut it down. Furia keep themselves going. The engine is roaring.
Once again, Igor's a great approach here from him.
Well
Keep things going, like you say. Guizao on the exit. GK Ragnarok is in front. Lepar takes a lot of damage. Ragnarok just gets fully melted. Just crushed
A7 chicken with 30 finish.
We'll just get the reset on that one and go for the revive, but
last zone dancing, last zone dancing, last zone! Are you kidding me?
Right now for Alpha 7, yet they've come away with 7 eliminations. But hell, John, this
last
is
zone
good
पे
for
पहुंच
Alpha
गए.
7.
First zone की तो बात ही नहीं हुई.
I don't want to see you guys going center early on. I want to see you flexing that close quarters combat. And this is very, very promising. Very, very promising.
E-Arena have been an absolute nightmare to the solos on the north side. They've gone and sent a duo down to one recall tower. They took a solo out. They've sent it to another recall tower. Another solo gone. That has changed the dynamic in Yulin so dramatically. It looks like they might have been trying to catch out a player from Alpha 7 again on that egress, but Grisao does manage to slip on through that net. And E-Arena now sending a duo in towards Yulin itself.
किसका होगा? मैंने तो बताया, मैं तो चाहती हूँ कि रेना का हो, but we'll see. क्या रहता है?
Is around stadium area, and they maintain most of the control off the back of those drop spots. Pulling this out on day 2, interesting strategy as well for E-Arena, because they clear out suddenly a lot of space, and then they can wrap into Yulin, start taking down teams, and they might just be getting rid of full squads.
Trying to find the dregs, the remnants. Interesting that Grisao heads up to their original backup recall tower on this spot, instead of going a little bit further west or maybe even breaking further south. But Alpha 7 will be able to get back to full form. Already 8 eliminations on the cards for them. Blank of nice early bolstering. Revo very much trapped inside of Yulin at the moment, but as a solo, he will be recallable.
A lot of teams, they needed to get themselves going. They need to get those wheels spinning, and you can spin at home yourself with the lucky spin here at 2026 for the PMWC. You can draw off the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you'll be seeing all in game. Fantastic set overall. Very cool stuff. So make sure you do get those spins in whilst they last.
They won't last forever. Make the most of them whilst they're here. Here's a little replay. Okay, necessary with a nade. Okay, just steps out for the spray down. Wolves have been piecing themselves back together here. They are in currently 4th place. And a lovely 2-piece coming through from necessary on side. It's been pretty good for the squad. Next circle comes on through though, Blank, and it shifts up towards Danching.
They've pretty much been here the entire time. This feels like a very, very classic thing coming through from Dopeness. In the meantime, Ulf, like we said, they had to leave some of those points behind there. They were a little bit worried, not as courageous as, let's say, Alpha 7. So they moved down towards
ये जो blink हो रहा है, इसका मतलब ये है ना कि यहाँ पे कोई भी vehicle नहीं चल सकता.
A lot of loot as well, I imagine, as they shifted over towards the eastern side, understanding that with the playing path, likely not going to be a huge amount of teams in that spot anyway. So slight risk, but overall, did work. knock finish हो गया. AGAL piecing themselves back together, now rotating in from that eastern side. That is a weird and unfortunate rotate for them. Looked like they had to go
यूरिया
very
चिकन आ
far
रहा
to get the
कितने
reset,
मैच
which
है
means
अभी
they'll
तो
be
पहला
likely
मैच है
playing
5
edge
मैच 6
later
मैच
on.
होते
Rebel
टोटल
finding easy with Bad Boy and
अल्फा ने मारा अबे अल्फा 9 किल्स के साथ है
9ing them so far. The team is bruised and bleeding, but they are still going.
And they've got all three of their players who were recalled up on that northwestern side, starting to make their way away from it. With a little bit more loot, hopefully moving forwards with some sort of strength, but getting into the next zone may be tricky. Kind of only E-Arena sits on their side of the circle. Everybody else is just clumping straight towards that southwest side.
White वाली गाड़ी के अलावा
easy to try and navigate RRQ, wanting to navigate this compound, but it's not going so well. 721 GS with a little bit too tight of a hold on it.
Make sure they don't
dancing. मैंने तो पहले ही बोला था बर्तन दो लो फ्रांस.
With the phones in hand as well, just because you don't see E-Arena there and just the speed at which they're flicking between what they're doing in the current moment, what's going on with the current map situation, zooming in,
भाई
out,
थोड़े
seeing
से
what
शांति रखो ना यार. चला हमारे कान दर्द हो गए.
Very, very difficult map to play, especially at this level where everyone's
KRX
going to give you
बोला
grief
था
all
उसने
over the
chicken
map.
लेगी
They're
और
not going to let you
KRX
get that aggression going, not going to allow you to push in.
Okay, recall था.
Without any kind of clap back, RRQ does move over towards the northern side, gets that reset. We'll start to move down towards that south side. But you're right, we're over towards Dancing.
But यार RRQ ने बहुत late fight लिया ना. अच्छा stage 2 ही चल रहा है.
The bottom here.
ठीक है.
The south edge.
Final 14 से.
And on the south side with one Elim, it's Tianba at the top of the table still.
Alula, मारो
a lot more reserved.
Pump हो जाओ सब.
Over the course of this match, not wanting to get stuck in, but actually they were forced to be a little bit more reserved because they did go down in the hot drop earlier on. So they are now playing.
Cake chicken,
Certainly not from a big win on this engagement like Alpha 7. Who have managed to transition away from their game. They're all the way up on that north side there. You can see the backstop for E-Arena, who spent a long time getting away from stadium. But the circle sends to the north side of Danching, and all of those teams that committed south play, they're not going to have to reconsider.
Yeah, there's a lot of position to play on this north side. Actually, I think the most interesting spot at the moment is
Tianba chicken लेगा. मेरा prediction सही होगा तो मुझे यार मिलेगा.
You can have, I would say, probably 2 teams there, and then you can play out towards the northern edge slightly, where the forest currently sits.
हाँ बहुत ज़्यादा शोर हो रहा है. मेरा खुद का सिर दर्द होने लगा पता है. Anny ने idling सिखाओ. सबको सिखा रखा है proper.
Oh my God, it is clustered right now in Danching.
Hello John Gaming.
Want to get a move on, control that
थोड़ा शांति मिला कान को. वरना तो मुझे लग रहा था मैं सो ही जाऊंगी. लो Tianba के 2 ही बच्चे हैं. अगर इन पे recall नहीं है तो.
As well as Alpha 7, who did get themselves a little bit of a lucky break. The fact that this
oh hello wide लेके थी. मैंने सबसे पहले बोला था zone इधर करेगा.
I'm too unhappy that they get a little bit of luck here towards the middle of the game.
Don't think they're going to be able to get to that recall tower
मुझे तो वैसे में इतना नींद आ रहा है. मैं नशे में कर रही हूँ. watch party ऐसा लग रहा है. A7 के पास है chance. देखो देखो ये लोग kills निकालना तो चाह रहे हैं. इन्होंने kills 9 निकाले भी हैं. जिन्हें BGMS को फिर करते बोरिंग लग रहा है. वो ही बहुत लोग बोल रहे थे कि वो बोरिंग लगने लगा. आप आ गए कहाँ गए थे? मेरी स्ट्रीक भी तोड़ दी. सही है भाई. हम कहाँ याद रहते हैं. नींद का नशा है. नींद का.
Outside of that, though, it's very open.
सोया नहीं क्या? नहीं यार नहीं सोए. वही तो मेरी सीट पर क्या कुछ है क्या? कीड़ा वीड़ा बाकी अब मर जाएगा. वैसे भी काटेगा तो क्या फायदा.
Kind of LOS off the back of. But oh my God, a lot of teams just hoping this
Actually
ends up
मुझको
over
लगा
towards
था कि
Danching
मैं आज नहीं आ पाऊंगी. फिर मुझे एकदम से ना आदि जी का सपना आया. मैं उठ के बैठ गई.
Making Kike's game
ये जी का गेम
really
अभी इसके
difficult. I feel like
बाद
Kike have been punished at every single turn of this match.
Can
I
these
think
be
that
snapchat?
if we
These
got a count
or
of
can
who's
these
been eliminated the most, it would be fairly populated by Kike players in this game. They have come back time and time again. Pretty sturdy
जॉनी
stuff.
का फैन हूँ. हाय कैसे हैं
On the
आप?
northern flank.
आ गई याद आपको मेरी?
Just holding on.
कौन सा ब्रांड दिया है फिर? मैंने रिस्टोर करी है उसे.
Now looking to
जबकि मैं इस नशे में थी.
shamble towards the center.
कौन सा ब्रांड पिया है?
Sink their teeth into it, see what they can get done here versus the Wolves, because you know all
कोई
things
सा भी
considered,
नहीं
honestly,
पिया,
Wolves having a
इसलिए ये
decent game.
हाल
8
है.
elements so far, depends how
They
quickly
have
they go
full
out
chance
in the
our
near
team का
future.
clash
Though.
हो रहा होगा.
They send a little bit further
यार
towards
अगर
that
वो
north side, maybe try and
खेलेंगे
isolate the
बराबर से
western
ना
portion
होल्ड
of the
करके
circle,
थोड़ा
but
just
the
for a
western
placement
off the back
point
of the
तो
small
हो
map.
जाएगा.
Teams are happy though. Teams are very happy.
Side
In
में
fact, that we are heading back
बनेगा.
down towards Danching. Goodness me, all that work to try and find a position there for it to only go north. You would be fairly upset. Egos though will crash in towards a building. Not a care in the world for the vehicle either. He just wants to get inside, get a position to play.
अरे ना नहीं अभी कहाँ?
Work off the back
अभी
of this.
नहीं
They've
होगा
got
किसी ने.
AGAL though in the vicinity.
Last zone Danching के left.
The inside
Okay.
negotiations from Danching are tense, but it's the
Dream.
south side that we've hopped on
Dream
towards
brand.
here with Goat Team and Alula that is going to have to move. It's going to have to get dynamic.
मेरी लाइट नहीं आ रही है. एक बार ये थोड़े टाइम बाद बफर होगी जब जाएगा.
721 GS have to move on in as well.
मस्त जोन बना मजा आएगा.
Go
Go go.
In the meantime, GK continue to tear limbs away from themselves. They drag their form in towards Danching.
Tag team matches there,
That's the
bro.
price they pay, but with 3 players, it's still doable from the inside.
Oh my god.
Looking for that
ये
cheeky
क्या था?
angle.
बस एक छोटा सा रास्ता है.
unit. Poking the barrel through the
छोटा नहीं है
window
वो
there.
अच्छा खासा बड़ा है.
Bit
छेद है
obvious,
पूरा.
almost. Safji underneath, all taking a little bit of punishment over towards Goat Team, but they
तीन
have
squad
the
है यहाँ
inside
पे.
edge, so it's
तीन
quite
स्क्वाड GK
surprising that Goat is taking the fight to them
DNA.
so well. Alula,
जो गए
R3B,
और Alula.
will find a shot over towards Speaker here. Dopeness was here very early, but I feel
मुझे
like
लगता है GK
Dopeness,
survive करेगा
outside of
क्या?
some of the good games they've had, which have got a little bit lucky
2 है
at
Alula
times,
4 है.
they
2v4.
just don't have that firepower, the defensive capabilities.
Not quite there, not quite there. Can't hold off the onslaught. Alula went for a wild
Kid.
crash, by the way, from the area near Goat Team on the south
हमारे
edge. They
यहाँ
just
तो
went
यही
straight in and
होता
they
है.
managed to land
Welcome to
on their feet. And Goat
Hindi
Team similarly have
commentary,
pushed it
guys.
towards Ulf, and it's not going well.
Bye,
Trying to
Anny
fire the
Gaming.
team, but Ulf right now on
हमारे
their last player alive.
की
On the
कमेंट्री
fight
में
on the
आपको
south
ऐसे
side, and
ही
they are bleeding
अतरंगी
out. Something
प्रकार
awful.
के
Those
वर्ड्स
recall
यूज
towers
करने को
are shut down
मिलेंगे.
now, Blank, as well, which means that you are not getting
जैसे मैं
players back
खुद
to their
गेम
feet.
खेलती हूँ वैसे
You
ही.
go down, and with Ulf just on Solus, Goat Team getting those reses on
मैं
that
तो
angle.
कहते
It
गैस
looks
कैन
like they
फोड़
may be
दे.
able to stay
छड्डो भी
alive as
कहा
four
इतनी
after a
बातों
crash
फोड़ी
at
कर
all.
रहे हो भाई.
For Solus, I just don't see him as the guy anymore to get that
बोला था
1v.
मैंने इसको गैस
What
कैन
is it
फोड़
now?
दे.
Yeah,
कहीं और
this Goat
और
Team didn't lose a single player.
भाई वो खतरनाक है
Very, very
यार.
interesting stuff. I'd love to see a replay of how all that went down. Just
खतरनाक
because
छेद है ब्रो.
Goat Team versus Ulf, you'd expect that to be a
Go,
much
go,
easier
bro.
fight there for them, but they have had a tough approach into this game. A lot of it has been on the back foot so far.
मानना लूला भाई
Don't get some move
कौवा.
on as a four-man.
A massive boon to them on
अबे
that south
तीन
edge.
के
The north
तीन
side starting
बैठे हैं
to get a
बे.
little bit more tense as well with Nongshim Red Force, Alpha 7, Yangon
बेचारा
Galacticos, RRQ
लूफा.
all starting to
ओ
try to figure out how they
रोटेशन
can step
जाता
forwards.
हुआ
721
PMWC
GS
का
trying to move around on
और
that north
ये
side as well. The
रोटेशन
Wolves
भी उसी के
are
अंदर
closer
चले
to
गया.
Danching than the rest,
नहीं
but
निकल गया.
no saver.
चले गया.
721 instead
एक दो
decides to
तीन
crash
चार
into the
टीम है
settlement.
ब्रो.
They are down
एक
and will be
सेलो है और
flushed out,
सब.
I imagine.
भाई
Very,
कौन
very
सरवाइव
quickly.
कर रहा है इसमें? इस वाले में कौन सरवाइव
trying to
कर
crash
रहा है?
onto the Geek
ले
position as well as
रेहान
Lufa.
भाई तो पहले ही नॉक हो
It's
गए.
really weird to me right now. You see RRQ, you see Yangon Galactic, you see Alpha 7, you see Nongshim Red Force on this
Badbu
north
bhai,
side with the
maro
circle
na,
now shifts
Badbu
towards.
bhai.
That becomes a
Are
very
laddu
prevalent
aaya.
area of the map. There was not a lot going on. And I mean, I can understand it when you're about 20 seconds out from the next circle. You don't really want to get into a big engagement just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to this location on that northern side while still pressuring out Nongshim Red Force. However, this required a hard shift over towards the north.
ULA.
I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing
अल्फा
out
ने
this
तो
northern
अच्छा
edge
जोन
so you can
पकड़
just start
रखा है यहाँ
peppering
से.
the
हाँ किल्स
entirety
भी
of
आ
the team
सकते.
in
GK ने
Danching
कौन नॉक
if it
करा
does
वहाँ
move away
पर?
from it, which right now it absolutely is.
लूला अच्छा ये
there is
तो
so
पढ़ो तो
little-
सही. अच्छा है ये
so
पढ़ो
little
तो
movement
सही.
happening on this northern
You
side at
are
the moment.
laughing
No team
without
wants to get
C.
involved with one another.
मैंने पढ़ा.
I mean, Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite
But
a while.
ये मेरे ऊपर से
They're
गया
feeling fairly
क्यों?
entrenched. This is 721, who were able to crash in, but Geek are starting to turn the tides of this game around. They have been through hell and back so far.
and they are looking to bring back some mementos for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are holding on to the western point desperately. Milu
मैं इसको नहीं पढ़ सकती.
Alula claws.
Hi शिवम. लॉन्ग वे लाइची वाला आज फिर ठीक है.
Alula will back off.
अन्ना तो वो खट्टा वाला सीन हो रहा था हमारा.
In the meantime, Goats are moving in. Get a good amount of damage done, but Irina's already sent out over towards that northwest. They get into an altercation with Irina.
मुझे तो लगा था कि GK ही निकलेगा. आओ.
Go honestly is
Not
doing
finished.
exactly what I want to see. They should hear this engagement
मेरी
all the
RPG.
time. Would not be surprised if they try and push this one.
Well, that's the arena cleaned up, and now it's just Nongshim who stepped into the firing line of Goat. Alpha 7 looking to flex out as well. Maybe able to find it. Some emergency cover dished out by Hyunbin, and Alpha 7
okay
on up to the ridge.
Okay, this is good news. So we have Guizhou.
Long without
Guizhou leading the charge. It's very confusing for me. But I'm glad he is. He gets something done. The airburst does no damage to him. He's going to try and move the vehicle out just slightly. Goat is another team trying to pinch it over towards this one.
अच्छा मैं समझ गई.
Carrillo has managed to get himself knocked over towards that northwest side. They're looking to save on this one. Quick smoke out the window. Guizhou doing a lot for the team right now.
Yeah, it was RRQ who managed to find a knock over towards Carrillo, and he will need a little bit of a pickup. If they hadn't happened, they could have put more pressure forwards, and I think that might have been the end of Nongshim Red Force. As we hop back in towards Danxing.
Zone दिखाई नहीं रहे. Prediction किसको दूँ?
721 who were able to crash in successfully. Alola as well, similarly capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out.
Team India का है वो qualify हो गया. अरे लड्डू बराबर.
A nade over the road from R3B is able to connect.
ये जाएगा क्या ये भी?
Or at least it gives them time to get the res. Some more damage, and now they have to hold off Fury.
अरे उड़ जा निंजा का power तू. पता नहीं कि सब देरी. समझ गई मैं.
defending champions.
And with why?
Of it all. Looking now to begin the tornado.
अभी इन्होंने rush कर दिया बे.
Sweep through all the rest of the teams. R3B
अरे अल्लाह सूकर से.
The 7-2.
अरे
try and hold down. It's a good double. Back to back here, very low. Can he make the 1v3 happen here? Won't quite get it done. Didn't trust in that last shot, and he's quick to finish it. Understands the demon inside that
बहुत
building,
बढ़िया
and he needs
खेले.
exercising.
7-1. क्या करा बट इसने यार चोक कर दिया लास्ट वाले पर.
It felt like maybe Malik was going to do something magnificent, but was put down. Alola losing 3 of their players. 11 eliminations with 4 alive. They would have had a great time, but now it's Quick against 3 from Furia. He's already managed to find Eagles, and now Ayala and Chief are bearing down upon him. There goes the flush.
कुछ और ही समझे
He's
हो.
still got a little bit more to say. The end of the story, not quite yet. Quick dashes out, and the pin pulled on the nade keeps Chief from spraying him down.
वापस इसमें इस
can't get out that window. It is barred off.
इस विंडो के अंदर कुछ तो भी है यार. सब उधर ही जाके बैठ रहे हैं.
Looking to pinch Quick. Give him the old do-si-do.
He is taking a turn.
Oh my god, he's taking
अच्छा वाइल्ड लेगेसी ने बेचारे ने पूरा ही लिख दिया उसने वो.
But it's just off target. The streak brings him further away from it, and Quick goes
फिनिश की
down.
वजह से मर गया. हाँ ना लास्ट भी मार देता वो. Exactly. थोड़ा पैनिक हो गए.
This game is looking nasty.
I mean, Go is chewing through squads. They are chewing through squads, and this is what you want to see from a team like this.
ठीक है अब मैं समझ गई.
Wolves is down towards their southeast, but it's a team on 3, not likely to get too much more done. Milu
भाई मेरी बुद्धि इन सब में पता नहीं कब बढ़िया चलना चालू करेगी. गंदा दिमाग हो चुका है.
Smokes all been dropped out to try and extend this push, but it's not meant to be. They will go out.
अबे चालू होने से पहले ही मर जा रहे.
A good amount of elims on the game regardless, so 8 total.
ध्यान का एक ही बचे और A7 के 3 बंदे लाइव wolves भी निकाल रही है.
Send some.
All depends on zone. अरे क्यों chicken आ रहा है?
I feel like at the moment, the story of this game is GOAT team going God mode
Are,
on this
Mon.
western flank, rotating in, crashing into Ulf, disengaging from Danching, taking the initiative to move around that western side. You highlighted it, you said it's what you wanted to see. Eagle wants to see red as he's spraying the shotgun shells up the staircase, but it's not going to work.
AGAL currently still as a 4-man.
भाई गोट बहुत मार रहा है.
Said yesterday they were able to get
गोट मार
themselves
रहा है.
a nice little chicken dinner at the end of the
कुछ
day.
बेटी
We
नहीं है
expect
बाबू.
so much more
गोट
from
मार
this
रहे हैं हाँ,
squad.
गोट मार रहे हैं.
Coming off their performance
गोट
right
अभी
here,
गोट बन गया है पूरा.
PMI was not meant to be though. It's been a bit of a rocky start for them.
Seriously.
Now looking to pinpoint those shots, but right out into the open. No smokes available.
किल उठा लिया, किल उठा लिया, किल उठा लिया, किल उठा लिया, किल अच्छा SZZ का तो आ गया.
As well as Flower.
Oh, thank you so much for a lovely husky.
Taking heavy casualties on this northern edge.
अबे जोन में तो है अभी भी A7 भी जोन में नहीं है नहीं है.
They were fast on their approach too. It was that early push that really
गोट पर
solidified the
जोन
position.
भी
They've
नहीं है,
been
गोट
playing
पर भी.
2-2 for a long time.
Yangon
RRQ just
पे
hasn't
जोन है.
given them much grief whatsoever.
RRQ और
though.
Yangon.
But I would
दो
genuinely be
तीन
happy to see
चार
it go
पाँच
win.
छह भाई
On that
6
eastern
टीम्स
side.
बची है. किसका चिकन है?
RRQ being a little bit tentative. As you say, not putting too much pressure onto things. Yangon Galacticos with only 3 elims at the moment, though, with 6 teams alive. Going down here would
Guys,
just not
सबके
be
लिए
a good enough performance for them, frankly, because they do need to jump up towards that 6th place to keep themselves in the running to defend their title here at
Hi
the
there.
PMWC at
Oh.
EWC.
Jamming. Nice. तेरे तो
And they
बढ़िया
are 2-2 split right now. GOAT team
Thank you for finger heart.
resetting.
YG का
Lining
chicken
up
है.
their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is, where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this
Finger
one?
hard.
Try and
Group B
pick up some of the
चल रहा है,
drags, because
इसलिए
they've already
आपसे
done a
पूछना
lot
confirm
in
करना
terms of
था.
isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker, in my opinion, in this match.
Jamming.
Like the way these teams are playing right now, it just feels like they're waiting for other teams to struggle
knock
against
हो
the
गया.
circle.
रेवो ही
I mean,
knock हो
for
गया.
instance, right here, Alpha 7, they have to move. RQ's not done much
है
this
तो
game, but
zone
they're happy
में.
to punish as they have to head over towards the dip. AGAL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time as well, not really done much off the back of it. They could have easily attempted to get in on the action as GOAT went over towards
भाई भाई भी कर दिया एक
AGAL,
नेट
some good nades over the top, will take out the remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame, John. A very, very weird endgame.
Yeah, so much commitment to the south side of Danching so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open. A knock over towards the Yangon
Thank you,
Galacticos position on the
Jignesh, for
south
your lovely
point. This
tweets.
2-2 split will make it Reservoir, but Alpha 7 going to get pushed over the hill. And with
यार
an opening,
अच्छा
they
zone
might
है
be able
इन
to
पे,
find
but
something.
थोड़ा
RRQ
zone.
descend
अरे
from the
लोग
eastern side and take on AGAL. Head to head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers.
भाई RRQ ने तो आज पूरा PVQ ही बना दिया है यहाँ पर.
That's going to be pickable.
Seriously.
That's a real word.
पूरा PVQ बना दिया. Go go.
Down towards that south side. Put him in a vehicle, moving forward. Loot crate in play here, but as I told you before, it's very open. Emergency cover players are almost essential at this point in the game. Alpha 7 has to figure out something and figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos on this 2-2 split. They should be able to realize this by now. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They need to smoke train over towards one of these buildings.
Zone में नहीं है.
Very doable here and will close off the sightlines from the
और
rest
सारी
of the
टीम
Yangon
zone में है.
Galacticos
अल्फा zone में
squad.
नहीं है.
A nade, a little opening, and Alpha 7 will
चल
descend.
बाहर चल नहीं
Maybe
हो
even
रहा
GOAT team to
क्या?
crash on towards it. But they're content for now.
किया नहीं किसी ने. रिडल सॉल्व अभी
So
करेंगे
RQ
इसके
stopped
बाद
much
दो अब
forward. Alpha
रिडल.
7
मैं आपका
with the
रिडल
cover
पिन
force,
कर
they can get a
दूंगी.
little bit closer to this now. Black Rebel is spotted though
Chimpel
from
from
across the way.
Bareilly, Dr.
And
Uncle.
will be
Oh, hello,
immediately
Dr.
flushed. So Alpha 7
Uncle.
down to 2 very, very quickly.
Good to see you.
And how do you make this one work? Shots now
आप
being
Bareilly में किस
levied
side
over
है?
towards GOAT team on the western side. But they can't move. It's a stalemate.
RQ
मैं रिडल पिन कर दूंगी.
holding
एक
out
सेकंड दो.
GOAT team holding
अरे.
out RQ, you're right.
भाई यहाँ
Alpha
स्पॉट बराबर का.
Trying to get some shots over towards
Knock हो गया.
Yangon Galacticos, but RQ just have these broadsides and not
भाई
for a single
4 में नहीं लाए
second
भाई
have they
जी.
just let Alpha 7 move freely here. It has massively slowed them down.
Without C hoga, bro.
I think they were coming into this end game with very few smokes available. Zone 9 now just hits, and we will be closing to center.
Arey, Alpha to gayi.
Oh, last nade has to be a big one.
Alpha
I think at this
gayi.
point in time, it is the final hurrah from Alpha
Bola
7.
na Alpha gayi. Mahanagar. Okay, nice.
How do they want to play this one out? Go team is just looking monstrous this match. They
मुझे लगा वो knock हो गया.
than everyone else.
A real
kill उठा लिया.
RRQ as they try and mount up, get across the open ground and only leave 2 of themselves alive. But
4v,
in the 2v2
2v.
against Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done and dusted.
Oh!
From Smile, what are you doing, man? Straight into the firing line, and that's the opener that RRQ were looking for. The blue zone pushes them further. They have to get out of the warehouse, but the blue zone's choking them.
Yangon Galacticos starting to have to leave here. Go team will squeeze the pressure on. Arky moves out, JS9 in play.
बढ़िया cover दिया उसने.
At distance. Yangon Galacticos down to one final player. What can Mane do here? 60 bullets in a dream.
अरे nice knock यार.
Over towards Romeo, the blue zone's going to force him over the edge. He
Ah,
drops down and
good,
down he goes.
bhai,
It is
le gaya.
God team God mode.
They have to be happy with that game. I mean, the way that they're screaming the end of it,
le
they
gaya,
deserve this
chicken le
match
gaya.
more than anyone else. There was such slow gameplay from everyone else in the lobby. It felt like GOAT was the only one carving their own legacy into this match. Couldn't ask for anything better. You really couldn't.
They climbed themselves up to the top of that mountain, and it was a tough road for them. Their positioning on the south side, as you were saying, they were the only playmakers in this circle. Not to try and just stumble forwards, creep towards Danching like everybody else. Instead, they stepped back. They looked at
Hello Sushi. What's up, bhai? गोट तो आज अलग ही पंप होकर आई है.
Give Yangon Galacticos those locations.
अलग ही पंप है.
For the amount of time we're in that location, you deserve to be crashed upon. On that 2-2 split, holding those 2 buildings for as long as they did only happens because there is such passive gameplay around them in that location. Everyone is so afraid to get third party right now, and again, that's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The pressure is on. GOAT's feeling none of it, apparently.
Well, yeah, they were just unleashed there. They were allowed to graze on any pasture they liked. There was just nothing.
Hello, praise.
Right. I mean, it was particularly
गोट को फाइनल में.
On that northeast side around the Yangon Galacticos position.
अल्फा तो पूरा वो हो गई थी.
Didn't go for those targets until the blue
पूरा का पूरा अल्फा चोक कर गई थी. उन पे जोन नहीं था ना.
It's very tentative gameplay right now.
गोट तो फाइनल में जाएगी.
Annoying for me.
अभी कह नहीं सकते. अभी कह ही नहीं सकते. गोट थोड़ी नीचे थी. अभी ये लोग रैंकिंग बताएंगे तब पता चलेगा कितना क्या हुआ है.
I want more of that. Alpha 7 looks genuinely insane.
अरे बस करो रिडल, बस करो. RRQ वाले को गोट से फाइट लेनी चाहिए थी. वो घर में चले गए, वहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी भी हो गया उनका.
Here for the 100th time, I am with Revo as always. Let's talk about that game actually. Of course, Go team did get the win, but you guys were incredibly resilient.
क्या मारा गोट ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला पे, नो डाउट. अपनी दोनों टीम फाइनल में है. Vivo.
To be able to get the res off here. But what's going through the team's mind in that point? Because that's a scary prospect when you're in a hot drop in Yulin.
Yeah, I think we know that can happen. Like it can happen with everyone. So we always have a plan B to do anything when that things happens. So we was ready to that, and we did a great match.
Hi Ajay, I am all good.
Told me especially that you were really good under pressure. And
Idhar
really
aao.
exemplifies it. And speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game, once again in the late game, you guys go down to 1 player and able to get the recovery back up to 3 to continue things on to eventually, I think you had like 9 elims in this game as a whole.
आपको भी e-sport खेलता हुआ देखना चाहते
When
हैं.
you go down to the
अरे यार.
you're able to recover to the 3. What's going through the team's head in that moment?
I think like that's means to be a Brazilian because we never give
कौन
up. So we was
बच्चा
trying
रो
to
रहा
keep everyone
था.
alive. Of course, we lost 1, but we were trying to stay like safe in that house, and we did it. Like, and in my mind was not passing nothing. I was like, it's okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it anyway. So yeah, was that.
Feeling good for a top 6 today?
Feeling good. I know God gonna give it us if you qualify gonna be by God. So I trust him, and let's see what's gonna happen.
Message for the fans.
Tamo junto, hein?
That's Revo.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
गुड मॉर्निंग कट्टर हिंदू। हाय जतेन, आई एम ऑल गुड। मुझे नाइट बोर्ड से प्यार हो गया। वाह यार, आप कब जाओगे एनी लैन में? आई बिलीव कि जल्दी जाओगे। मतलब कैसा लैन? मतलब खेलने के लिए? यार मैं नहीं खेलती हूँ, मैं कोई स्पोर्ट्स नहीं खेलती यार।
The survival stage. I want to ask them a few questions about the tournament overall.
नॉर्मल लैन तो मैं गई हुई हूँ देखने के लिए, बट मैं स्पोर्ट्स नहीं खेलती।
We're 9 points away from qualifying through into
मैं क्लासिक हैकर हूँ, क्लासिक हैकर,
guys,
इसलिए
if there was any
समझ गए?
adjustments from the
आई एम
group stage that
क्लासिक
you could have
हैकर,
maybe changed,
मैं
looking
स्पोर्ट्स
back
प्लेयर
at
नहीं
it, to
हूँ।
maybe just go directly into the final for the top 5.
我们现在在胜存赛当中有 AGL 的
Face cam
Flawish
off
跟
हो गया,
我们
off
这
कर
次
रहा
的采
था।
访。然后 Flawish，首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛
मैंने
了。
तो एनी की वॉच
现在
पार्टी खोली
如果
थी
你
तो
让
ये
你去回
EWC
想一
की
下的
लाइव
话，
स्ट्रीम
当时
है,
能做出
मेरी
什么
ही
样的
लाइव
调
स्ट्रीम
整，
है।
做
Here I
出什
am
么样的进步来
Here I am
相当于能成功的拿下这9分，并且直接
यहाँ
进
हमारे
入决赛呢？
पोस्ट कहाँ गए? आवाज आ रही है, आगे आगे
其实挺可惜的吧。然后因为
आगे आगे
那人的签运其实也算很好的。
थोड़ा सा इसको म्यूट करते, थोड़ी बातचीत करते चैट में। आ, हैकर तो आप हो ही, रियल हैकर इन लाइफ एज वेल। हाँ क्या फोन स्क्रीन मिरर केबल से करते हो कि केबल से करते हो कि हाँ फोन केबल से ही करते हो? कैसे? मतलब मैं वायरलेस नहीं करती हूँ, वायर्ड है। बहुत बोलती हूँ, बहुत बोलती हूँ। मैं नहीं बोलूंगी तो कौन बोलेगा? आप क्यों नहीं खेलना चाहते? यार ऐसा नहीं है मैं खेलना नहीं चाहती, खेल सकती हूँ, बस बहुत ही ज्यादा उसमें मेहनत करनी है। मेहनत इन द सेंस काफी कुछ सीखना है, पड़ता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसको पूरा मैं क्लासिक बना के खेलूं। बहुत कुछ सीखना पड़ता है, कैसे क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना। तो बहुत कुछ होता है, बिकॉज मैंने खेले हैं पहले, एमुलेटर पे भी खेला है, फिर फोन पे भी खेला है, स्क्रीम्स खेले हुए हैं। बहुत हालत टाइट रहता है इवन, बहुत ज्यादा। एंड बिक्सी ने भी कराया था टूर्नामेंट, तो उनका भी टूर्नामेंट खेला था मैंने। अब तो बहुत ज्यादा लो एंड डिवाइस था। खैर अभी भी मुझे आईफोन पे खेल के लगता नहीं है कि मैं आईफोन पे खेलती हूँ, मुझे कहीं और का आईफोन पकड़ा दिया गया है। इस गेम की भाई जिसने आरपी का दिया था वो उसका हेडेक है, वो अभी अपने आप चैट में आ जाएगा। वो उसका हेडेक है, वो मेरा हेडेक नहीं है। whom he want to choose। अरे वो खेलेंगी तो अकेले ही लॉबी खाली कर देंगी। एजीएस सॉल्टर स्नाइपर सपोर्ट सब कर लेती है। हाँ सपोर्ट तो मैं कर लेती हूँ, बट जब से मैं फोन पर शिफ्ट हुई हूँ तो मैंने मतलब स्नाइपर काफी छोड़ ही दी है, ऐसा समझो। हाय भीम, व्हाट्सअप। साउंड कम करो, आपका बहुत ज्यादा आ रहा है। गेम साउंड बहुत ज्यादा आ रहा है, बट गेम साउंड तो अभी चल ही नहीं रहा। गेम साउंड तो कुछ चल ही नहीं रहा है। तुम लोग को साउंड कैसे आ रहा है? मेरा साउंड तेज आ रहा है तुम्हें? कल तो लॉस की भी हालत जाम थे। सेकंड में प्रेडिक्शन देना 2 से 3 जोन में। ऐसे थोड़ी प्रिडिक्शन होता है, स्टार्टिंग से प्रिडिक्शन होता है, ये थोड़ी है कि एकदम लास्ट में जाके बोले। बहुत ज्यादा आ रहा है गेम साउंड, बहुत कम आ रहा है, बट अभी तो गेम साउंड चल ही ना रहा है। परमिशन है क्या वॉच पार्टी की? मेरे को तो परमिशन, वर्ड लाइक ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है। अरे भाई क्या ही उतारा है भाई, ये किसका लैग हो रहा है? मेरे एंड से तो लैग नहीं है, ये इनका ही चैनल का सिस्टम हैंग है क्या? स्कैम है भाई, आरपी नहीं मिलना किसी को भी। ये तो जिन्होंने बोला है वो ही जानेंगे। मेरा साउंड ज्यादा आ रहा है तो मेरे को सुनो। मेरा साउंड ज्यादा आ रहा है तो गाइस डोंट हैव एनी अदर। अभी ये क्या चल रहा है? जिसको आरपी देना है वो टीडीएम खेल रहा है, वो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। नाइट स्ट्रीम कब करोगे? नाइट स्ट्रीम में जब करूंगी, कल कल अपन की स्ट्रीम करेंगे ना। कल ये नहीं है ना, वॉच पार्टी परसों से कंटिन्यू है। अरे यार एक बार चैट देखना यार, ये किसका लैग हो रहा है? अपन का बफर हो रहा है या इनका ही बफर हो रहा है? आपका एक गेम तो हमें मेरी स्ट्रीम नहीं बफर हो रही है, मेरे में एकदम प्रॉपर वो दिखा रहा है। हमारी टीम के मैचेस 14 से 16 बैक टू बैक है। 15th अगस्त इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। द टीम रिप्रेजेंट आवर कंट्री फॉर गेमिंग जनता। एग्जैक्टली। कभी हो रहा है बीच
Hiding.
यार मेरा पॉसिबल नहीं है क्योंकि मेरा यहाँ पे तो बिल्कुल बराबर चल रहा है।
Hiding.
Gotten a big jump into that second place position, but it's so geeky 46 place. Look at 6.
भाई गोड डायरेक्ट सेकंड पे आ गई भाई, डायरेक्ट सेकंड पे।
46. Yangon Galacticos with 44. The list goes on. It's so geeky 46.
अबे गोड डायरेक्ट सेकंड पे पहुंच गई ब्रो।
And everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going towards the finals, but I do know that Go Team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been
आपका वॉइस
listening
नहीं
to
आ
us.
रहा,
I know
मैंने
Killer
कुछ
Joe
बोला ही
definitely
नहीं।
speaks English, and they've been adjusting those rotations and trying to make sure they stay alive towards the end of the game.
क्या करने आया है देखना।
Simosa.
ये लड्डू।
I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone. I got
सबको हाय कह दे।
right now.
How?
Bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I wanted to look at these positions in particular. You see Goat Team on the southern side. They've been there for a
कैसे करता है?
just chilling.
Say hello.
Meaning they have two options. Or they
Hello.
avoid the fight inside the city of Danqing,
कहाँ
or
से आ
they
रहे हो
head
आप
to the
अभी?
eastern or western side. And there's a great
जादू में
opportunity that happens
जाता
later on down the
हूँ।
line here. As you can see, there's a
बता दो।
big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim Red Force and
बता
the
दो।
arena. And this is just
बता
ringing the
दो।
bell. This is your opportunity
क्या
right
देख
here,
रहे हैं?
right now, Goat Team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side,
BGMS पे क्या चल रहा है? No idea यार. अपन तो international वाला देख रहे हैं अभी.
but also
PUBG
avoiding
Mobile
all
का.
of the skirmish happening in the city itself. It's literally a
कैसे तुरंत घुमा है? कैसे घुमा है ना? आपके पास है? Okay, thank you so much. बच गया.
A strong team in the finals. I just wished it would make it just more consistently because this was 10 out of 10 stuff.
And that's why Go Team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a chicken.
देख भी तेरे पास भी चिकन है ना?
Getting more because right now we're gonna be heading on to none other than.
हमारे टीम दोनों टीम क्वालिफाई कर गए कॉर्डेलन और रंगडाइन.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day with every single match. One opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank. The Go Team obviously is very easy to put all those points. And Valve 7 on our screen. Obviously, I've been critical, but I was at the start of that last game. I was very pleased with their performance. I really, really was. There's just a tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out, setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus Go Team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough, and I understand that last game was a lot of moving parts in that end game.
Which color you want?
But they did show, as Clara said, a lot of resilience in the early game, and we can't forget that. I think they had a fantastic start. Like, I think they had the best start to that last game than anyone else, and I said before, it's very promising.
ये कौन सा color है? कौन सा color है बताओ?
Another team that I did want to talk about. I think they went down fairly early in that last match.
कौन सा color लिया आपने?
Stuck in towards Dancheng, tough position to play, slowly bled out players.
कौन सा कलर है ये? ओह ये तो हुआ से मैच है विवो. वाओ.
I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they.
कौन सा कलर है? पर्पल.
PMMI to now, they are looking for a big
उनको
win.
बोल दो all the best.
Major stage in the year.
अच्छे से खेलना सब.
Into game 2 now with Erangel flying over.
पहले बोला अच्छे से खेलना सब.
Down towards Nova Ebnoya. A nice even playing path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favorable for the teams on the south, but it felt reasonable. We have had some much worse circles moving forwards. Arena Alpha early, near Alpha 7 there.
Okay,
Arena employing interesting strategy at the start of that last rondo, right? Really like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something.
Chalo guys, let's go. Zone prediction ho jaye chat. What's your zone prediction?
Like a very specific game plan for Arena.
मुझे तो लगता है मिलता पॉवर कट जाएगा.
And it was, I believe, yeah, it was Ulf and Alpha
Yes, no.
lost their solos. It's been happening
मैं
actually a
बनाऊं.
lot more recently.
क्या बनाऊं?
There's been more and more times where we'll try and catch out one
बत्तख?
or two teams.
बुआ को कैसे बत्तख बनानी आती है?
Throwing over towards the same spot
Okay,
every single time.
I try.
The team will just wander in,
try
get
my
some free elimination
best.
and practically ruin the whole
रुक
of
तो
team, or
फिर
at least make
बनाऊं
their
कैसे?
rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case on Ulf.
ये बत्तख
So
का
yeah, I do think that
माउट
that is
है.
happening more. It's just the first time we've
बत्तख
really
का.
seen a team go after multiple
ये
squads
ducks
at
था.
the same time.
ये जो बना रही है बुआ.
4,470 damage done. Milu close behind 3,900, but the drop off between QZZ and Killer Joe in third place kind of wild because 3,500 damage is pretty good. It's honestly, but QZZ has just been.
Guys यार ये कुछ लग रहा है. चिड़िया लग रही है ना?
Over the course of these 2
Oh
days.
wow यार. ये देख.
Kind right now.
कुछ तो बनाना आता है बुआ को ये देख. चिड़िया मस्त है ना? सही नहीं बनाई है मैंने. घुसा मारूंगी ना. सही हो जाएगा.
The new Naruto skin
नहीं
set,
बनाई.
as well as the Ninetales Fury Org.
इसके पैर है, okay?
That in game because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best ones actually I've seen.
भतीजा ज़्यादा cute है, of
And you can also
course.
have little tiny Kuruma if you wanted.
Right? You know, you get that.
ये देख इसके पैर.
He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
Wow, विवु देख.
It is.
चिड़िया कम डायनासोर ज़्यादा लग रहा है.
It was one of the things I was very envious of.
देखा.
Get your spins in, get on to the game.
चैट यार देखो. आइस में क्या बुराई है देखना. मस्त है ना.
No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pubg anymore.
हाँ बिगाड़ना नहीं, वरना तुम्हारा थोपड़ा बिगाड़ दूँगी मैं. Bye.
Was settled. That was drawn.
Love you. Gate खुला है baby. खोल लो.
That's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the
कोई बात
beautiful
नहीं.
trophy. Here at the
अपनी टीम already qualified है.
EWC. Also, a nice little flyby of our.
दादू के पास जाना डायरेक्ट.
Banked on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see. Honestly, it's really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric, and I might add quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy. You know, there is some
Let's
obnoxious
go.
support
अभी
for
तक
the
किसी का
squads.
fight नहीं हुआ क्या? Nice.
Absolutely. The drums of war
Hello,
beating heavy on the
Akib,
ears of our
क्या
players. Well, hopefully not. Actually, they have ear protection on, so they should be fine.
लिख दी तेरे नाम
Audaciously. Goat team.
Okay.
Guys, यार ये मेरा बराबर का चल रहा है क्या? ये live चल रहा है?
It's true. It's very effective.
Who likes searching the dictionary for that one? Efficaciously. Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I think I came
I
up
saw
with the
you
right.
pull out the
Bye,
dictionary
दादू के
and
पास
start
रहना.
flicking through there.
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
इस मैच में अपनी टीम कौन सी है? अरे बताया तो अपनी टीम क्वालिफाई कर गई है. गॉडेल और ओरेंगुटन है.
No clue what that means.
Neither.
ये जोन
I'm pretty sure
प्रेडिक्शन
it
तो
means
हाँ
like
यार मैंने जोन
something.
देखा
You
नहीं.
All right, fair enough.
गट्टा के पास बनेगा जोन. ओके, उस साइड का गया है क्या?
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition.
Guys, यार फटाफट से लाइक
would
एंड
hope you
सब्सक्राइब
did.
करें जो भी हमारे चैनल पे
You're
नए
like the picture
हैं.
book of dictionaries. You just look at the words. Yeah. Don't want to look at the definitions.
Absolutely, yeah. A is for Alpha 7.
That's true. B is
Which
for
one
Brazil.
is your favorite team from
Brazil.
this
C is for
survival
Carrillo.
यार मेरे को तो लगा था कि एरिना और रेड फोर्स आएंगे. मैं चाहती थी बट अभी देखो क्या रहता है.
Furia. Ooh, stop, drop, and
फ्यूरिया
roll.
बहुत अच्छा खेल
Down
है,
the
नो
hill.
डाउट.
But they do get back to
और
their
जो
tyres.
कंटेनर्स
Will be on the
ओह
road
जोन नहीं
again.
देखा अभी मैंने. देखते हैं.
They come in from that eastern side.
गॉडो के मैचेस कब है 14 से?
Jump up from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well,
14
crowd in
से है.
around the edges of Pachinki in this spot. But still, far afield from one another. These teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game.
हमारा
It's
तो
always
लूट
weird
ट्रक
coming
हटा
from
दिया
Rondo
और यहाँ
because
रख
from
दिया
minute
उठा
one
कर.
you're
हाँ नहीं तो.
bombarded by elimination after elimination.
Do hit that like and subscribe button.
Plenty
कितने
of
likes हो गए चेक?
ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on
परवाला
the map.
परवाला फ्यूल फ्री का है यहाँ पे
But
तो.
for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly,
16
I don't
अगस्त
think
को मजा आएगा. मुझे तो
there's
14,
nothing too
15,
crazy about this
16.
whatsoever.
तीनों दिन
I feel
मजा
like
आने
the first
वाला
fight that
है.
might pop off is
Especially
actually Aurora
14
on their
and
crossing from the north
15.
side.
Bye, I
Depending on where they go.
guys.
Alpha 7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha 7
I
are
like
kind of in
it.
the way.
Like हाँ
But
कुछ ऐसा
Aurora
होता
could
है.
just go
ना?
further east and try and push in on that side of things. And Alpha 7 are a little bit split right now, so it is
आज तो
kind of
खुश
dangerous
हुआ
if
मैं.
Aurora
खुश
go for a
रहती हूँ.
full crash on
What do
towards
you
one of the
think?
positions
Why
on
should
the
they
north, with
qualify
Obscure, with
or
Rebel,
not for finals?
both kind of isolated from one another.
मुश्किल है उनका तो अभी.
Well, for Alpha 7 right now, I can see what they're trying to do, right? You're trying to maintain control of box.
कोई एक बड़ा मैच
Also
आना
have
चाहिए
some
हाथ
control over the
में.
compounds that sit underneath Everest. And you're
अब तो सारी
basically
टीम्स का है.
guaranteeing as
14 क्या,
much in
15
towards the
क्या?
next circle as possible. All
14
those
से
locations
finals
are
है.
good. And there is support that you can make from across the river.
And
Squeeze out. Went for a slight push up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially there was a team roaming on the northern edge. But he's going to back down.
Zone एक भी बार ने दिखाया. मैं कब से zone का वेट
Everyone's
कर
quite
रहा
well
हूँ.
situated though. School currently taken by
Yangon,
Tiamba. They've shifted over from that eastern side. Alula crosses over the water.
मारना
The banks of
भाई.
Rozok.
Last year
But pretty much this one
champion
comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here. So we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side. But AGAL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad, probably towards the first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you have to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. The AGAL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through, to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, the circle crunches in. Again, fairly chilled out circle. Keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just going to have to look to move forward. And Alula split themselves 2 and 2 to try and find the best way across. I imagine that they've spotted Alpha 7 on that location. With Alpha 7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to get through. It's interesting. It would be interesting to see if they try and go 2 and 2 and actually cross into different locations, because at that point, they're committing to being completely split until they can regroup in maybe zone 7.
It's really hard, okay? It's really, really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard, and back to another, which is why you're actually seeing them rotate to regroup over towards the western edge alongside the rest of the team and south of box. AGAL getting blasted right now as they push over towards ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're mildly successful, honestly, off the back of it. They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags. Okay, not horrendous. Actually, not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in.
14 save.
Making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium.
Top 10 teams already we know. और 6 टीम यहाँ से जाएंगे. उसके बाद हमारे फाइनल से बचे हैं और कुछ नहीं बचा है. तो फिर ओजी का मैच, बॉर्डल का मैच, सबका मैच साथ ही है.
Teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AGAL had a very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards ruins too early either, because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think AGAL plays into that quite quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one. But Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle, because you know what the other teams around you
Kenji is done
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there. Or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy. Not entirely sure. No, he is, just on his belly. Trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone. He's out.
Yeah, they did then hear him. He leapt off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. And we are heading over towards ruins, in fact. A lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AGAL, medium success to massive success.
With that circle, they have got themselves a really nice slice of it. Alpha 7's compound as well is pretty huge, overlooking so much the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. E-Arena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think there's an impetus to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially. GOAT team in with a scrap on the south side as they're trying to leave past Gatka open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now. Baton moved over towards that northern edge. They were split on the team quite fully along with one another. Slonic just about able to get off into the distance, but before he does get knocked down, I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out. And they weren't really thinking that, oh my god, there's going to be a lot of teams coming from that south side.
Hello, Aryan.
And we're quickly shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center.
Because
Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches. Because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6. And Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running. Yeah, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Alula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they managed to shed all the players that they had. But yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AJL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 thrown a bone here, but I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha 7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Alula away, remove a lot of that. That's what you were talking about, right? Yeah. With their ability to hold that 2-2 split.
We assess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I think, I genuinely, I believe that, although, yeah, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good. Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly. And I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. Furia making a similarly wild rotate in. Yangon Galacticos looking to punish, and Chief is down. And oh yeah,
that is nasty stuff coming through. One player now left for Furia. Coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forwards. Geeke, they were put through the ringer in that last match, but it looks like they're going to survive on their compound as well. As RRQ go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things down. We only have Vilu left standing, and it needs another. Let's go for another 1v4. Why not?
Great nade from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over-aggressive here, forgetting the castle is in play. Nade over the top, tries to finish out. QZZ does go far enough. Well done. Really good hold here from AGL, leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 master, alive at the end here.
For Tianba, another fairly low-scoring game, potentially on the cards here, with only the single elim found. We said before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing three of their players like that's not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing one of their players as well. As they have Kenji in the shadow of Alula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
82.
DK holding. Next circle is closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena is trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment.
2 players ही बचे इनके टीम के.
Filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an end game. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon the duo.
Pubg
out there earlier. Able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and Ulf will go down, so not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. Geekay, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here, understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is Goat team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geekay doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You just got Milu remaining down there.
Oh, nice spot, bro.
Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as E-Arena move, their rooftops become so dangerous against Goat team. They're going to have to real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yeah, starting to look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here, and will slow the guys from Go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Noxian Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Go. And Go turns their eye towards them. You could see them just about start to shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they got to get rid of this team.
Hyunbin causing problems there. Noxian Red Force again, they're on 2 players alive. They're out of this current zone blank. They have to step forwards. So finding these little openings is exactly what they needed. Diminishing the power of Goat team across the way. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Bootsman starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is fending off against Geekay, who won a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from Goat team, but in comes the shots from the sidelines here, and it is Revo finding Moxie. This is good. Very, very well done. You have to capitalize on that. And this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha 7. Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have sent a circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster throughout the tournament. It's hard to call them doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds, essentially, as the day goes on. E-Arena did now finally pull fully off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Oh, Milu 1v4 time, question mark.
Is he going to do it again? There's 2 players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The 2 players from Geekay not getting back on up. And he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck, and he's got another. He's just got 8 rounds left, though. The DBS out of ammo, and there is no more left in the tank.
Ruins the day of Geekay, though. That's nuts. That is nuts. I mean, Milu is just disgusting. Oh my goodness me. Goat team to 8 eliminations on this game, despite everything still putting up those points. Alpha 7 wrapped underneath. Tried to catch him off guard there. Fuchsman did send over towards that southeast side, looking to hold out Tizzy from Noxian Red Force. Kiwoom DRX also taking shots over. And Force will be knocked, leaving just Fuchsman remaining. We'll see if Alpha 7 is able to pick up that point, and they do.
Oh, he steps out into it. TZ holds his nerve. gets across and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu was doing some dastardly deeds out in the open, so potential to find a lot of loot here, but I don't know if TC's going to stop. In the meantime, AGAL, good shot. 721 GS looking to take the fight. AGAL with a maximum successful rotate earlier on. Looking to try and convert now into transition into this circle. Alpha 7, they just lost a player on that northern side. Revel went out too close to the arena and does get clipped.
KRX
I mean, it has to be the scout though. I think that's fair. The fact that they're trying to gather information now, the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AGAL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So no one's known he's here for so long. He backstabs over towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
Changing the tempo on the lobby. Arena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there, leaving one player back. We thought it might have been a misplay, but blank. I think I still believe that. That goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle. But Dopeness, 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than they could have hoped for in that spot.
Another late entry for AGAL though, today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up towards these endpoints. Alula forced to move down. AGAL looking to bolster this position. They flow up. Carrillo looking over towards KRX. XZZ opens up over towards Claws, but it's Yasser over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth, but Maple comes through with the shotgun and will finish them off in fantastic fashion. They're going to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But Arena from the western side, they've got the license to live right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest. Telescopes and binoculars put away, and they're looking to get the big elims on.
He wounded DRX as well into the fight. XZZ with a chance to shut it all down though. Their chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off of the back foot here, but they are now on nice by alive. He's burned. And now the DBS is going to try and shut it down from behind. Tags one, but can't get the second done. Where did he go down from? Was that Arena? Trips moves on out, as do the rest of them. What a flex across.
Alpha 7 now up against E-Arena. Good flex coming through from them, like you say. Goodness me. Felt bad for him on that last DBS shot. Took him so incredibly low. Would have been a great clutch up for AGAL, but still a strong game for them at 15 points total. 2 final teams. E-Arena, who came blasting out in their group with a huge game, versus Alpha 7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
Losing Revel earlier may be a difference maker here, though, Blank. For Alpha 7, they need all the sightlines they can get, and E-Arena have been able to change the pace. Play slow and immediately turn it on when it mattered. Rolling around on the hillsides, they're trying to get that information, but Mormon with that MG3, a major threat on the angle. Obscure and Guizao pulling up and maybe looking to go trade for trade with the nades. Obscure dodges that one, launches one in response, and Mormon steps out of the way. MG3 to rattle Obscure. Straight on down on the hillside. Schweppes steps in, and Joker is the trade. Now 2 players have the broadside on Tony K, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tony K backing off, comes back around the angle. Moment over the top side, he's flying through the air, might get out of the vehicle, but he's on fire. Guido goes down to a rundown as he gets out the car, leaving just Carrillo in a 1v3. A hard game from them. A chicken dinner would be great, but this feels like an impossible task. Moves off the angle. 5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary. Cannot get the shots underneath the vehicle over towards Tony K. Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings one far, looking for the bounce. Might hit good. Doesn't quite grab him though, constantly repositioning.
Another Molotov on the vehicle, forces him away from it. Has to step into the firing line. And E-Arena, from atop the Everest position, able to descend, control the northern side, and squeeze the life out of the lobby.
I mean, they pulled up those files. None of them were classified. They had locked in info on every...
Finally, भाई पहले मैच में बोला था, सेकंड मैच में आया है, तो फिर आरपी मेरी हुई. रिमूव कर दिया मैंने गलती से अनपिन इंडियन टीम नेम गॉडल और ओरेंगुटैन.
all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job.
हेलो सूर्यांश, पूरा जोन ये के पास, बट वो खेले थोड़ा वैसे ही ना, वरना फिर अगर घुस जाते तो ये भी दे आते। मैंने बोला था चल साले।
So from 7, another strong game. I think it is a top 6 today. Okay, all right. Yeah.
यार इसका ना यहाँ पे चिपका नहीं, उसने वो किल नहीं दिया। गाड़ी से कुचला। ठोका भी मगर प्यार से। हाँ भाई अपनी टीम के ही थे ब्रो। देखो क्या कर रहा हूँ। इसमें इंडिया की टीम नहीं है, इंडिया की टीम क्वालिफाई कर गई है। I don't have any idea about Los भाई।
He has been able to win it twice before, so to see him go home in the survival stage would be pretty galling, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
मैंने बोला था ना इनकी किस्मत ऐसी चल रही है कि इनका चिकन पॉसिबल नहीं हो पा रहा, चिकन में कन्वर्ट नहीं हो पा रहा, बाकी अच्छा जा रहे हैं इनके मैच, चिकन कन्वर्ट नहीं हो पा रहे अल्फा वालों के। नेपाल की टीम कौन सी है? नेपाल की टीम हो रहा है, हो रहा क्वालिफाइड कर चुकी है, और कोई हो तो पता नहीं है, वैसे मेरे को लगता है एक ही है अभी तो, क्योंकि अभी मुझे इतना नहीं पता कौन सी टीम कहाँ से है, काफियों का तो पता है। मैं बोर क्यों होंगी भाई अपनी वॉच पार्टी करके, मुझे तो बड़ा मजा आ रहा है, इंटरनेशनल वॉच पार्टी करने को मिल रहा है, और क्या चाहिए भाई, इससे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी और कहाँ होगी, डोंट थिंक कहीं होगी, इससे बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी और कहीं हो ही नहीं सकती दोस्त। क्या लिख रहे हो? जय द्वारकाधीश। हेलो नूबड़ा, आई नूबड़ा।
Colaris here at PMWC for day 2 of survival stage. We haven't got to talk to Wolves at all throughout this tournament so far, so why on earth not do it here with Baton to talk about everything that's going to be going on so far from basically the group stage into the survival stage. So thank you for joining me here, Baton. I want to ask you about, obviously you guys got a second place with 11 eliminations on that last game.
टॉप सॉन्ग बजाते बजाते मेरे ही टॉप ऑफ द वर्ल्ड निकल जाए, पता चला कि मेरे को ही वो लोग स्ट्राइक मार दें। आज अच्छी लग रही हो, रोज नहीं लगती क्या? इतनी खूबसूरत है दीदार पे तेरे। इंडिया की टीम क्वालिफाइड फॉर फाइनल्स। फाइनल्स इज ऑन 14th August to 16th August. Stay tuned with my watch party.
Any moments
okay.
from that game or in that game that you look back on and you think you could have done differently or even differently enough to be able to beat AGAL in the final moments?
I think it would be different if me and Nessie stay alive, because we lost, like me and Nessie in fight with NS Red Force. We could just hold them, like, because they didn't have the zone.
On top song चला दो नहीं भाई.
Like for up, I think it was our game.
So I guess I'll actually add a final question as well. What was the expectation for Wolves coming into this tournament? As I mentioned before, obviously. And you
मस्त song गा दो, Get Up. Get Up कौन सा song है वे? Get Up, अच्छा. Copyright के साथ Anny ही top हो जाएगी, हाँ ना भाई? इनको ये लगता है कि यहाँ पे गाने वाने चलाना इजी है, नहीं भाई वो सिर्फ टेक पर इजी है। यहाँ पे मैंने अगर कहीं इधर उधर का गाना चला दिया ना, मेरा चैनल के लग जाएंगे।
We finally see them up here, even though they were just chilling for the longest time in Everest, but great movement out of that squad to come out with the win.
ठीक है यार नूबड़ा भाई, बस करो कितना स्पैम। कोई बात नहीं, जतिन अभी इसमें वॉच पार्टी में किसी को भी टाइम आउट नहीं दे रहे, छोटा छोटा दे दो। इंडिया की दोनों टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई बाबू। मुझे तो लगता है मुझे यही पिन करना पड़ेगा, वैसे भी लाइट नहीं आ रही, हिल गया था। डिंक चिक्का डिंक चिक्का डिंक चिक्का, मेरा नाम ही शिनचैन है, मैं शरारत भरा। एक सेकंड यार, मेरा दरवाजा भी खुला है यार। Very must say, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really even disappointed with what they were trying to do in that certain scenario. You know, they were, you know, down a player compared to that. So they're being able to sort of scout that position. Obviously, I think when our wonderful IGL got out of the vehicle,
अल्फा तो टॉप 6 अब अपने आप को करके रखेगी, अब नहीं जाएगी वो।
And obviously he was not in a good position whilst you know, E Arena was still scouting in the vehicles. But look, it's a better effort. Like, we have to take from yesterday to today, they're getting in those top 5s.
And better effort we saw that from KRX in this game as well. Not necessarily the final push, KRX, but you know what? You guys have been absolutely awful.
यहाँ पे अलग ही थर्ड पार्टी कर रही थी। हाँ, किल उठाया, फिनिश कर दिया। ये नहीं करता तो कितने किल थे भाई, इस पे कितने किल थे।
Very impressed with how they played this, waiting for A7 to make a move first, to come to them, to let them know.
मेरी सेकंड फेवरेट टीम क्वालिफाई कर गई, तियानबा। वो तो फर्स्ट पे चल रही है, अभी पता नहीं क्या स्कोर है ओवरऑल। तियानबा बहुत अच्छा खेली थी कल।
Had a lot of options, and Arena just made sure that those options dwindled very, very quickly. So very happy with EA for this last game.
Quick positive for all the teams at the end there, in particular looking at Alpha 7 and E Arena, not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of your momentum. Like, they actually stop the car, get out of the car, start shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm sure Blank is going to heavily enjoy that finishing moment. What was that?
So can you do that again for us?
Damn, boy, you made the whole camera shake and everything. But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today, because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is total stats, and so far, Go Team, we know those eliminations are going to be coming in, but Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already.
Day 1 or day 2.
And some, the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this through. Even if we, you know, come out of that match.
यार कोई गाना अभी नया आया है क्या जतिन? यार बता भाई, कुछ तो बता।
Just into this mix, because they had every opportunity to be able to gatekeep.
एक तो यार यहाँ पे ना समय उमस हो रहा है ना, मेरा सिर दुख रहा है।
Position is unfortunately not the best, but that's what GOAT can realize. They moved through that sort of western side. They were able to position themselves well. Nice split hold, which we see from them so often. They have that dominance power. So
लाइट भगवान कब देगा? है कहाँ है तू?
So I mean, it's incredible.
गाइस अभी एक सेकंड रुक जाओ, मैं चैट रीड नहीं कर सकती हूँ।
Maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's amazing.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're playing.
बहुत एकदम चिपका के रीड करना पड़ेगा। हम नवंबर में Why is the best IGL proper team इंडिया का नाम चलेगा? अच्छा, वो लग रहा है शायद आप वॉशपटी नहीं कर रहे हो उसके लिए। अरे लॉल, नहीं
Really well after Alula. Yes, hello, A7 as well. You know, second place, okay, that's good. But stop. No, but for me, Alula was a really nice. The way that they split around to surround Ulf when they pushed out the spread across that zone. They did actually try to push up to EA as well, which I did notice, but I think just that terrain was just not going to be really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds, apart from that, really good game. I like it.
Nice, Alula. One team that I know you were keeping an eye on as well, Max,
okay,
is none other than Tiamba, because Tiamba, what was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethrens of all gamers. And actually, I believe we do have a replay that might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players get knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got wrecked literally upon entry in this area. It's just a nade funnel at that point.
ओ यहाँ से मीलू निकल गया था। गुड डिसीजन, मतलब वो बचाने नहीं गया, वो बढ़िया डिसीजन था। Nice.
Can do 1v4s, we've seen it before. But Tiamba, sure, they're in first position, but I'm looking ahead of the finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble. Maybe it could cost them the tournament. So Tiamba, position like this, you can't play too passive. You need to commit if you want to come out on top.
Dopeness की वहाँ से rotation हो रही थी.
Wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push, because they also need the points. This is a team that hasn't really been performing well, but let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking. Tiamba is still in first place, but Alpha 7
Nice. भाई Alpha 7 second पे आ गए. Great.
that they were able to get in that last game. They've maintained themselves there within the top 3. And we're going to start seeing
मुझे लग रहा था यार GK भी आएगा, but उनका भी हो नहीं पा रहा यार.
Yeah, it's been looking a little bit tough, unfortunately. I'm not seeing anything from Silence.
Hello, baby. What's up?
You know, those guys are very good, literally on the local stage or on the international stage. It's been kind of the Higor show right now for the side of Furia. So I would love to see a little bit of a team-wide effort, though. On the second page, boy, Ulf, what's going on? They're losing players on like phase 2 or 3, Niptura. This is not the Ulf that I know.
It isn't the one that I know either. It's not the one that anybody knows, quite frankly. It's not the one we saw in the group stage. Yes, they kind of slowed down in some of the group stage games, but this is...
माँ मुझे सब दिख रहा है माँ. मिलो be like next match में मिलो या ना मिलो.
You know, players of, you know, the old Fireflux, right? They have...
हाँ, पेरिस जा रहे हो क्या?
With Ketch as the IGL, and they're making such a massive
यहाँ अपने घर के बाहर घूमने के पैसे नहीं है. पेरिस कैसे जाऊँगी मैं?
And I'm so confused because this is a team that
Nakul legit Espover AK OP Slug and Pain. अच्छा? ये सब कब हुआ?
Exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then doing nothing now?
Just final point on that one. Usually they're slow starting team. This is taking way too long to build up that momentum. It's very, very slow.
That's right, Alpha 7 fans. Get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go, Alpha 7. Let's send it over to none other than the man with high energy, High Dukes, and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I got Hot Jukes here with me for everything. And we got a few teams, such as E-Arena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position.
आपका चश्मा कितने की है? मतलब यार
not only a great staging point.
नकुल कोई और के नाम से खेलेगा, नकुल टीम इंडिया के नाम से खेलेगा इसको नेशन कप. अरे भाई देखने के लिए अब बार-बार साफ करना पड़ता है. अरे नहीं, वो मेरे को थोड़ा सा लग रहा था. मैं वैसे बहुत ज्यादा ही साफ करके रखती इसलिए हल्का सा भी कि अगर मेरा खुद का हल्का सा भी फिंगरप्रिंट चले जाते हैं तो मेरे को लगता है पहले मैं इसको साफ करके कोने में रख दूं. भाई मेरे को नहीं जमता बहुत ऐसा गंदे में चश्मा. वीवू भी टच कर देते तब भी क्लीन ही करती हूँ.
Eliminations and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who of course is in the running for a club championship point, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well.
AGAL कहाँ की team है, guys?
Needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It
तो
was
China जैसी लग रही है.
last second, XZZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish. But still,
इनके जो cute से daddies हैं यार, क्या बोलते हैं?
But at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience.
But ये वो brown वाला panda क्या को है?
See the future, and you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the cast.
लेके को सोच रहा हूँ अगर आपको चश्मा लगा है तो बिल्कुल ले ले. चाइना की करंट बेस्ट टीम है. ओके सही गेस किया.
Thank you very much down on the stage.
ये दोनों चाइना की टीम्स हैं. ओके तियानबा is also.
Leave me alone. Oh dear. That was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Natchi.
Please, leave me alone. I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just
If possible.
let me live. Let me live, please.
Yeah.
Go team were like, no. Furia don't look too happy.
Bro.
The body language is looking a little bit rough. We got Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1,000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing nothing. I think Yangon Galacticos have been putting up a good fight. Again,
मैंने इतनी मुश्किल से तो 3 फिंगर सीखा वरना तो मैं थंब प्लेयर ही थी। अच्छा भाई हंसते भी है क्या? कभी हंस भी लिया करो। फ्लावर एंड पैरा बॉय, वो पैरा बॉय फ्लावर है, वो पैरा बॉय और ऑर्डर के पीछे करने वाला है। फ्लावर तो है इसमें प्लेयर। मैं त्रिपुरा से हूँ, बैंक से बोल दीजिए। इसका मतलब क्या है जो आपने मुझे लिखा?
Alpha 7 over in North Georgia. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have a secondary here.
It's our
See exactly which one it is. Maybe Eastern side potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that though.
ये तो 6 फिंगर खेलते, मुझे तो लगता है
Yeah,
4 में
Furia,
सिर्फ इनके
definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. I see a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and
फ्लावर है
match 4.
नेम उसका, अभी चाइना का बेस्ट लेवल है। जोगेंगा नहीं
One
साला।
team jumping out nice and early here. Go dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
कहाँ जोन जाएगा? कहाँ जोन जाएगा? लाडले।
EK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta over towards the mansion shelter prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out
You
there,
mean to
and I
say,
don't think there's that many
You mean to
vehicles
say, huh?
It's going to be tight.
So we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7. Okay. They did this quite frequently, so they are going east side. Nice to see. AGAL down towards Milta Power and Mini Milta.
मेरा पहला zone
Lovely circle
prediction
for
थोड़ा सा
everyone. Honestly,
हगास
this
हो
is
गया।
probably one of the kinder circles they could have gone for here. It's
तो
not fully
PF
down towards
hack ही नहीं
Sosnovka, but it
आना
is around the area where you want to be playing when the playing path has been dropped to you off. So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For all, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner.
कैसी
If
गाड़ी
not,
दिख रही
it's
है?
going to be very
डांसिया के
hard in
साथ
the
साथ
day. They're
दिख रही
currently
है
14th place. You know it's bad when Kiwoom DRX is actually catching up to you.
JS9.
That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind
दोनों का
that
मैच
bubble
तो
in
चल रहा है
6th
यहाँ
place.
पर।
So there is a real gap for them to close. But Ulf could do it. They definitely could. I
भाई ये
mean, they're
गीत
slap bang in
वालों
the centre
में
of the
भाई
circle. They've got a lot of time to
पिछला
play
मैच ये
around with.
4 बंदे
Hopefully
की
they
गाड़ी
can
में
find
घुस
something
गए।
here. As you said, it's what they would need.
And for top 6, it's actually very kind.
Flower
It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again. Where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again.
Wow!
So we finally settle on
पीछे से गाना बजता हुआ
chosen.
दिलों का शूटर है मेरे शूटर।
Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping
okay.
on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury
And it's the qualification
from
possible
in-game.
है।
Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set.
1 chicken dinner, 1 मतलब placement
Okay.
points
Teasers for a while there, but finally got it on board.
Looks
pretty. But it does look pretty. It
At
also has an
least
alternate
5,
version as well.
7.
We're gonna show me the spin. Show me the spin.
तभी ऊपर आ पाएंगे।
No spin.
49 per point।
None for you. You've got to get it in game to see the ultimate.
That is really sad, actually.
Well,
it's
you win
denied
some,
the
you
spin.
lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto event because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get...
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's
भाई KRX बहुत जोड़ तोड़ के फॉर्म में आई
Generally, the
थी
things you
ऊपर
say
ठीक
tend
है
to have
अचानक
meaning.
से पता
So
नहीं क्या
I'm
दब गई
going to give you the benefit of the doubt
खराब
there.
कैसे
It's
खेल
a
रही
huge
पता नहीं यार
event.
क्या
It's a
हो
huge
गया है
event.
Great Force को।
It's a huge thing in game, just like Tsunade. It's fantastic. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he said
I did, yeah.
I'm so glad.
JJK, you know, we've had everything. We've had everything so far. I can only imagine it'll continue. So big up to the PUBG Mobile team.
Oh yeah.
Please continue.
Big fan of that one. E-Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Saverny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Sorry, southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily, you'd imagine. The question is direction. Do they regroup over towards Saverny or to the west side by Georgia Paul? There's Wolf Mount up as well. And as we said before, they need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for Ulf. They're going to grab the buggy, get a move on, but they are fairly central already. 721 GS, realistically the only team that is in front of them at the moment. Nongshim Red Force down towards that south side. It is very tight on that grouping. 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump. 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AJAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, you have one more strong game here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tiamba, I think it's looking more and more unlikely that they will drop out. I think they'd like 8 more points roughly to get towards that 90-point area, and then they'll be in much better stead. I am talking sort of very big unlikelies right now that Tiamba drops out. But they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not being as much as they would need, and what we are also looking at now is confirmation gains from 2nd to 4th, right? If you get Alpha 7, Goat Team or E-Arena with a good game, they jump up over that 80-point boundary, all of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those tables. So that is also what we're going to be looking out for those top teams to push themselves over that final hurdle. Tiamba, as you said, a little bit more up to their old tricks, I think, today, over the course of it. A little bit timid. There has been some sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday. They've forgotten it already. Like when you try and replicate one of those card tricks you learned when you were like 14, it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. I forgot my cards. And you're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start to any kind of card trick.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Just imagine it. Pretend we're doing it.
Pick a card in your mind.
Now pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card?
5 PUBG player.
Yeah, we're heading over towards Dip right now. And Mini Dip. Furia taking up location there. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to pop around. Slightly slower game so far here. Just with the fact that we've had 2 games so far where the circles have not been egregious. This plane path was pretty bad. It was pretty bad for getting everyone across the map, but the circle was very kind on the direction that it went. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so close to rotate. E-Arena was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide earlier on to get themselves into position, and actually could play off the back of Rozok on this one. They could even go further over towards the eastern side if they like, play off the bridge side. But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north. So there's going to be a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns to try and get on through. Tiamba has a free approach though, free cut up towards that north side of the map.
Big access. Ulf as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near school, so they should be able to take control maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. Furia may be content to just sit here for a little moment longer. They are kind of fine in this zone. They're probably happy to watch AGAL and 721 GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that.
AGAL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. Liu there, the only player able to clap back, and it's looking very bad right now for AGAL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back to back, and I think for Liu it might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower H and playing on as 2 going forward.
What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721 GS, who are in 15th place. When you're on that 6th place bubble right now, playing as 2 is far from favorable. When you may have been able to control such an important central position. Goodness me, what a way to lose that sort of spot. Now Fury are close by. Tianba,
come on, you can do it.
will have heard this fight unfold. And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve.
Nice.
They'll have counted the player numbers going down.
Well,
no, AGAL are starting to flag. Great news for teams like GK. For Nongshim Red Force and RRQ to look to push past them as well.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force.
6x के साथ.
Looking a little bit better here, moving over towards that northern side of Potato Hill. Looking to regroup on this one. Both played over toward apartments, but not quite, actually. They have 1 player inside on the south side, that's Aaron, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily, Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than trying to just live out through there. I think there's been plenty of times where AGAL has made this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AGAL, just playing on his 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from a match.
Guys, zone कहाँ कट रहा है?
Those single-digit point games often are pretty make or break. I mean, we do focus a lot on the big point scoring games, but if you're able, and I've said this so many times, if you're able across all 12 of these matches to get 1 point more per match, you get 12 extra points there. It is such a significant difference to be able to play those small ball situations and get some profit out of it, because 12 points can be a difference maker in a massive way.
Okay, so it looks like actually PEL is coming to play here over towards this eastern side. Both Chinese teams in Tianba as well as AGAL instantaneously sent for apartments. I think it's the correct send too. A lot of teams likely haven't decided on fully committing towards this location. But Tianba, this is more of a gamble. For AGAL, it's a necessity, right? They have to send here and find a location that teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through, because there are so many other squads in this area and likely will be towards the end game, taking shots at one another. This is an area that AGAL can potentially secure a high placement off the back of. Maybe not a high eliminations, and maybe able to steal a couple of events here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL, because even Ulf hadn't decided whether they wanted to fully play over towards apartments just yet.
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out on the top there, try and keep control over the surrounding fields, the open areas. North side, you've got Alola and Alpha 7, who are opposing ends of Rozhok. Meanwhile, near Pachinki, Yangon Galacticos trying to take a turn around the town, with Q1 DRX behind them on their south. Goat team out on the east side of Pachinki, as well as Wolves up to the north. It's fairly packed in here, so I feel like the Yangon, they may just have to crash into a fight. Maybe they could find an outpost from Alola, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B all on his own.
This is multiple times so far that Yangon Galacticos and Alola have found themselves very close to one another on the map, but I will say this, anytime that's happened, both Alola as well as Yangon tend to avoid one another. Getting taken down, Baton doing some very good work here in fact, and Finny might just send away on this one. KRX getting absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
RRQ similarly getting shredded as they try and make the cross. I think RRQ now down to a solo over in the apartments. They try to dart across the fields to the south of school. Not going to work out. As you were highlighting there as well, Q1 DRX tried to crash past the Wolves and there was no quarter given. 3 of them taken down. In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim Red Force clashing on the north side of Potato Hill. See the nade starting to fly, but XZY into the hovercraft to keep himself safe. Some nice cover there. Moxie with the nade cooking. Pin pulled for XZY as well. Back in towards that hovercraft, can protect himself nicely from it. A lot of cover. A lot of security found, and away he goes. GOAT team not able to extract anything so far.
We'll just go for the lob there for Ulf. This is looking like that game, and they are hella happy that they maintain control down towards that southern side and then fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk. There's definitely a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments and more teams poured in, but this means now they have this southern side to play. Really like this from Ulf. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need one soon. This is their biggest chance though, so far. We want to see a strong match coming out from Ulf. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times or doing majority of work is Scarface. When we sort of know from first-hand experience that Ketch and Aaron a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position, right? They sure they would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forward, I want to see them flexing something out. Maybe getting stuck in, scouting those fights and trying to find angles.
Arena from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see Ulf on the other side. Really quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading a little bit here over towards their location. 200 bullets total on 556 here. And PP buys on the Scarface.
LOL Alpha 7 का knock हो गया. वो तो rotation दे रहे थे.
Kits here for Ulf.
Rotation में नहीं पड़ गए क्या?
They did get gifted a loot crate though.
Hello.
Alpha 7 losing Revel on their rotation. They take up post above on the top of the hill here, further south. They did move in from that north side, so losing one on this approach. Not the worst thing in the world. Could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against
Goat बढ़िया जगह है अभी, but ये zone कटेगा तब पता चलेगा.
Look to re-engage potentially over towards
Furia third party करेगी.
Department's resolving in the meantime across the circle. This Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
Yes, it has. I mean, Nongshim's just been giving space after space after space, which I think is fair enough. They're just leading.
Jelly भाई
Goat further down this side, waiting for them to silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them to play out of Potato Hill. But I like the patience on side from Nongshim Red Force. I know there really isn't anyone around right now to cause them too many problems, so they can just play this one out slowly. Next circle coming on through as Alpha 7 is on the move.
मैंने बोला है 5 जोन चले जाए तो मजा है इस बार.
Who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now. But somehow they're sneaking through the sight lines and nobody's taking shots. How on earth did Dopeness manage to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third-party this fight with Nongshim Red Force and Goat Team? How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force caught unawares, and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Lufa goes down, and Nongshim Red Force trying to hold face, but they just appeared out of nowhere.
I understand it. I understand it. We'll go over it later. Wolves immediately rock up to the plate as well. Understanding that there is blood in the water. This is a position where they can get some more points on the board, but Dopeness is down. Wolves able to third party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across as well, trying to bolster the position on that western side. They have a peek in. They realize that, goodness me, this has all gone wrong. It's topsy-turvy on the other side of the map right now. But for Dopeness, it's not the most insane play in the world. I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate rotate across, they have no information, okay? I'll be honest, they have no information. And they just try and make something work on the other side of the back of some kind of rotate.
Bro, Wolf
it's a
जा
massive
सकती
gamble
top
from them,
6.
which obviously doesn't pay off. I just haven't
मजाक से
seen
हटके.
it be done as outrageously as that before.
I mean, with Alula, Ulf, Alpha 7, all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. And for Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for them.
Because I also it wasn't outrageous.
7-1 को wipe कर दिया.
I know why they did it. It doesn't make it any less outrageous.
The Wolves are now on 8 elims though for it. Gike trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are starting to falter in the face of the damage pouring out.
No.
Gike a bit tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well. If they can get rid of Safe now. Try and burn this one down. Alpha 7 flex back out to the north, and there's the nade to put it to bed. Alpha 7 back out to the north, and they're facing off against the route out of apartments for
Tiamba able to clear out over towards AGL earlier. Doing a really good job, honestly.
Supporters.
Very, very pleased to see it. Pretty sure they figured out that Tiamba only had the 2 players. Tiamba figured out AGL only had the 2 players there and were just quick to send over. I think they found Liu first and then Flower H came shortly afterwards. It's a difficult game there for Alpha 7 as well because it was an insane shot as well. It's like we didn't see it, but it came through from Flower H inside of apartments as Revo was rotating. Like, I actually genuinely feel bad for Revo. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one. But they're just going to play slow from the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today. They just want to keep the point scoring up. They know they're not in the best position to get a chicken dinner on this game, so they're looking for high placements. Alula continue to take damage here, and Ulf's position becomes more and more secure. This circle, on the other hand, fairly disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. That slope down towards school and apartments, a major feature on that north side. Ulf potentially pretty happy, but they're going to have to face the brunt of Furia, Wolves, and probably Alpha 7 here on the eastern side. They're just going to have to hope these teams face off against each other first and try and take the fight on that front. The Wolves losing one is good news, but in their stead, Gike step up as they rotate on the Rap South.
I just take my words back. I'm really sorry.
Yesterday, still maintained a fairly decent point scoring. And another team that absolutely has it in them to make it work. Likely will, after this game, leapfrog over the top of AGAL. And Wolves have a potential to leapfrog
I just take my words back. I'm really sorry.
Some big teams in the top 6 going down early. Goat and AGAL. Goat on 66, probably okay to stay in the top 6 after this one, Blank, but real nasty stuff on the south side of the arena. Rolling out fast, though, from school. They're trying to descend on Gike, but it's not going well. They don't have much more left in the tank. Here is another one of the falls. And the arena are cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety. And Gike once again prove their mettle.
To be fair, Arena sort of just watched that happen to them, though. I don't think there's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron picking up some good shots there. Tiamba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha 7, leaving one low, and Carrillo QZZ will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha 7, they have been sort of decimated by the Chinese squads in tandem. But it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tiamba still looking to grab the remnants of players coming out from apartments. They control this area beautifully, perfectly. And for Tiamba, this likely will be the game that just secures their top 6 going forward.
Again, it's Ulf. They are being quiet. I said I wanted to see a little bit more flex out from these guys. They are holding their position. They're holding it well. And maybe given the shape of the circle, they did need to stay in. But they are now only on 2 eliminations. And they are starting to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves, Ulf, trying to trade off against the fights towards Furia, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tiamba starting to step forward. Let's get you up towards those double-digit elims, Ulf.
Awkward result here though for Ulf at the moment. They are struggling to step up, to take shots over towards Tiamba because Ayala keeps taking some fantastic shots from upside the hill. But honestly, Ulf's doing a good job of maintaining control here. RRQ moving in. A-King looking to get his boy back up again within the safety of the building. Pulls the pin, the grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Eren goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for Ulf.
And you can't be banking an aid like that. That's not going to go in through the window. I feel like there's some panic setting in here.
पूरा zone कर दिया.
Renkin. Yeah, I don't see him making it out of this one. In the meantime, over in the zone, Furia and Tiamba now forced to fight off against one another. A knock over towards Chief, but it's traded onto Milu. And a nade does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ in the meantime. Tiamba do not have the pressure to move forward. They were stuck in that engagement. But Milu potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tiamba moves. Starting to step over the ridgeline as Geeke take that tumble on the western side, down to 1.
Geeke attempting to make that move. Pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolf, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves have had such a rough time of it. This tournament starting to step up tall here. And again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment. Yeah, they are a little bit slow at times, but at least they're getting the aggression in. And when they go to these third parties, they go for it together. That's what's been so nice to see. That disconnect between the players isn't there as much. Feels like they're not getting in their heads as much. This is really good stuff. Tiamba finally shut down here, but hit the 19-point mark, and they should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for the
मुझे नहीं लगता Furia chicken देंगे या फिर एक
his way forward
लेके
the cover
जाएंगे.
of the crate. Has to step forward, step up.
Zone out है बहुत zone out है.
But he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top.
किसका chicken आ रहा है?
Towards Ulf. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really worry Ulf at all.
chicken आ रहा है?
And Ayala's position definitely known now.
I guess spotted.
And Ulf are starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah, good split from Wolves as well. With the fights they took, they were fairly certain that both the north and the southern edge on the western side are free. So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting pushed on right now. They just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. Ulf wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. Ayala is a problem right now.
मुझे लग रहा है Wolves का chicken आ रहा है. वो zone में भी है.
Ayala being corralled. Alula wants to step in and try and take some shots out this way. Catches up to the ridgeline. They should be able to spot him now. They know where that one came from. Follow the flames back to their source, and Ketch shuts it out. Now, can Ulf convert because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
Both in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility, it all looks pretty bad right now. Very, very shoddy.
Alula sandwich हो
Something
जाएंगे.
still available. Scarface opens up onto R3B. Now's the time to do this. Wolves haven't quite started to move out just yet. They'll see that not going through. They need to finally finish this fight very quickly. The rest of Wolves start to move in. That looks good. Alula goes down. No knocks on the side of Wolf just yet, and they haven't regrouped. Scarface has one grenade. It has to be huge. Over towards Batten. Looks on target. Doesn't hit though.
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree, but Ulf step into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it would be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match. It would be the game that they were looking for, but they may have already found it, even with this second place, to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because with the players down the south side, they've practically smoked themselves entirely off. I'm imagining they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards Ulf for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they've still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Game ही नहीं देखने दे रहे.
Isolate those sight lines. But the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already, they want to go up to 14.
मेरे कानों के ढोल बज गए.
Trying to scavenge whatever they can, picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Nice.
Cheeky spot, actually. Very cheeky spot to work with. Nate goes forward. Has to be good here. This has to be the opener. And there it is. Sent long and wide. There's a shot underneath. The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the reds now. Ulf knows they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage, and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now.
And there they go! Down go the Wolves, and Ulf claimed the chicken dinner. The 2-2 split exploited a big nade. The bottom of the barrel scraped bare, and Ulf dig deep.
But you can see it's not elation on their faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now.
हमारे यहाँ बोला जाता है क्या ही हगास में चाहिए 4v3 में, बट क्या करा उन्होंने, वो ही जाने उन्होंने क्या किया है.
All the players are on the top side. They have this slight plateau. Why are we smoking ourselves up on the south side? Why are we denying?
हाँ भाई पूरा जोन बोन के उसमें भी आने के बाद क्या खेले यार ये लोग. ये तो वो सीन हो गया, अगर मैं अपनी टीम को मिलती सब जिंदा रहेंगे, सब जिंदा रहेंगे, कोई नहीं मरेगा. 4v3 गेम अपन निकाल लेंगे. दे घुटना, दे घुटना, दे घुटना.
And there was plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed over towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles.
कोई काम धंधा नहीं है यार, ऐसा थोड़ी है. गेमिंग अगर आप में है तो आप छोड़ दोगे, फिर तो आप रोनाल्डो इन सबको क्या बोलोगे. हाँ, गॉडेल ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड हो चुकी है. भाई ने गुस्से में हाथ काट लिया. मेरा चिकन नहीं तो किसी का चिकन नहीं.
Bit mad props to Ulf. They knew they had to finish out that fight with Alula instantaneously if they wanted a chance versus Wolf.
BGMS की स्ट्रीम करूँ ना, ये watch party दिलवा दो ना.
But the conversion on a knockdown hill was what clinched it for them. Because that
ज़्यादा लेकिन जो भी था यार. Hello Ashian.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot, and I think that
यार मुझे तो लगा था यार वुल्फ लेके जाएगा चिकन यार.
Super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not
Back away.
That's the problem they ran into. As soon
भाई
as
अब थोड़े से कास्टर्स को ना शांत कर देते हैं. इतना ड्रम बजे हैं कि मेरे कानों के ड्रम की वाट लग चुकी है इस समय. हेलो, क्या नाम है ये, धापड़ा धापड़. कोई बात नहीं यार. सांग हेलो उचित, वुल्फ नेम में ही अबे यार क्या तुम लोग भी. चिकन आ रहा है, वुल्फ का चिकन कहाँ आ रहा है, खत्म हो गया अब तो. दे आए चिकन वो बोले तुम भी क्या याद रखोगे, ये लो चिकन. बोले ये लो चिकन, तुम भी क्या याद रखोगे. ही जाने प्यार तेरा मैं करूं इंतजार. स्नैप देखना, एक सेकेंड बाबू। हेलो फिटनेस शाहनवाज, वालेकुम अस्सलाम, हाउ आर यू? थोड़ी चाय और पियो। नहीं यार, चाय की इच्छा ही नहीं हो रही, मेरी लाइट नहीं आ रही है, इसलिए मैं खुद ही डाउन हुई पड़ी हूँ। लाइट नहीं आ रही है तो गर्मी के मारे हालत टाइट है। आप लोग इसको सुन सकते हो बट मैं नहीं सुन सकती, आप लोग सुनो इन्हें। आपके हिसाब से अब की बार EWC में कौन ट्रॉफी लेके जाने वाला है? नहीं, मेरे हिसाब से मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारी टीम से इस बार बूम बाम कर दे फाइनल में, बट उनके लिए भी बिल्कुल ही नया है सब, बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस लेके जाएं वो, मैं ये चाहती हूँ, बहुत ही अच्छा, जो कि ऑलरेडी उन्होंने अभी क्वालिफाई करके दिखा दिया। ऑलरेडी काफियों के मुंह बंद कर दिए, बट आई होप कि बहुत ही बढ़िया करे वो लोग। बाकी मुझे लगता है कि अरोरा भी पूरा एकदम पूरी जी जान लगा देगी इस बार। यानबा भी बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, नो डाउट। कोटी भी बढ़िया खेल रहे, बट वही है कि लास्ट का कैसे क्या रहेगा। क्या हुआ? मेरे को चैट नहीं आई, क्यों हंसे तुम लोग? तो फिर मजा बहुत आने वाला है, नो डाउट। फाइनल्स में अलग ही मजा आने वाला है। डाइटिंग स्टार्ट, माँ की आंख, कौन सी टी है ये? ग्रीन टी। भेंडी डाइटिंग के बाद पाव भाजी खा रही है तो ओ नाइस, प्यारे लग रहे हैं, क्यूट। अभी लिया क्या बॉक्स? क्यूट क्यूट। मसाला ओट्स हैं, अच्छा। दोनों एक साथ लाइक का मैसेज डाले एंड फिर साथ में ही दोनों ने डिलीट कर दिया। वाह यार। गाइज यार लेट्स गो फॉर, अभी तक अगर 400 लाइक्स नहीं हुए तो फटाफट से लाइक बटन दबा दे एंड डू हिट दैट सब्सक्राइब बटन टू। फीदरलेस बढ़िया खेलते हैं, नो डाउट। शॉटगन चला के पुश, भाई सेम, अपन ने सेम बोला। फाइट देम कम ऑन थिक। आज ही आया वो इयररिंग, सारी इयररिंग्स आ जाए। कहाँ से लिए? बारिश आ रही है, घर कैसे जाऊँ? थोड़ा बारिश रुक जाए फिर चले जाना दोस्त, लाइब्रेरी तो खुली रहती है। ऑन दिस वन क्या कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं यार ये लोग? फ्लिपकार्ट सारे इयररिंग्स, ओह नाइस हीरे। दोस्त के साथ खेलो आज, ऑलरेडी स्पॉट फुल रहते हैं, मैं तो उनकी स्ट्रीम देखती हूँ, मस्त देखती हूँ।
As Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and Pubg Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. That's Max is
ओह बढ़िया है यार ये तो। मैं तो क्या ही करूंगी यार लेके, वरना तो मैं बाय कर लेती। ऑलरेडी इतने पड़े हैं, वो ही नहीं यूज आते। मस्त लग रहे हैं लेकिन, क्यूट। हाँ बढ़िया है। देखा देखा, हाँ थोड़े से अलग थे इयररिंग्स उसमें ना। Match ranking, I mean I was 10 years old Tub I used to see BTR dominating in global stage, and now I'm schooling is about to end, and I'm still seeing vitality BTR dominating. भाई बहुत तगड़ा होने वाला है finals. I'm telling you, देखना भाई तुम. Finals में अलग ही स्वाद आने वाला है. वुल्फ की जगह आप खेलो. अरे नहीं यार, ऐसा नहीं होता. मैं तो वैसे भी अभी काफी दिन से खेली नहीं हूँ बीजीएमआई. मेरा तो वैसे भी हाथ नहीं इतने हैं. मैं खुद नहीं पहनती, बट चुल होवे ना कोई नहीं, कभी कभी ऐसी चुल अच्छी रहती हैं. मैंने अभी कुछ टॉप्स ऑर्डर करे हैं. अभी कल जो मैंने पहना था ब्राउन कलर का, कल पहना था ना, वो भी अभी आया था. कल ही आया था, परसों आया था. I knew one. यार ये तो बहुत बुरा थ्रो हो गया. थ्रो मैच फाइनल्स में आई बिलीव गॉडल एंड ओजी विल गेट एटलीस्ट टॉप 5. ओजी विल एंड अप. आरू इज अ जीनियस honestly. यार अभी तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी. क्या टॉप लेना है, बट कुछ समझ ही नहीं आता. हाँ मेरे को भी नहीं आ रहा था, बट मैंने कुछ तो भी ऐसे ऐसे ऑर्डर कर दिए थे. ऊपर से यहाँ हालत तक पहनने वाले, यू नो. हाँ तो कल तो रुला दिया था बेचारे को. Hello, hello, my
it was a bit too much for them. Neptura from this last match. I mean, we are going to be getting into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगी, मैं बस फाइनल वॉच करूंगी. The best. I won't say anything. अबे इसने जब पहले आई थी तब तो इसकी लिपस्टिक नहीं थी ना. मैं भी क्या क्या चीजें देखती हूँ. By God. Top 1 is gonna be unrealistic prediction, but again, people through Indian teams will go out. Ultra हुआ पूरा. Yes. Agree. ये BGS कहाँ से देखो? पिज़्ज़ा भिजवाना जरा. इसमें मजा नहीं है उतना, इसमें मजा नहीं है उतना. बेटा अभी आना 14 को पता चलेगा फाइनल्स में. हाय सुनील.
There's $3 million on the line, Seven. Yep. It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of their squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not a
Godlike day 2 was insane, especially Rondo. Damn, they just went all in 29 points in a single game. मैं अपनी टीम के लिए कुछ बोलूंगी तो ना वक्त जज्बात सब बदल जाएगा. इट्स गुड कि मैं चुप रहो, मैं आप लोगों की चैट्स रीड कर लूं बस. हाय दीपक. चीजें नोटिस करती हैं किसने क्या पहना है, क्या लगाया. नहीं, मैं नहीं जज करती किसी को. उस समय जब उनका क्लोज इन कैमरा था तब उनके पे ये बस लिपस्टिक इतनी शाइन नहीं थी. अभी है बस. I never judge any girl or boy. My opinion is कि आप जो wear कर रहे हो आपके लिए वो perfect होना चाहिए. Don't you think कि सामने वाला क्या सोचे? My opinion.
Is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you want to see something that happened in the last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at. In a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there?
I wonder what happened to EA. They pulled 30. अरे उसके बाद तो उन्होंने कुछ खेला ही नहीं है, ऐसा समझो. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ खेला ही नहीं है एरिना ने। भाई इन्होंने आलूला पे क्या रश किया, मस्त। देखिए शर्ट बढ़िया है किसकी, राइट वाले की। गोवा वाले बीच में है उसकी कह रहा है क्या? देखा ही
I actually take a look at the overall because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches in Mtura. Those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6, that are currently outside, need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know
दीदी कोच है।
what 2, 3, 5 points difference between so many of
सही
these
बोल रहे हो
teams.
दीदी,
The gap
वो
is
बोला
non-existent,
अच्छा था।
and when you're looking at only 3
Good
matches left, one more Erangel, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got one more Erangel before we go into Miramar. That Miramars are notorious for being super difficult, and if you're looking at the overalls,
पियानवा को तो बस थोड़ा बहुत किल्स निकालने हैं, सरवाइव करना है। पियानवा का तो क्लियर है
making perhaps a late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able
यार, अभी भी बहुत क्लोज है यार। टॉप 8 वेरी क्लोज फ्रॉम अरोरा गेमिंग। भाई उनके प्लेयर्स कुछ पागल ही है, वो टॉप आके पता नहीं कहाँ से किल्स। अरे भाई इन्होंने उनका गेम देख लिया लास्ट में, भाई कहाँ थे और कहाँ पहुंच गए थे। ऐसी कोच हो तो मैं सारे मैच जीत जाऊं। आपकी कोच बहुत अच्छी है, ठीक है, आपको घंटा खेलना नहीं आता है। हेलो आयुष, रेड फोर्स तो गई और यंगन भी गई। कहीं गई थी, बहुत मुश्किल है। कितने मैच बचे? 3 मैच ना, 2 मिरामार, 1 एरेंगल। अगर कुछ मिरेकल हो गया तो हो गया, अदरवाइज बहुत मुश्किल है।
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC
थक गया
squad. They were
बेचारा।
able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing
चिकन बनाना।
and you should too in game. Make sure you log
मैं तो देख रहा था, वो इंटरेस्टिंग है। 1v3 क्लच लिया, नाइस यार। Aurora has some of the most skilled players, Top Dog, Zion। अरे यार वो तो उनकी साइड के ऑफ कोर्स उधर से ही तो खेलेंगे, तो कॉमन सी बात है।
Yeah, I'm here. Dude, yeah. You made it. You survived. Yeah, nicely done, bro. Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please? Oh. Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Yeah, please, the French cheese as well.
French cheese.
French.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting. So it's mine.
वो बेचारा मांग रहा है, इसको दिया नहीं।
Yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy. I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Cast us back to you, Chicky. Chicky.
Save him! Save him! I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams that need to be saved here, Jackie. What's up?
ये शांति मैच के टाइम पे क्यों नहीं होती है?
I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Gonna be on the mic casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there, Luti. Obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course, it's Yangon Galacticus' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Dukes. That's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is
Kihal Chal Sonio.
Sonio. Oh, Sonio.
To the rest of the day, I know they have tons of support for their teams, and just every single time I see Alpha 7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final Aerogale of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. How loud those drums are going to get. Ringing in the ears of competition. But will it?
I can still hear him now.
Success, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Okay, all right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're going to still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnavka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba, a lock, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even Arena in second place, they are not safe, especially if these teams in that 8th place going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 14th, right? We can still see Yangon Galacticos in the finals. But in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only so many times you can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up, maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before. You came out hot, played the blinder.
And I love you, growing heart emoji, people hugging emoji.
Feels like competition across the board.
Thank you for another 100. Anny, love you, yeah. Love you too, yeah. Love you too, yeah. आज Anny पे इतना प्यार कैसे आ गया? क्या हुआ? डाइटिंग चालू करी है ना? आप तो वैसे ही पिज़्ज़ा नहीं खाने गए? कैसी? कास्ट्रिक की आवाज़ थोड़ा ज़्यादा आ रही है. I can't help it, यार. अभी वहाँ पे भोंपू चालू होने वाले हैं. वैसे ही सिर दर्द की अम्मा में मिल रही है.
We haven't talked about it a whole bunch,
but
I really need to. And this is when we get into these last 2 matches, those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of PUBG Mobile Esports here, right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals, you got to get it done right here, right now, and this is Yangon Galacticos' time, a perfect zone for them.
It is, it's ideal, right? And obviously this is the go-to drop spot for them and go to hit every single time. It's been consistent throughout their runs on Erangel. Usually, with a lot of the zones we've got, you're forced off massively to long north rotate, so having to push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be for a finish. This is going to cut a lot of that downtime out of rotations. They can think a little bit further ahead, a bit easier. Bro, it could work out. Could be the perfect time for it, just what the docs are ordered.
Yeah, the problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. It's top 6 or nothing, literally.
Yep.
No, 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is notched. A nice little revenge shot, though, but Boots, man, is putting in the work. This is devastation for the NA team, but Elementrix driving on up with the drive-by just might have saved a squad.
Down to 2 duos then already. The battle of the Wolves versus the GOAT. Powerhouses of the Animal Kingdom, bro. And they're starting to flush them as well. GOAT lose 1 player hard, 4 still not. GK as well, smelling out blood in the water between these 2 sides. This is 3 points sitting right here, Jukes.
They're putting some shots down, but GK just wants to be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone. Maybe Ragnarok wants a piece of this. Maybe he can smell an elimination. There's one right there. He's going to get the secure onto Baton, hop off the vehicle. It's a 1v1 and catches Elementrix. Ragnarok saying, nah, my old teammate, they can take off, but I'm staying.
This guy loves fighting. We've seen it so consistently, and once again there, the aggression pays off. Oh, mate, Wolves and GOAT out instantly on this one, then in reality. It's out to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why DK did that, because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players knocked, they knew who it was. It was Wolves. It was GOAT. These are 2 teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok says, I'll solo take the risk, because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad, and it worked out perfectly
100
Yeah, you're right
मेरा
on that
खुद का
barrier.
दिमाग चलना बंद हो चुका है इतने साउंड
3
में
points behind now, and it's Wolves that are
Mera
there
hang ho gaya
gatekeeping you. So
system.
a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off 721 GS and Killer Joe just on the periphery inside of the compound. Going to get themselves into a better situation to get a bit of looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a
Anny
big
gaming
opener.
very अमीर bro Anny gaming
What
यहाँ
a
से बहुत
crazy
अमीर है
start to this game. GK really coming out on top
थोड़ा
there.
look up
3
कर रहा है
eliminations, destroying both the Wolves and Goat. For a second, I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge, huge play for GK. Cannot state it enough.
मजा ही नहीं आएगा डिले रहता है वहाँ पे
You love to see it. They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers.
मोदी क्यों कर रहे हैं
Go, we're starting to get a bit of that speed back as well. With Wolves finally coming alive, this is going to be a head-and-hands
Survival
moment for both those
निकालेगा
squads.
बोल
No, you just got to kind of
में
wrap this
बैठा है
one
ना
out
वोल्फ
now.
का
Have to
बंदा
play really
वोल्फ
timid. Just think about a long con. See if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it, so it's not just a dud game.
आज बैगन लग रहे
There's Wolf right there. Heading towards Ferry Pier.
जो
Gonna be
कह
looking
रहे हैं
for a boat
स्नैक्स
here.
का
Had to find
कमेंट
out
ने
crap.
बोल दिया
All
इसने
right, so that's going to be huge for
वो
them.
अभी कंप्लीट
to
करने
head
आ ही
across the
रही
water
है
and into military nice and safely.
हर बंदा ब्रिज क्रॉस
See if
कर
they can
देगा तो
avoid
इधर
some of
कौन
these other
खेलेगा
teams that may
मैं
have some similar ideas. Dopeness is right there on the bridge, right next to him. But it looks like they're not even looking in this direction. So very fortunate for Ulf to get here safely. Another team that's going to make that boat Tate is going to be E Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles.
बोला ना अभी वो कंप्लीट करने आ
And
रही
as far as,
होगी
and I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Yeah, you got to get that push down.
पैकेट का भरता खाया हुआ आज
Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now to be top of the totem.
इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आज जब तुमने पैकेट का भरता खाया होगा इसलिए मैं पर्पल पेन कर आ गई
With potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them and E Arena.
भाई आराम
See
से
that
जाओ
POV
ठीक है
on screen now.
कोई जल्दी नहीं है आराम से रोटेशन दो
68
बहुत
points on the
भसड़
board
है
again.
अभी
This is still a tight race here. Beauty driving that serpentine left and right, trying to get away from Young Galactico. Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Igor right next to him. But Yala may try to put some suppressive fire here.
मैंने नहीं खाया है जतिन ने खाया है
Playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings.
yes रेलिंग के आर पर निकाल दो
But instead,
अभी
he's
इसमें
going
तो
all
रेलिंग
the
के आर
way
पर
on
भी नहीं
down.
निकलेगा
All right, so he does end up getting there
कट
nice
ऑफ
and safe.
प्रेडिक्शन
Good rotation for Fudia.
80
And they make it safely into military base. And you can see just how
बताओ ज़्यादा बोल
fast
दिया
these teams are rotating here in this last area. Yeah, they know how important it is. They are not wasting any time.
कौन खाया
Any indecision here could be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline. Ooh, hard crunch into the island as well. Very center. Cutting out the bridge, cutting out the mainland, and forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jukes.
That's
कैसे
about as
कैसे लोगे
military
अभी
bases
किसके
to get here,
मुझे
folks.
के मारने
I
लगे
don't think you could get more of a military
कैसे कैसे
circle
लोगे
than
दुनिया
this
में
final Aaron Gale match of the survival
निकलता है
stage.
जहाँ से अच्छा वो
We
तो
are
फिर
now at
बहुत
the second half of
मतलब
today.
रिस्की वाला सीन है ना
About to go into Miramar in these next two
भाई
matches.
ये
But
तो
we're
मुझे
starting to
लग
see
रहा है
some
साइन ऑफ जा
engagements
रहे
happening
हैं
right in the center of the map.
रोटेशन करते
You can
करते
see Alpha 7 still needs to find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is
नीचे तो
gone by
स्टेयर से
now.
बैठा है ना
So they're trying to figure out what to do here. And playing it patient is going to have to be the play. They cannot afford to go out this early.
We saw the map feed there as well. One of these squad mates of E Arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
बॉल्स का हो गया
Ooh.
बॉल्स एलिमिनेट
Wolves
फर्स्ट
end up
second
finding the last
elimination
player of the Wolves, and that is the 6th place cutoff
Yeah.
team
अरे
eliminated.
lol
But now AGAL getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams right next to each other on leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid
जेली
this
भाई ने
fight, so
वक्त
they
बदल
make a
दिए जज्बात
sacrificial
बदल
play,
दिए
rotating on into this circle.
आया गाफ
and AGAL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
Yeah, not the entry they wanted. Losing one player. Teams above them looking a little bit weaker as well, so opportunities to try and climb the ladder in this game would have been big for a squad like Ulf. Feeding the points over to their direct competitor as well, like you touch on there. It's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth. Few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive and in play.
ये जगह बहुत अच्छी है, ठीक है?
But effectively left on an island.
मैं अपनी टीम को बोलती हूँ, कोई नॉक नहीं होगा, आराम से खेलना, आराम से जोन बना लो, कवर बना लो, ठीक है?
I mean, this is getting crazy. Let's take a look here. Necessary trying to find a cheeky play on the plane.
मेरी टीम वालों पे
and he gets taken out.
Smoke नहीं होगा.
Oh, they tried to get to the circle just a little early. They end up getting into it with
cover बन रहा है लेकिन.
And that rotation cost both these teams a whole lot. They're going to have to make a play in Miramar to survive because GK are looking strong. AGAL have a beautiful position in the zone. And the one team in the top 6 that's not looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side, trying to find their best way into the zone. They're eating a whole lot of blue damage here. They're going to waste quite a bit of utility. But you know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge and get taken out early.
Yeah, don't really have that many options with the way this went. That wrap down from the southern side just kind of left themselves isolated. So they'll just have to cross their fingers. They can eventually find a way in. Shift on the zone comes in as well.
This could be huge because I mean we can see it, they can't, but that bridge is completely open right now, and with that circle shifting in that direction, it could be a play, but it's so risky. Let's see what they do. Maybe even a, I think they're trying to do maybe even 2-2 split. Not too sure.
Seemed like they were debating it, but maybe doubling back now towards the southern side where Lulu station just on the exit to the bridge.
Finish.
Seems like they've gone able to actually open this one up quite nicely at least.
Tough for AGAL. They got a little bit antsy and they wanted a better position to zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XCZ in the process. A huge player for the team. Fudia ends up picking up that point, which is devastating considering that is the 4th place team. Right now, though, the team that I'm really excited for in a zone like this is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground. And we've seen plenty of times in PUBG Mobile history, if that zone shifts in that direction, they could possibly walk away with a 20 elimination chicken dinner here. So this is huge on the side of Yangon.
Speculative right now, but if they put that into facts and forge a path for themselves, it'd be a huge game towards end, right? The perfect drop location, the zone instantly goes their way towards Snovka. You're set up for success. You've just got to cash that in and make sure you get the most you can out of this game. With the other squad slightly beneath them, or slightly above them rather, there is room to climb. The arena going down to 3 players quite early with Mormon falling inside of the blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the island. The rest of the squad went for the wide rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula would still be the guards that are defending that entryway if they commit to this.
Let's see what plays they're going to make here. Alpha 7 need to find a way into this circle. I'm looking at the crowd right now. I see some of the Yangon Galacticos fans, and I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now. They are really feeling this one. I see some smiles on their faces as well, because this is a perfect circle for them. We'll see where the next zone does go, though. If it ends up going a hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. But we'll see for now. As Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle, trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited, and dead silence in the arena here.
One of the few times it's been quiet from that side. Crunch in center as well. Set up around not shoot towards the middle. Yangon still in play from the bridge they've got here. And Alpha 7 following the roadside around the Tiamba, guarding towards the top there.
उनमें से अभी NS नहीं है, YG भी नहीं है.
A whole bunch of utility. This is stage 4. The blue zone definitely starts to chunk you down here. So Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly. The north side is pretty open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see Yangon get put in some work.
Hello, Mesh. Hello.
Rebel ends up catching Al-Ula, though. Here we go. The fight is starting to ring out. Obscure trying to save his teammate Guizao, looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Rebo,
Shots are coming down.
Rebo, ideal है इनके team का.
He can't commit to it easily. They've got limited cover here. Throws out a smoke to see if he can actually save his mate. Quick has the nade primed and dashes that one down. If it's on target, could be lethal.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any more of this fight for now.
International जाना पड़ेगा खेलने
Rebel
के
does
लिए.
get picked up. He still has his
Paris का
vehicle in
ticket
play,
ले
and
लीजिए.
they do end up getting the
कोई ना कोई
recovery.
बैठ ही
So
जाएगा.
a perfect play on the side of Alpha 7. Now they're going to start realizing that, hey, one of these players is a little bit too isolated. They kind of drive up just a little bit just to kind of scare him away. But this is the perfect play for Alpha 7. All they wanted to do was get into the zone safely. They have the gun skill to make anything happen regardless of where the circle is. But to get here with all four was the challenge.
Finally,
just so fortunate they're able to do so.
Yeah, that sense of safety could have been taken away very quickly. So they're going to be quite chuffed that they've been able to stay alive as a full squad at this point. Tiamba are still nearby though. In the meantime, so easy taking pot shots over towards GK, and their numbers have been dwindling rapidly. Well, look like a good start coming into this one. Off the open we saw from Ragnarok has unraveled to only a solo player remaining alive. You've got Dopeness taking shots over to E Arena as well. They were weak from the start, Dukes. Now they're down to just the duo.
Pretty crazy here that the 7th and 8th place team are so dang hurt. Could be a huge opportunity though, right? For even a squad like Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Yangon, right? The fact that so many of those cutoff teams went out early opens the door for the rest of the lobby to kick them out of one of those precious golden tickets to the finals, that top 6 slot.
Yanbe versus Alpha 7.
Getting a little bit closer to Tianba. That's going to be a tough fight, especially considering that Tianba are sitting pretty on the leaderboards. They are dead confident, not a single worry. Alpha 7 have everything to lose in this battle, though.
Oh, it's a big ego fight. You've got to pull it off if you're going to go for it. Aggressive scouting from Revo as he charges straight up towards them to get a read onto the setup. Like you say, man, you mess with a beast that is Tiamba right now, you better be ready to back it up.
Good nade. Milu getting hurt. Obscure getting peppered as well. Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right? You know they have some of the best coaches, some of the best support on the planet. If they win this fight with Tianba, this could be enough to push them ahead and secure that final slot. But it's not enough right now. They need to win this fight. It's either that or they're going to leave the mercy of Miramar up ahead.
You got Yangon getting a look in as well towards the backside here.
Hello.
They're coming over to see what they can find. Being sandwiched now. Alpha 7 are trapped between Alula and Yangon that are backdooring their way up towards Tiamba. This is going to get messy so quickly.
It's already messy, yeah, especially considering that Obscure gets knocked at the literal worst time. Claus is putting some shots down range, and then now, yeah, you're right, Yangon Galacticos. They heard this fight ringing out. They said, well, let's take out these squads here and now. They are lurking, though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. But we haven't heard those shots in a second. We'll wait for that third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
You've made them feel uncomfortable, though. Put the fear into them a little bit with the warning shots they fired out. So it's not as easy to clean up and get aggro. Ooh, attention turned. They're once again hitting the shots onto Alpha 7. 1-for-1 trades as the plays come through. Carrillo up close with the shotty. Switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the peak. Dopeness even trying to find a steal from distance with damage done onto Alpha 7. Yasser hard flushed out, quick replies back. Scrapes his way through them. Claws comes out swinging, the shotgun gets it done. Introduces him to Big Papa Pump, but how much more punishment could he do, Jukes? Tiamba with the steal.
And the save! Alpha 7 save for now, but Tiamba looking to finish him. It's Guizao all by himself. Gonna have to make a play, and it's not good enough. Tiamba
crushing the dreams of some of these squads. It's going to leave Alpha 7 with 70. Furia right behind them, though. 3 points so far, and their whole squad alive. Furia looking to seal the deal here and now.
Tiamba silencing the marching band as they storm through that one and smash those drums, putting themselves into a good position here once again to command respect from all the squads in the lobby. You come for the best right now, Jukes. You got to back it up.
Explain karo.
Yes,
EWC
you do, and you can see right now you got
World
RRQ on the other side there in 12th place with just 2
जिसमें
players up,
सारे
trying to make something happen for their squad. Meanwhile, dead center of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force. Full squad, sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active, though? They only got 1 elimination to their name.
Chess का भी चल रहा था, मजा आ रहा था.
That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style.
वर्ल्ड के जो भी टॉप होते हैं वो सारे आते हैं.
Right now you're going to see
जो भी क्वालिफाई करते हैं.
They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far down the ladder.
तो मेरी जैसी ऑफ चला दी.
Realistically, it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress than remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage.
मैंने गलत बोल दिया क्या?
Furia though, still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage. Nongshim Red Force with a backline there. The Org of Hyunbin hitting heavy. It will punish Ayala so far away as well. They're going to have to wrap in to grab him as the zone comes in.
That next zone does pop on up there, and you can see Nongshim, the only squad that's sitting pretty there. They have a lot of coverage. They're just sitting back, waiting for these teams to slowly creep in and then start putting some damage downrange. Meanwhile, this fight's been going on for a minute. You got Tiamba, you got Yangon not getting that hill, that mountainside that they so desperately wanted. None other than QZZ. Popping some shots. Actually, it was Milu that actually getting up that knock. And now Smile up close and personal with the S12K. But, just a little bit too greedy.
Ooh, Say Cloud trying to make himself famous with the Famas, but he's so low on HP that it surely can't be done. Quick switch though, hits the headshot. Still alive, low on health, and they charge back in. Split push on the reposition. And he will buckle. Yangon out of that one.
Super unfortunate for Yangon.
भाई तियानबा पागल हो गई. जानवर हो गई. हो गए
and now
और
they're
आ
having to
गए
do a defense against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so strong. They have the outside advantage. Gonna start throwing all the util they have, and they have some good Molotovs here. Milu actually gonna go ahead and back up with that hovercraft. And this fight is still ringing on out. But if you're a team like KRX, who's right over there, you got to get active here. You need to start eliminating this entire lobby. When are they going to make a move? As Tizzy with the pump shotgun knocks down Milu.
सिर्फ केकड़ी उठाने तक का गेम से इसकी बात
Milu has been an absolute powerhouse for Tiamba. So bringing him down could be a nice upwards draft there for Nongshim, but they've got to maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way. The second back-to-back team to try and crash onto this compound and remove them from the battleground. So easy, armed with a heavy weaponry as well, looking for the peak, spams over onto Eagle, barely gets back into the building.
Hyunbin said hello to QZZ. Hyunbin, only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad, trying to keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place. But we've seen crazier things from Nongshim Red Force. Goes back to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. They won it, and they won it on the last game of the tournament. So that is one squad you could never count out.
Solo survival.
We do have to say goodbye to RRQ on this run. Still stuck down there in the depths towards 12th place.
मुझे लग रहा है वहाँ पे
NS निकाल लेगी क्या? One of them knocked for now as well towards the upper side. GK and Ulf still fighting to see if they can climb slightly higher up the standings here, Jukes.
अभी शायद बताती हूँ.
From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation of a couple elims, a bigger placement finish. Hyunbin not done yet though. Dealing big damage for Nongshim. He's fired out. The nade knocks him down. And Eagle swoops back in for another elimination here.
Nice.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red Force. They take
Finally.
out Tianba, and they are making this happen.
Oh,
So many teams in the top 6 already out. Furia, I believe the only squad still left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to catch up, and that is EK eliminated.
Jammin'.
Saw the one chance, man, where he's thinking, fingers crossed, if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this. Would have been walking away with something nice rather than leaving with nothing on that one. They got those 3 elims at the start when they took on Goat. That was Ragnarok that made the play, but that's all they get here.
Brutal. Just 1 point shy of that
So
6th place position. That's where they're going to end up for now. But Nongshim Red Force are so hungry. They are looking so good in this match. This is the game to put them in the show here at the last second. Hoxie gets a knock on to Chief.
मेरा lag हुआ क्या नहीं यार?
Surprise this team, but if you even want the chance, you need to take out this whole lobby. You got to get crazy aggressive. You have some high ground. What is it going to take for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
The passive play just won't cut it. Wow. Nade back over as well. Fury eating the shrapnel from that one, and it's an easy takedown with the follow-up from behind. So Fury do lose one player, but they instantly get revenge with quick shots back onto Malik. No crime goes unpunished in this lobby right now, Jukes.
This is a poor game for Fury. Yeah, they're in 2nd place right here. They got 8 eliminations, but they understand that we need a strong game, so strong that we don't even got to worry about Miramar. And they are doing that here. So they are playing as though their tournament life is on the line, and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid here.
उसके ऊपर KRX है. I don't know KRX को कैसे नहीं spot हो रहा है, या फिर वो उतना ऊपर हाईरे जाए नहीं. But
huge plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage. Like you say, dude, it's fine margins between the squads beneath them. So a game like this, 8 elims, seeing yourself rise up, getting into a better spot, leaving the other squads beneath you further down. They've just got to stick to this business, not let it slip. Painful scenes for Ulf as well. Could have been a different story on this one, Jukes, but it's just one man left, soulless, cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
Well, he's definitely going to get some placement points, and we're at that. We're so close on the leaderboards that I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a team going home by just one singular point. So Soulless staying up for his squad here could be the difference maker. Let's just see how long he can hang on. Furia are outside of the zone. They have a vehicle there. Now they're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push. They have no room to move here. They're going to be going wide out in the open. And you can see Nongshim Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this. And the shots are ringing out. It's just silence. Look like he's going to be able to get away for now. And no. Furia just couldn't make the rotate.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap in the fence.
Give up
KRX stealing points where possible as Nongshim also have their eyes lit up on the pipeline of Furia here. Very similar narrative for those two teams. It's just the Furia at least have the safety net of knowing they're currently within those upper ranks above the top 6. For Nongshim, you want to keep grinding this one out. Guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top 6 teams all out. Huge opportunity out of all these squads here, obviously, for Nongshim Red Force. 11 eliminations. They need to win this game. 2nd place isn't it. They need that chicken dinner. Soulless hopping in the vehicle, denies it. Oh, actually, I thought he was going to deny it, but Hoxie ends up getting that last shot onto him. So now it is really just up to KRX versus Nongshim Red Force. And it is none other than Nongshim that got everything to gain here.
Easy chicken है. Easy है भाई, अब तो easy है. भाई अगर ये chicken गया ना.
You've looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point, but how strong is the finish for them?
Very set.
Oh, peek over QTZ with the engage, and they can follow up with this. They go in swift, Duke. Spinny firing off the buck shot quick, hoping that he can dome another one as the pump action looking good to try and whittle down the numbers for Nonshin. It's a 2 versus 4, and Tizzy's getting hit on the top.
Tizzy gonna have to make a play. He peeks up, he goes into the open, gets the knock, but some great support play. It's up to So Easy with the S12K. Gonna have to make it happen all by himself. What can he do? Gets a thirst, perfect. Get every single point that you can. Huge flush right there for So Easy.
This could be big for him as well, man. Little bit of timing. If he can actually get the heal off, he's going to be in a great position to at least attempt, to the best of his abilities, to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us So Easy? Can you live up to your name and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the bandages out. He's got to pull back into cover. Wants to go for the jump shot round the corner, baiting the crosshairs, spotted through the window, losing HP.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game. All the way down in last place. End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end. But Nongshim Red Force, are you kidding me? This is an exciting match for them. Sure, they don't end up getting those extra 4 placement points with that chicken dinner, but you can tell they were fighting for everything they could possibly get.
It was a great approach on it. So what you got to do, man, it's the one chance, right? Well, we're looking at the teams above them, falling to the wayside early. They're getting Elim after Elim. They're playing aggressive. That's the solution, Jukes. That's the answer.
Pura ka pura throw.
Man, you take a look at these players' faces. You could just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air is at an all-time high right here. So many squads going home. I said it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaching staff. Everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Fudia, right? Fudia currently sitting in 2nd place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now.
Oh.
He wants to make sure that these guys are doing
भाई ये जो नॉक हो गया, यहाँ पे पूरा गेम इधर उधर हो गया. कहाँ था और कहाँ शिफ्ट हुआ मैच. अरे हाँ ना भाई, हर बार ही ऐसी हो रहा है. मतलब कोई जोन में हो, जो जोन में बंदा है ना, उसका तो गेम आ ही नहीं रहा. तुम ये समझो, जो जोन में बंदा है बेसिकली उसका तो आ ही नहीं रहा है गेम. जो उस पे थर्ड पार्टी, जो उस पे रश करने जा रहे हैं या उन पे जो थर्ड पार्टी हो रही है उस पे जा रहा है सब. भाई यार लाइट नहीं आ रही. दिल का कलर काला है भाई, चाहिए क्या? फर्स्ट मैच देखा आज का, खत्म है भाई, खत्म. अभी ओवरऑल जब आएगा तब पता चलेगा क्या है क्या नहीं. मीरा मार के 2 मैच रह गए. मीरा मार के 2 मैच. मीरा मार 2 मैच. मेरी बैटरी डाउन हो गई. इतना बोलते हैं ना, इतना बोलते हैं, दिमाग का ना कर देते हैं टाइट. ऊपर से वो ढोल नगाड़े. भाई भाई भाई, तो सप्रेशन होना चाहिए. इट वाज गुड कि आप अपनी टीम को चीयर कर रहे हो. इट वाज एक्चुअली गुड, बट इतना चीयर करना सिस्टम हैंग है. चलो गाइस, फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दे जो भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं. लेट्स गो. गीके, one shout out, big shout out to you दोस्त. TG on top, let's go. भाई मुझे अब कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा. अभी 2 मीरामार होगा शायद. ये शायद नहीं है, पक्का से 2 मीरामार बचे हैं. मेरा तो खुद का सिर घूम गया. अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि बस एसी चला लो, कुछ तो भी कर गए.
Chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6. What were the comms like after you managed to secure that chicken dinner? Did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
3. maçtaki wininiz hakkında konuşmak istiyorum birazcık. Şu anda böyle işte puanları yakın olan birkaç
भाई ने लग रहा है गुस्से में हाथ काट लिया.
Top 6'ya girmek için arada çok küçük farklar oluyor.
क्या कर ले हो सालो, इसे गिर लो।
Nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti. Daha çok motive olduk. Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk.
भाई इन लोगों को कितना वो रहता होगा। एक बार मेरा नाम बोलो, हेलो रॉकी, हेलो।
Kendimizi göstermek istiyoruz orada.
तो उसके साथ कब खेलोगे?
Push as a team
बंदा रहो।
because we many times we just fall short of like winning a map, so it was definitely a big motivation
ULF
for our team, and now also we collected some points by becoming top.
Guys, ULF कहाँ की है?
That we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals 6 are decided. Now, these last 2 maps are going to be on Miramar. You've got a good track record on Miramar.
ये वाला तो इन्होंने बढ़िया निकाला था, नो डाउट। ये वाला चिकन इन्होंने अच्छा निकाला। Anyone know? चैट में कोई जानता है?
Quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top 6'nın belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da
Savunma.
grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığınızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz
भैया चश्मा हटाने के बाद ना कुछ दिख ही नहीं रहा है।
öldürme skoru az kalıyor gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir stratejiyle giriyorsunuz bu oyunlara?
इस समय मेरे रूम की हालत ऐसी हो रही है ना, एकदम गर्मी के मारे सब जाम है।
Düzelttiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance somehow, but we fixed this with match 3, and we just want to focus on these last
हे
2
प्रभु।
games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over onto this main stage. Ketch, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury, okay? We're going to go back over to the studio to break down
एक शाउट आउट दो, बिग शाउट।
into our final 2 maps of the survival stage.
मैंने सुना था स्ट्रीम बस लड़कियां करती हैं, यहाँ के लगा परियां भी करती हैं। अरे बाबा सिस्टम है यहाँ भाई। 2 मीरामार बचे हैं, अभी भी काफी मैच इधर उधर हो सकता है। हाँ, काफी हो सकता है। अरे नेम ही नहीं बोला तो सादिक, बिग शाउट आउट टू यू। अरे लाइट आजा, फिर बारिश आकर चली जाती है फिर बहुत। बट आपकी लाइट तो आ रही होगी ना, यहाँ तो लाइट के ही सिस्टम। ओजी और गॉडेल है क्या इसमें? अरे ओजी और गॉडेल ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड हो गए, ये सर्वाइवल स्टेज है। गाइस यार फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दें जो भी हमारे चैट में नए हैं। लेट्स गो, मेक श्योर सबने लाइक किया हो और सब्सक्राइब किया हो। सब्सक्राइब एग्नेस। अच्छा,
get them their 2 top 8s. So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it comes to the club championship playing. Dennis Lazovic has got through to the next round for AJAL, and we've got Hikaru going through for Falcons as well. So it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that, though. I love that we're getting some more Liquid storylines. Still AGAL in the conversation, and still lots of chess action left to play. So when we know more, we'll check back in.
Thank you, Glitter and Trap, for that club
कर
championship
दिया है पर
update as
सब्सक्राइब नहीं कर
AGL
पाऊंगा।
is looking to make a push so they can be in the top
सब्सक्राइब
6
करती है chat
to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other then KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way. It's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red Force securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win. But I was like, oh, it's KRX. They're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC. Big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes of being consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. Furia. I feel bad for Furia. They had nowhere to go here, Max.
One team that was able to get that second place finish, though, Nongshim Red Force lays that squad. We usually talk about how they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights
that was crazy.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX. I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position, but obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to peek over that top. Because obviously KRX
नहीं सुन सकती भाई ये ढोल
bit of a rotate in with only the trees to cover them, so it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make
नहीं सुन सकती ये ढोल नगाड़े तो सुन ही नहीं सकती इस समय में हिली बड़ी आवाज
they're still a little bit afraid, and you can see it in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take the momentum to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha 7. They're also doing a bit right now with none other than Sanskrit for the Indonesian crowd. But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Niptura.
There was indeed, yeah. I just really wanted to see a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because he played the anchor role to a T. Really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh, no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind a tree.
Hoxie's not. Oh, yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right?
वो अपने बंदे की POV से गया. अगर मैं बोलती चिल्लाते हुए मैं अपने बंदों को बोलती मेरे POV से जाना तो मेरे बंदे ना अपोजिट जाते हैं, इस साइड जाते हैं.
To take any sort of action he might need to take. He's
no
got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play at the end of the day. Almost gave many 1v1s back to back. I was a bit like, oh, that's a bit scary. But actually, could not win a KRX. Nongshim Red Force win. If Hyunbin didn't go overly aggressive of the Chamber's position, that was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Hyunbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Hyunbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea is not a great cocktail.
Would it be safe to say, Max, that Hyunbin finally did something that just pissed you off?
That's a bit of a stretch, but I was a bit like, very bad, Hyunbin. No, I didn't like that.
All right, come down there, One Island. But let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tiamba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. Furia with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place. Only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on GK Esports. I mean, they were turning up the heat that previous game, especially against GOAT, stopping a rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation. And Alpha 7 and all these teams above them dropping like flies. It was going to be their game. And obviously, you know, we heard it there in the interview. They are happy with the way that they're going, and they aren't saying that it's just going to have one little game to change things around with them. I do believe it. I do believe that it should have been that game, though.
And by the way, I'm looking at GOAT right now. GOAT is just the biggest outlier for me because of the amount of eliminations. The thing that we've been talking about this team, outside of the win that they have had, they've only gotten
4 placement points.
Look, Hyunbin didn't piss me off, but Goat is. Okay, that's for sure, because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day, right, on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. I loved it. It was so nice outside of Danqing. And after that, nothing. And I am so sad because right now they just keep slipping. They might find themselves actually on this second page very soon. They're right now still a lot of big names. Ulf, All Gamers, RQ, Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 2 games, man, 2 games before we know which will get 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, casters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. So let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than Juan Allen.
All right, drag him on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on, because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX is, they get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX can make it in terms of a rags to riches story. Yeah. I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack, and from there we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating. But I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force here for their teams to try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough probably to see themselves safe, but there's only one way we're going to find out who's going to join them. Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James, and thank you, Paris. You've been amazing so far.
एकदम back to back ये लोग लगा दे.
Building and building. We've had Alpha
एकदम back to back लगा दे, मजा आता है Miramar.
Looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the audience.
Guys, आप फटाफट से like and subscribe कर दे जो भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं. यार भूख लग रही है. गर्मी के मारे कुछ खाने की इच्छा नहीं हो रही.
Is the current reigning champion in
But
Yangon
मैं
Galacticos.
chips लेकर आई हूँ. अभी इन्होंने क्या अपन नहीं बना दी बेकार से chips की फटी नहीं रही. Oops, I'm sorry, face cam on me. ये ऑरेंज जर्सी वाले शुरू से लेके अब तक कंटिन्यूअसली वाली हरकतें कर रहे हैं, थकते नहीं है. नहीं भाई, उनकी टीम है यार, कैसे थकेंगे यार सर, कैसे थकेंगे स्कॉच ब्राइट कैसे. अब मैं थक गई हूँ सुन सुन के, मेरे कान की ना अम्मा बहन हो गई है. Let's go.
How insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France.
मैं थक गई हूँ लेकिन वो नहीं थके हैं. भाई कहाँ जा रहा है जोन?
I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching,
What's your predict?
A gaming fan in general,
ये खा लूं अभी भोपू अरे भाई मत पूछो अरे क्या कर दिया लोगों ने
the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys, and they're just like, "Hey, you know what?
अरे क्या पन्नी बनाई है भाई?
Is booked up to the last.
Lost Leones. अरे माँ.
They'll extend it, right? If not, boom. Pack your bags. We're going home the next day. So. It's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Duke.
अरे लॉल ऊपर कर गया.
Chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted, and with the battle rages on here with the survival stage.
Caesar use करो अब जब तक Caesar ढूंढूंगी जब तक तो पता नहीं क्या क्या कर दूँ.
We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops, so far so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geek stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station.
जिसके पीछे मैं साथ खेलती थी ना हाँ जी.
Fuel up for the road here as these guys still have.
ये वाला मैच.
I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th.
बहुत important है.
For the side of Geek.
9, 8, 7 सबके लिए.
For now.
Very important.
Gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force.
ULF तक के लिए सबके लिए ये वाला मैच बहुत important
है. I think they were like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Young Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now.
I support
speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in PUBG Mobile history. Go in the game and get that now because this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed.
ज़्यादातर decider
match that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC.
Hello,
Remember the name? Get your friends online right now.
मुझे जो लगता है.
They haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog. Get them sat down, get them watching because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jukes. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players.
Guys, यार फटाफट से like and subscribe करते हैं जो भी हमारे channel पे नए हैं. Make sure आपने like किया हो, subscribe
Alpha 7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day.
भाई free वाले jewels आन दो यार.
One thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now. What's Tianba gonna do? Okay, they're safe.
अगर ये लोग बाहर हुई तो अपना finals में drop खाली हो जाएगा.
You know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jukes.
You get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging,
who was
surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A-game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering. If they go into finals, they want to do it on their terms, so you're damn right. Who are they going to take the heat to? Will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. It's going to be wild to see here. Yeah, Tianba finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many of these insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tianba's going to go crazy, and they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone.
और नेक्स्ट वाला देखना लास्ट में तुम.
Devastating for so many
2 से 6 अभी भी कंफर्म नहीं है ना. नहीं है.
Representing
खतरनाक होने वाला लास्ट वाला मैच. ये और मिरामार दोनों मिरामार. अम्मा वैन होने वाली है. अम्मा वैन. लाडले.
Dopeness taking an eye on 721 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man. It feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like
अरे
a
शुभम भाई यार आप वॉच
situation to
पार्टी
give
एंजॉय
yourself
करो
so
यार
much gas
आप भी
to
खाने
push
पीने के लिए
up with
कुछ
some
ले
of these
आओ
other squads still
उसने
accumulating points in the
के
midst of these games
सामने
even.
चोक किया था एंगल में
We need to see him going
हाँ
out
वही तो
cutthroat as
बता
well,
रही
Duke.
थी
It's
मैं
got to be big
फोरमैन
elim
थे
action
वो
for that
वही तो अभी
side.
अपन
If
बता
this is the
डिस्कस
start
कर
of
रहे
a
थे
new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival
2001
stage.
से सब्सक्राइबर
A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGAL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals. And I mean needs them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So,
इन्होंने
fans of this organization
थर्ड
really
प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट तो
rooting
दिला
on
दिया था
these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt
मैं ये
to see
सोच रही
some
थी
of these squads
अगर
gone, 'cause
यही
there's so many big names, so many
same
big
चीज
players. Those
मैं
7th, 8th,
करूं
9th place teams, I think are going
क्लासिक
to really
में
sting, and we see them not make
मैं
it.
बचूंगी ट्रक के पीछे हाइड हो
So
जाना
crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind
Dead.
so hard all year long.
Last
Try and bring
zone
your
में
A game. And it's over before the real meat and
आप
potatoes
नोएडा
of
में
the
कहाँ
action even
रहते
truly
हो मैं
begins to
45
fight for that
से
lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Dukes. It's just
भाई
having
अभी
the
तक किसी
pride
ने
of going
fight नहीं
home to
ली
your
है
home country, being celebrated for the
नहीं
victory,
आपका
for the
होगा
achievement
थैंक
you
यू
found
लास्ट में
here.
तो सही
We saw the
ने अच्छा
eruption when
खेले
Alpha
थे
7 did it back in 2024, when Yangon took that win last year.
यांगोन
The
अभी भी
narrative of
बाहर
the
से
young
रोटेशन
guns
दे
that
रहे
came
हैं
out and surprised everyone.
उनका हील कम हो रहा है
And now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line
यार
right in
बर्फ
between
का
the
गोला
goat
खाने
and
का
the
अच्छा हो
wolves,
रहा
the
है
two
मैं आ रहा नोएडा अगले भी
animals
करे
of the
नाइस
lobby. Those goats looking mighty dangerous, though. Next zone,
Dennis.
where's it going to go? Oh, we going to see a crazy shift? Okay, we're going up to the north side. And Goat likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle. And they are big chilling right now.
उठा के सब
Notion
लोग
Red
दुन दुन
Force,
दुन दुन
wow. They need to make a big rotation on up. And you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos,
Nanny
all the
Zambi.
way to the west side. This is going to be a really
Rishit.
rough rotation for them. They're going to have to
बर्फ
fight
का
their way
गोला
in.
4 दिन नहीं उठोगे बेड से
It's going to be a long journey. Potentially a tumultuous one as well with the squads that are ahead of them. So we need some no holes barred level gameplay from
Orange वाले कपड़े पहने करो
Yangon.
नीमो
All the
ड्रेस
stops.
Thank
Give the
you.
fans in the house something to be excited about, that you touch on as well for Goat, man. So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and always have confidence that a single solo can do
कोई
so
fight
much
क्यों नहीं ले रहा
versus
है?
the team. That pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of
अभी
these
तक मैं
really
होती लॉबी
important
खाली कर
situations.
देती
They've got to fix
मजाक
that right
मजाक
now.
में
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last
Oh,
two
lol,
games.
start हो
And
गया
finally, the shots ring out. And who is it?
Not
It's
finished.
Tianba. And that's on Ragnarok of
Good
all
morning.
players. The superstar here of Geek getting taken out. That has got to hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off.
मैं बहुत ज़्यादा
That's
बुरी
a
वाली पर
hell
होती ही नहीं
of an
हूँ
elim to find. A GK
get
squad
it?
that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Shit,
how far
यार।
even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted?
क्या
too?
कर
That's
रहे थे
gotta
गीके
hurt.
भाई सू कर रहे
So one thing I
थे
did like to hear when he did that interview there with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we qualify or we
Thank
don't
you,
qualify, I
Real
trust my
Galtas.
team. And that I love to hear, right?
For
'Cause
your
we've,
lovely jewels.
in the history of PUBG Mobile, I've seen so many
चश्मा
teams,
निकालो एक सेकंड
you know,
इससे पहले
barely,
चश्मा ही
you know,
निकाल कर
not
बैठी थी भाई
not
बैक
make it
कर
into
ले
the tournament, you know, things happen, and the second it's over, boom, split, having to swap players, do all that. They don't give themselves time to really develop together, but it just sounds like GK are working together as a family
कौन
here.
सी है इनमें क्या बात कर रहे हो? बट उस टीम का तो कोई वही नहीं है जैसे 40 का था।
Need to do something here.
फिर बोल तो रहा था अच्छा ये गी के आई गेस होने के है ना?
Punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available.
देखो
It does get way harder for them to do
ULF
that
के
easily.
ऊपर ULF के ऊपर जितने भी टीम्स है ना,
away from being able to get your head above water.
किसी का भी आप कह नहीं सकते, प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं कर सकते अभी लास्ट तक.
One more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping E Arena.
किसी का भी प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते. फाइनल 14 से.
They're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that 1-inch punch.
भाई कहाँ चढ़ा है वो?
Get it done. KRX are going to need a baseball bat, though. And the zone, oh, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle. See what they're able to do with it. This team's playing this extremely slow. Not trying to get into any silly engagements here. Can't afford to make a single
अबे मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही क्या चैट में? 14 तारीख को है 14th August.
That's what makes them dangerous. All that nerves, all the pressure on all these teams. Tiamba are the only ones that aren't feeling it. They know they're making it.
Anny.
Alpha 7 up the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome. He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
This could be way worse for Alpha 7 than it would be for RRQ. So
buddy,
scrap. It's messy on the pullback as well, Jukes. No easy escape. Korea so low.
Give up
He's gonna hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Nade thrown on, it rolls right up to him. Good
catch, pakdo.
Carrillo could hear that nade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated. RRQ looking to apply that pressure, the crank to Alpha 7. Revo just forced to sit and watch as his teammate is gone. They are not in a comfortable position here, folks. 4th place, yeah, but they only have 70 points on the board. It's going to be up to Guizhou and Obscure to make it happen for their team.
Bye, system hanger.
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this, you thought you could bully us on this one. No, we're further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right back at them. Smoke through 2 players.
RRQ भाई सबको मार दो, तुमको बीबी क्यों लेके चलूंगा.
Oh, I love to see this from RRQ. Yeah, you know what? They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 20
ये वीडियो की तरह लास्ट में मैंने बोला ना 2 मैच.
They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If you can get some easy eliminations.
इतना सिखाया, अपना कंटेंट निकालो, अपना कंटेंट निकालो. नहीं भाई, हम तो जॉनी की फोटो बाजू में लगाएंगे और दिखाएंगे.
Right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility.
नहीं.
And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
मैंने तो यार पहले कट ऑफ 80 बोला था.
By the way, man, this is a new non-shipwreck force we're seeing right here off the back of that previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, like you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the biceps have engaged, mate.
Sorry, ये तो सॉरी कोई मतलब एक कोई बोल रहा था एक और टीम है पाकिस्तान का, but I don't know क्रिकेट पाकिस्तान के मेरे चैट में है, किसी ने बताया नहीं.
Climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality
for them. They
off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jigs.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do. Let's see where this next circle goes. All right. You know, pretty typical zone here, nothing too special. KRX are in this zone. Yangnam Galacticos are right there on that top left side of the circle next to Cruz del Valle. Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Take a look at the replay though. Jan Fox with a beautiful
है ना, हमरा वही मेरे को याद है कि हमरे से पाकिस्तान से आप थे अभी चैट में, बट पता नहीं था कि एक और टीम है. Don't worry, अरे मेरे को क्या वरी करना है, 10 लोग आ जाए वहाँ से खेलने, मुझे क्या करना है.
Oh no!
AGAL eliminated.
This is
devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tiamba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams.
Zone out you.
Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshin Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off so easy. Up close to personal.
Please, Hamraz.
Buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit.
जल्दी में पढ़ लिया होगा. Hamza पढ़ दिया. I guess not. Sorry.
Going in with the shots.
I'm really sorry.
That pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshin Red Force looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
Trying to get a quick heal off. So easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top. Oh, the airburst shuts down one.
Nade तो मैंने सिखाया #the grenadier for a reason.
It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Gen Fost in a backline, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. Overwatch to bail them out, but Nonshit back on the move.
They're out of here. They say, we got what we wanted. We got some eliminations. We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshin with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's GOAT though.
मैं आपको 2019 से जानता हूँ. ये बिल्कुल वो तो याद है.
Nongshin Red Force are on a
या आप फिर उधर देखते थे. That I know.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from
अभी हमारे इंडिया में नाम होते ना ऐसे नाम होते ना.
The battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshin Red Force. 3 versus 3, so tight on the standings for either of them. And for GOAT, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
हाँ मैंने सबको कुछ ना कुछ सिखाया है.
Oh man.
Talent.
AGAL will absolutely disrupt their org's chances on the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have one game left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But
I guess
we're not
solo
done yet. We got
survivor
Nongshin Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually, though.
Yeah, that's GOAT taking out some of the GK players in the midst of all this as well.
That's brought them down to 1.
Their direct combination beneath them, struggling. But you can still see Nonshit applying the pressure. GOAT don't like it. Wobbly knees on this one.
I'm looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshin. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as trying to make it happen for their team. 7-1 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here, but they're going to have to go through Ulf. Desperate. Aaron on the back line trying to find some angles. Can't get the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts.
Please,
and now you get the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solar's tucked in behind the car with the org. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump.
Hello, guys. I'm back. I guess I'm back, right? I guess I am back. I guess. Shit. कितने जनों का सब कुछ छूट गया है यार. अरे वो मेरी मैडम ने क्या कहते हैं, मैडम ने माइक्रोवेव चला दिया तो उसके चक्कर में लाइट ही ट्रिप हो गई. कोई बात नहीं, चलो ठीक है, बच्ची है, उसे इतना नहीं पता. It happens. Okay, ऑडियो नहीं जा रहा.
And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next
circle. अपन लाइव चल रहे कि नहीं ये बताओ. अपन लाइव चल रहे.
In the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting. They get the line of sight to free onto Nongshin and punish them 1 by 1. The final elim stolen over by
Rishit Hari ji को please ये link share कर देना.
With 2 players.
All okay.
That is
Hello,
our
Devyansh.
defending champs.
All okay.
Young on Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away It's not mathematically impossible.
क्या चल रहा है
but they're
अभी?
gonna have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France.
Solo player बचा है. Goat भी इस पर बढ़िया निकल
There's still a
गई.
lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there. 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here. And they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're going to see a North American team at the Esports World Cup Finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best.
Oops, man.
You got KRX on the other side, though. Red hot after that last chicken dinner. If KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks,
guys, यार फटाफट
this
से
will
like
be
and
PUBG
subscribe
Mobile
कर दे
history,
जो भी हमारे
the
channel में नए हैं.
biggest comeback we have ever seen.
It would have to be from the bottom to the top of the standings. And whilst Wolves set themselves up for that clash, we've had Goat dealing damage to Tiamba and Alula, stealing Elims there to rise themselves. So Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. Nades over, looking for the engage. Aslonic pushes up, peeking over behind the shrubbery. And Wolves connect with the SMG. Quick flick, Binny. He's trying to play inside the smoke, but he gets popped and left pro. Goodbye.
The Wolves shutting them down. Zero hesitation. They get that elimination. They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads, though. Goats, Wolves looking to press up even further beyond, secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Alula can make their dreams still happen, though. RRQ can make it happen. Heck, even Dopeness in 14th place if they win this game can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe. But you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants.
Solo player survival hai kya?
Go team did good work to get some decent damage off to steal Elims and weaken some of our better squads within the lobby. But they fall down to 2 players. The 2 that love off angles, that love getting aggressive, that can rep themselves in situations where they're outnumbered. So we'll see what Moxie and Force can do. For Wolves, they're taking a few shots back from RRQ as Genfoss tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here. Go trying to throw
मुझे लग रहा है जाने वाला है
on the side of the last player of Tiamba. It's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire, he's gonna be able to get a first aid off. And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. Goat need every elimination they can possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough, though. Milu is not making it easy. He's not just saying,
placement
point I'm going to fight to the very end here. And that's the end.
Done. Why?
As these shot down, finished off in the end as the shot comes in from Quick, representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of Goat as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting Wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple of shots on the Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Ulash said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's Goat done for. Alula trying to roar to the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
Wow.
Alula bringing the aggression to the lobby. They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. Wolves, they've had to cower.
भाई किसका चिकन आ रहा है?
After substantial damage from Dopeness, they're not as confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, 3 alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They need to win right here, and it's looking like they're going to get it. They have the numbers. They have the plays. Just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right in the mix here. Almost gets a run over the claws. Pops him out with the headshot. crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness
अबे
risk
ये क्या
it
कर
all.
रहा?
They go all in, and so far it seems to be doing quite effective. That's the
अबे
walls
जोर
out
में
of
तो
there.
थी।
And now it's up to Quick and Yasser for Alula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of two
Nade
duos
perfect है।
after the risky engagement from Dopeness.
बोला perfect
but the
nade है।
nade's on point, and it all falls to one man. The solo of Kenji
Oh.
sprinting to stay alive as Quick lives up to his name with a rapid flick and punishes him, shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji, he gets the heal back in, Jukes. But they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek
नीचे
up
तो
for
छेद
one,
है।
decent damage. Re-peek onto Quick.
Oh.
Kenji looking for the headshots here, and that's not gonna be enough. It's Alula making it happen here in the second to last
Well
match.
played,
They're
but
playing it
Dopeness
cool,
को
but
क्या
I'll tell you
जरूरत
what,
था?
These guys know what they just accomplished.
अबे बट उनको पुश करने का क्या नीड था? हाँ बट उनको रश क्यों करना था ना? किस्मत, अरे किस्मत तो बताओ। भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है इसमें। नेक्स्ट जोन नहीं था तो अलग पॉइंट है ना, बट उन्होंने ना कुछ निकाला ना कुछ करा, ऐसे घुस गए अंधा।
I think they just had to play it, tried and true. They had the numbers, but hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that here at the end. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice.
ये भाई क्या कनेक्ट हुई? क्या ही कनेक्ट हुई है भाई गोली 4x पे?
Oh man, what a crazy turn of events here.
Even him, man, Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it, it looked like he was ready to win this.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little peak angles up and down, moving his head to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. Alula are playing it very smart, though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that.
भाई वहाँ पे ठंडा है क्या?
What a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment.
अलूला वाले पिक नहीं दे रहे थे। शिट यार, पहले बोलते। जॉनी अभी खेल रहे हैं। चिकन निकाला है।
The nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams, but that's why it really is underlined. The point you're making, the fact that it's still not safe for a lot of these squad jukes, with some of the action we saw there as well. These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat. And that last game, one mistake, another rough start, you could be cooked.
Yep. Oh man, and this is the problem.
तियांबा पे क्वालिफाई नहीं होने का प्रेडिक्शन किया था 100%। स्ट्राइक रेट है भाई का। मैंने सुना है कि मेसी जो बोलते हैं उसका उल्टा होता है।
And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're going to tell them, hey, you got to understand. In order to make it
अब तो हमसे कोई नहीं आगे जा सकता, हम तो क्वालिफाई कर गए, बातें कर रहे हैं।
These top teams go out early.
सबका गेम खराब कर देंगे।
It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not going to finals.
तो हमारे यहाँ सुबह
And for some, they paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh man.
गर्मी है पेरिस में, चल रहे होंगे एसी, स्टीम पे चल रहे होंगे।
And you have 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing. You never know what you're gonna see. And guess what, folks? We're gonna see it though here.
आपकी वॉइस मेजदी भाई तक जा सके तो उन्हें गॉडल और ओजी के प्रेडिक्शन का नाम बोलते। देखो, टू बी फ्रैंक, मैंने इसीलिए हिंदी की कमेंट्री देखी ही नहीं। मेरा सबसे बड़ा रीजन यही था। और हिंदी कमेंट्री जस्ट लाइक आईपीएल और इन सब के मैचेस, सिद्धू पाजी आ जाते हैं बाहर अचानक से, तो मैंने इसलिए हिंदी हिंदी की कास्टिंग देखी ही नहीं है मैंने, ये इंग्लिश ही देख रही हूँ। जॉनी भाई के मैच खत्म हो गए, लास्ट मीरामार बचा है। गुड इवनिंग सूर्यांश। मैं सच बता रही हूँ, मैंने नहीं देखा, इसीलिए नहीं देखा। नजर लग जाती है साला। तो बस ये कमेंट्री एक नंबर होती है ना।
Finally, all right, here we go. That is a great win coming up from Alula. We've been watching them the entire day, right? They've been making these plays, yeah, a little bit here and there sometimes, but the splits that they've been doing, the spread, the control they've been trying to get has finally pulled off in a massive 23-point game.
Last match रह गया है।
The overall rankings,
Do or die.
when they're so close together, 23 points is massive.
That's a lot of points on board for Alula. I wonder how close they're going to be.
कास्टर देखने आ गया आप, तभी चली गई। तो पता ही था पनौती आया। बंदे को देख के आया, फनी था।
Just log in, get into PUBG Mobile, and check out that PMWC lucky spin because it is available right now.
टॉप 6 क्वालिफाई है।
Before it goes away, it was co-created with PvP creator Nana.
अभी स्टार्ट होने वाला है जर्नी का मैच।
The proton power said, and the alien infusion grows up, which ends up glowing just like Blank is glowing throughout this whole PMWC.
Oh shucks, man.
Oh shucks.
फर्क नहीं पड़ता, वो लगा देते हैं।
Put you on the spot. Which team is not gonna make it?
I guess साढ़े 8 पे स्टार्ट होगा क्या? क्या बोला?
I'm with you actually.
What was that? What you said?
But he's right though, unfortunately.
Hi, we're doing. I'm all good. किसको आरपी मिला? हमारे आरपी वाले मिस्टर सो गए। अभी दिमाग खाएगा मेरा बैठ के। मैं देखूंगी नहीं ना, जो बोलेगा वही देखेगा।
Yeah, the game played it for them pretty much. But there have been other instances like that, and again, I want to go back to groups for them where they.
मैं भी खेला करूँ टूर्नामेंट।
They played Central. I believe it was Tiamba on the outside.
मसाला तो अंदर रह गया।
They played that game. I thought they did fairly well, but even their coaches and their staff came across after and said, "We got very lucky on that one."
अपनी बातें ज़्यादा बताते हैं, lol.
I somewhat believe it now. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the game after that game, because they got back-to-back chicken dinner on the island, right?
Yeah.
That was actually a very good game, in my opinion. They had a very good flex out. They had a big split, getting so much information, and ended up getting, in my opinion, their best game of the tournament so far. But we haven't seen that.
मैं तो बोला ही था scam है।
Yeah, even on their win earlier today, it was not PUBG Mobile. It was an idle game. It felt like, and they just didn't have to do much.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of pull back a little bit of something in this last game, right? We saw them on that edge, trying to do a lot of things, trying to get very aggressive, very quick on the disengage to move elsewhere, really good on the reaction times if they got knocked, if somebody tried to do something. But yeah, ultimately it didn't work out. It did work out for Quick here, though. Look at this nade. It's a 1v3. Yes,
perfect
nade. It doesn't matter. It's a nade. A nade is a nade. Boom! Down they all go, leaving Kenji just going, I'm all alone. Please help me. And no one's there to help him. He does try. He tries his best to come on through here. But yeah, it's an Alulu game. It was from, I think, like stage 6. Honestly, the spread that they had over this was just making sure that they had all that control.
मुझे भी चाहिए आरपी।
I feel like there was quite a few people who could have won this game. Overall, right now, I think that Max was making a great point earlier behind the scenes in our little cupboard that we go back to during these segments. Our dungeons that we live in. He was saying basically that for a lot of these teams right now, they're playing with a huge amount of pressure, and the pressure is really, really hard when you get to survival stage. It's 10 teams going out, 6 in. For Group B, it's way, way easier. Group A and Group B, just because it's only 3 teams that go out, you know you're guaranteed another opportunity going forward. I think it's making these teams make some kind of ridiculous maneuvers right now.
We're talking about that team, one team that we're once again because this is going to be
अच्छा है, हमारी बातें कम से कम सोचो कहाँ तक जाती हैं।
well because that team is currently in contention
EWC में भी हमारी चर्चा होती है मजा आ गया
if they're not able to make it to finals they're not going to be getting any points for PUBG Mobile here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one if they do not make it to the finals here. Team Falcons, all those guys are going to try and make a bit catch up, but Vitality in particular, with how they played in their group, again, if you win a game, right, you get 1,000 points. So Vitality, ooh, they could be actually on the heels of the top squad.
यार इतने अच्छे से इसको सब फोल्ड करके रखा मां की यार फैल गया.
Well, let's take a look at the overall as we're going to be heading into the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. You can see some of their squads, but we're just going to be keeping a close eye on
Indian uncle की तरह नहीं लग रहा. Bro उसने वैसा गेटअप कर रखा है अपना.
Alula is once again being the team
मजाक
that
है
is
क्या?
knocking out Alpha 7 after that last game, just shutting them right now.
कुछ कैसे हम all
all
good.
over again. It feels bad, it really does. But I think Alpha 7 can still make it. I think they've had some really promising performances today, Max. And Neptura, honestly, for me, I think Miramar has always been a map that has surrounded Alpha 7, and it has come to them in their time of need.
It has, yeah. We have seen many a comeback on off the back of a Miramar game. So the last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for. With a couple of points behind the top 6. You know, you do have Goat that had an awesome game, awesome few.
ऋषित तुझे इसकी शर्ट पसंद आई होगी ना? है ना?
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha 7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much okay.
भाई अलूला कहाँ पहुँच गई?
Still looks happy. Of everyone down there.
When do they
बाप
know,
रे.
especially with all the noise that the fans
Top
have been
8
making that
teams.
have been really
खत्म है bro.
Looking at the rankings, I want us to all try and agree. Like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say Furion above for me. No way they jump out of top 6. But Wolves, Goat Team, Nongshim, Red Force, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
नहीं right वाला. अच्छा ये वाला.
Just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
That's fair.
मतलब तू जनरली ऐसे ओपन करके पहनता है ना इसलिए.
I think I kind of have to agree with Max.
पुच्चू पुच्चू चॉकलेट कहाँ है? अरे यार एक तो ये वाला सिस्टम साला.
I want to say it's like
आओगे.
point difference, so actually it should be second place and
क्या
above.
है क्या ये कुच्चू पुच्चू?
But you also have to think about which 4 teams that are currently outside of the top 6 are going to come in to replace Furia and below. That is going to be the hard part, right? So even though there's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2, it's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So Ulf isn't going to do
भाई
it.
जल्दी चालू करे जल्दी खत्म करे.
And the points now, there's a much bigger.
इच्छा नहीं हो रही है
gap.
बैठने
So,
की.
yeah, I am going to say
थक
that
गई मैं.
it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like, even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like they could still make that push, right? Especially with the way that Nongshim has been playing, that some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It is a great point.
Can I make
it's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make though, because honestly, from what we've seen in survival,
नहीं बने बिगड़ते हैं कुच्चू कुच्चू. अच्छा. बाद में देखती हूँ.
The crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations.
Tomorrow is my birthday. Can you give me some money?
Idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That can rocket you just into
बाद में देखो क्या?
if you are quite low down.
Yep.
The thing is, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask you a question because we have seen it in the past too for PUBG Mobile esports as well, especially when we go into a match like this where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening?
हाँ वही सुनना होगा तो भी नहीं सुन पाऊंगी ना इसलिए.
And we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams that are in the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate your
Hello,
team,
what's up?
maybe going to slow it down a bit because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams
भाई ये वाला Miramar तो भाई बहुत खतरनाक होने वाला है.
try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend
Lol
it.
Samar.
Leopard.
Ooh. I want to see actually Nepeko do well. I feel like Nepeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here. We can see some players getting together. Well, Alula, you know, you guys are already in.
They're celebrating.
That's a celebration. It looked a bit sad and somber, but they are happy.
Yeah. They should be celebrating. They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see, especially the first match, just to see how close everything is right now between some of their squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough for them to be able to secure it, especially especially when you
Top
got
3 तो भी हो गए.
points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure
और
that
भी count
Wolves
कर
and
सकते
those
हैं.
teams above or below also
क्या
stop
लगता है?
performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about Fury, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about Fury is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations, they still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them.
Nice.
However, the Wolves,
उनके matches I guess खत्म होने को हो गए होंगे.
that this is a team that can stay in. They are
फिर Red Bull
locking in in a
sponsor
big way.
कर दो.
Yes, they've
हाँ
made
यार,
mistakes, but
मेरे को भी
there's
करो.
constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially necessary.
Top 40 में
Right?
खेलेंगे
Players at
match.
the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the final match of survival
कल चार
stage
होंगे,
here
हाँ.
at PMWC at EWC 26. Who's going to be joining those teams that are already in the finals? We're about to find out who the top 6 are and who are the rest that are going to be getting those
सबकी हालत
keys
tight होगी.
crushed. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Thank you so much to the desk for breaking that down beautifully here. We have 5 matches in the books. All right, guys, this is it. We've played all the games, we've done all the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide. One final game. If you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make something happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match of the survival stage, live here in Paris, France, at the Esports World Cup.
Yes,
This is the
yes,
PMWC,
high five.
and it's time to make it happen.
चलो.
Right here,
फिर से
right now.
music चल गया.
Hopes and dreams will be crushed for some of these squads. 2 former champions that could potentially not
हम तो हो
make
गए
it to the
qualify, सबका
finals.
game खराब कर देंगे इसलिए हंस रही है.
Paris, France, let's hear it!
Let's go!
Let's go!
As you can see, all the players anxious in their seats. I only saw one smile on the board, and that was one of the Tianba players because they know they got nothing to worry about right here. But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they can also be the executioners. They could say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiamba's with a butcher blade ready to swing and chop down the other teams. For everyone else, Jukes, this really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, one misplay, a single elim for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. Thing we were talking about earlier too is, yeah, with Tiamba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's going to happen. Teams popping out of these planes. A beautiful plane path here for this circle. Alpha 7 are going to be able to get El Foso. That is a huge drop location for them. What kind of circle are we going to deal with, though, here, Jackie? That is the question. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Hey, the EWC doesn't disappoint one bit.
Mate, if we did get something normal after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are you kidding me? They're gonna have to get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha 7 in El Pozo. They need to get in their vehicles and get moving. This circle might as well be a zone 3, 4, because so much water is in play here. You got to be able to get one of those dominant positions, especially those teams lower down the leaderboards. Because just a regular, three-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You gonna need some serious points.
अबे Alpha 7.
Gotta bring the heat, man, fully.
अबे Alpha 7
No more chance for mistakes, but chances for you to get yourself some beautiful skins. So of course, head on in game, give that lucky spin a go. and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
तो और chaotic होगा my god कहाँ से लेकर आ रहा है chaotic
here at the last second. First off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now, but you came in right on time because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AGAL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. If they don't make it to the finals, they ain't getting any.
That's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice. Holding that jersey on your chest and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh, man.
भाई मतलब आप सोचो ना
Just looking at the points so far,
इस समय बस top 6 सबके दिमाग में चल रहा है.
Honestly, you need to win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We gotta look at it. I mean, 75 points is Nongshim Red Force, and this is if they don't even get any points on the board, right? So, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them, but the math is still possible, right? Until they are out, there's still a chance.
Yes.
So let's see what they're able to do. But right now, it's that calm before the storm. And this storm is going to definitely ring out a little sooner than normal just because of how crazy this first circle is.
It's windy out there. Pressure's in the air. And tension that you could cut with a knife. It's that thick.
Hello, Vikas.
Tiamba on the move, making their way up through Los Leones. Goat team on the wraparound as well, slowly coming up the coastline.
अरे लोल
इसको छेद दिया 1 point behind Goat in 6th place. Wolves only 2 ahead of
भाई
Goat.
गजब next level competition.
And in a similar scenario, it's
लग रहा है अभी
Furia,
की international lobby है ये मैच में और ज़्यादा curiosity बढ़ रहा है. अरे भाई अपनी गाड़ी है.
Breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside of the bubble
Kaise
line
ho?
now.
I'm all good.
The arena just beneath Alpha 7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto Ulf, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
Oh, the tension is so thick here. Guys, there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha 7 gets more than 10, and Wolves get none, then they're out. So there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum. And even 20 points might not be enough because these squads at the top are going to be playing their absolute hearts out here to get something on the board.
So much pressure on you.
Rotation
from Alpha 7. They're going to be so focused right now, ignoring everything that's happened over the
अरे यार पता नहीं यार जबरदस्ती की हमारी ही यहाँ की जा रही है सिर्फ और सब जगह आ रही है पूरे फ्लैट्स में आ रही है एक मैच बचा है एक मैच सुकून से देखने दे तो इनका क्या हो जाएगा एक ही मैच बचा है साला सुकून से देखने दे गाइस यार फटाफट से और ये लोल गी के आउट हो गई, एलिमिनेट हो गए भाई टूर्नामेंट से। स्ट्रीम सही चल रही है, सुनाई दे रहा है? ओके
Crushing dreams right here.
लाइव है ना अपन, प्रॉपर लाइव है। चैट
on their faces.
भाई गी के आउट हो गई।
They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind
मैंने
enough
सोचा था
points
गी
to
के आएगी
save
यार,
themselves an opportunity
मुझे लगा
into the
मेरा
finals.
नेट गया। नहीं यार
But
मेरा
it
गया।
ends like that.
यस ओके थैंक यू।
They needed a win here.
अगर आप आपके आईडी में कोई प्रॉब्लम है ना तो लेट मी नो, ठीक है? वैसे तो मेरी साइड से वो वाला प्रॉब्लम था नहीं, बट अगर कभी रहेगा ना तो अपने को बताना, वरना एक दूसरे आईडी बना ही लेंगे।
Tianba, nothing to lose here.
वुल्स का भी फाउल होने वाला है, वुल्स का भी। वुल्स कहाँ पर है?
And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see
हट यार।
the devastation already.
प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट निकाल ले और सरवाइव कर ले।
teams in the same position in just a few
तुमको
minutes.
पता है मेरी रिंग लाइट कैसे बंद हुई? ऐसे भूत की तरह।
Cooking nades. One cast deep there from Maple, but not quite on target. A blip
7-1
from
की fight
Yangon
हो गई।
Galacticos in the Elim feed as they take pot shots off to 721 GS. Kike forced to breathe in the reality
Last
of the
match, yes,
situation.
last match.
A brutal feeling to have to go through after fighting so
लोड।
hard, coming
अरे
so
मेरा
close.
एक्चुअली मेरे को ये लेना है UPS,
Having some great games.
बट अभी मैं थोड़ा सा वेट कर रही थी, अगर कम होता है तो बस UPS लेना है।
They find an elimination. The crowd getting excited here because they know they need them.
इंडिया टीम का फाइनल मतलब फाइनल्स हमारे 14 से स्टार्ट है।
They cannot afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
He's come out with the big plays now. Keep it
इसलिए
going,
लोड
keep it
पड़ते ही डाउन
developing,
हो रही
hunt
है।
down the teams
नहीं
in the
हमारे घर में
lobby
कुछ
and
चल ही
show
नहीं
us
रहा है
what they were
बिकॉज ये
made
DG
of
पे
in
चल रही
last
है
year's PMWC
और अभी सिर्फ
all
सबके रूम्स
over
में लाइट और
again.
फैन ही चल रहा है। मतलब मेरे रूम में चल रहा है जो चल रहा है, वरना कहीं में कुछ नहीं चल रहा।
EWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and say Cloud looks to close the
रेट
gap
तो
through the
दुनिया भर के
smoke,
बढ़ा
looking
रखे हैं
for a
सोसाइटी
pickup
वालों
play.
ने, अब वो ये ढेले भर के काम हो रहे हैं।
It's time to start making some noise here.
7-1
these teams on.
Oh!
And 7-2-1 GS are getting shot from multiple different angles here.
Fury
That
ने
is
किल
beauty of
उठाया।
silence actually going and punishing them. But that is a desperate elimination that Yangon Galacticos need, but they get another confirmation. 2 to start off.
Two's a decent start, but it's got to be even more. They're looking with their eyes scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally.
AGL और तियानबा का फाइट हो गया।
Reset off this, take the loot that's necessary, and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Yangon. Let's see them continue to push it here. But now it's up to a big defense. It's AGAL versus Tianba. The team fighting for those championship points, and they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose. Zero pressure on their backs. Let's see if AJAL can clutch this up, throw in some more utility. Maple, up close and personal. QZZ, back it off a little bit. He's got that utility, though. One nade can change this fight entirely.
Only 2 players remain alive for the Tianba
सारे
side.
नेट बाहर आ रहे हैं।
Flower H's position, but not enough to follow
बिल्कुल
through with it
करेंगे
yet.
स्मोक्स, बिल्कुल
Maple
बिल्कुल।
dashing one back, Flower H priming another. That's Go Team looking for a fight onto Alpha 7 amidst all this as they're all on top of each other.
Here they come. Now that's it, AGAL! Take out Tianba! And that is 6 eliminations for the squad. They needed every single one of them, and they got them.
You're only going to have a few seconds to catch your breath, though. Everyone so damn close. Quick reset, Maple bandages. Revo takes the hit over onto Killer Joe and puts him down on the deck. Foops man with a reply. It's a headshot connection as they flush out Joe.
And now here comes AGAL in the mix as well. Alpha 7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is knocked. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force. He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shock. He's going to get the MK, though. He's getting hit from multiple angles. And he goes down. Without with the jump down. Gets off-angled as well. And here comes AGAL. Devastation for the side of Alpha 7.
They're down to just one man.
भाई क्या हो रहा है ये? क्या हो रहा है?
All over again. as this is where it could end.
Obscure
trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh man, I do not want to be Obscure right now. I'll tell you that. The pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha 7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent. But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over. And Obscure trying to get some eliminations and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
Gut-wrenching stuff. It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. E-Arena scrapping against YG. That's Yang gone. Possibly going the same way as Alpha 7 if this carries on.
Bye. Alula versus Gates
again. Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6. Young Galacticos are trying to make a run for it though. But again, they need another 10+ eliminations and the win if they want it to happen.
Overconfidence में गए क्या अल्फा वाले? मुझे लग रहा है.
Especially now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes, unless we see an absolute miracle. But are we going to see the miracle from none other than Obscure? We'll have to see.
It's just such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man. The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side. We do see the pressure paying off for AGAL of how they're playing it, though. 8 elims right now.
Woo, what a start for AGAL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up. The zone hardships down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AGAL. Their club championship is on the line here, and they're trying to make it happen for their organization. Ulf, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots onto Silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. Furia, pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their victory lap, but Ulf, job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
You've got to get so aggressive as well for Ulf. That point barrier slipping further and further away. AGAL take a swift headshot from Sweat as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Aaron with the Mini 14. Furia on the move, but they're going to run into Yangon. The map geometry betrays them. They've got to bail out the vehicle. Romeo down on the deck. Man, it's been lit up.
And that is it. That is
PMWC
champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory. We will have a new champion in Paris. And it could be one of the teams that you are seeing here as Wolves. Barely alive with 2 players. Furia putting in the work here in the final game. And Ulf trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
Furia baby, need a
lot to get done.
Dopeness versus
Furia
not
as
finished.
well, with back and forth trades.
Are you kidding me?
Leaving it down to 2 players. Side of Furia just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened E-Arena, while
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक fight है, bro.
AGAL.
Oh no,
here they go.
bro.
Red Force starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha 7. The worst case scenario for E-Arena as well. It's so easy. Is on the push, looking to eliminate AGAL, and they get another knock. And now AGAL looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower H, all getting shot as well. So many points away now from that top 6. It's looking grim for AGAL.
In the midst of all that carnage, the last member of Alpha 7, Obscure, falls. They are out. And with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Duke said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
खत्म bro,
The
खत्म.
third
Tata, bye
event for
bye.
Alpha 7 to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here, and now Wolf eliminate Furia. Furia, don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals. But with that start from Ulf, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running. Wolves are on the chopping block.
AGL
2
नहीं हो,
players
अब नहीं, मुश्किल है.
Gotta survive.
Solo survive. कर सकता है, but बहुत मुश्किल है. कर सकता है, no doubt, but बहुत मुश्किल है.
And Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above
गोट हो
water.
सकती है बाहर. Wolves क्योंकि अभी है.
And Ulf that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of our squads.
Elementrix
Chad क्या लग रहा है?
trying to keep the NA hopes alive. As here
दो
they go,
बच रहे
the bull drive out into the open. They're shimming, they're shaking, they're hitting that gas all the way to the floor, and it looks like they are able to make it up the hill for now.
Tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down, reset from it, pop the meds.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Al-Ula and Noxious Red Force right now to wipe out this entire lobby. Because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from E-Arena. Even a couple more for Ulf. But a chicken dinner here will get it done. AGAL, you gotta give it to them. Such a strong start with 9, but 9 isn't gonna do it. They need more.
Ulak going in. This is onto the Wolves. They've really got to withstand the true test of the finals on this one. Elementrix goes down to Quick as the SMG hits him swift. That's only 1 player left.
Baton running for his life right now, trying to survive. All he needs is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least 1 placement point for his team, but he's still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Dopeness down there, actually getting a knock on a Solus. That is huge. Ulf have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do it justice on this one.
Room
to move up, Jukes is nowhere near secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from Nonshin as well as they spot out onto the last member of Wolves.
Knock the NS.
He's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer.
As
long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave Ulf with 2 players up. E-Arena looking like the big threat here.
Perfect trade है ये से.
Beautiful circle shift onto them.
बहुत दूर है, बहुत दूर है.
Looking good. Dopeness are still in the mix here as they do end up getting a res on one of their players. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
Just got to rise to the occasion. Down 1 man in the squad, but still playing like a full team with the mentality they've been bringing out here on the last game of the survival stage. Scarface taking pot shots back over to Nonshin Red Force up on the hillside. Dopeness down in the depths. Tizzy back on the move, regroup with the squad
Dopeness zone में नहीं है.
Dire straits. You got that knock, you couldn't convert it to Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
The pressure is on. It's Baton versus the world, trying to make something happen for his team, and it's not gonna be enough. That's the Wolves out of there. And now they're gonna be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing GOAT. That is huge. Let's see if they can hang on. Because there's still 2 teams, even 3, that could make this happen.
Nonshin and Alula just start absorbing some of the points from the squads down below, it could leave us in a more locked-in position. E-Arena and all
Bhai,
the ones that are really trying to drag
Arena और
this one to
ULF
the
के ही
bitter end with a
chances
big
हैं.
finish. It looks like it could be best for E-Arena if they keep this up.
अरे एक knock दे दिया.
E-Arena broke a record, a PUBG Mobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Nonshin Red Force, the last player of AGAL. That's Flower Edge. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes the Arena onto Nonshin Red Force. Looking to turn things up. Joker up close and personal with the shot.
Finally.
And that's Nonshin Red Force eliminated.
Massive plays. Gets into the back line, weaves through them, and shuts the squad down. Got to be swift with his decision making though. Pops the smoke, gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough out of this one? Finish off Alf and leave themselves in a position to climb through and fight for that final spot.
Who is gonna get it? A must win from both of these teams to be confident that you're making it into the finals. And it looks like, guys, we have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3. Alf versus E-Arena for all the marbles.
भाई Alf versus Arena. भाई Chad क्या लगता है?
You've got to win this one. Clean up, take that chicken dinner and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely.
सब कुछ बदल गया भाई, point table खत्म.
They get their HP back, had just enough time to reset. It will be a fair fight. 3 versus 3, everyone's topped up.
You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise.
Bye, goosebumps.
Such a seasoned team. E-Arena as well. Red hot in this
तुमने
tournament.
देखा जोकर का पहुंचिया?
And it ends up with the 3v3 for your tournament life. Looks like Tourniquet is able to find an airdrop. That is huge at this point.
Zone ले लिया भाई.
He's able to be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon, but he's still got that
भाई.
Tons of util on the side.
मुझे लगता है कि both are qualified. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है point table के
This is
से.
stage 8. This is it. This is the last circle. So this zone will go down into nothing.
बाकी पता
The
चलेगा.
first knock is
10 और 6
so
point.
critical at this point.
One pick, one opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it. Shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's got to give up that advanced position. Bails a nade back over, and Eren equalized. Both of them on low health.
Beep, beep. Back it up immediately. Get those heals off. Reset. Try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal, though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teammate, so that way he can get ready for the rest of this match.
भाई कितना fast करना पड़ता है यार.
Leaving it up to the no more HP at
He's
all.
on zone.
That's it. Yeah, no drinks, nothing. So this is exactly where he's gonna stay.
अरे यार इसने spot करा.
About 70% HP gets
Okay,
shot
he's
as well.
also
Only
spot.
bandages to make things even. He makes the peak though. Puts some damage onto Scarface. Critical here, but Scarface gets some return shots as well. But Scarface is wide on the open.
They're sweating bullets
मुझे
right
लग रहा है
now.
ULF
They don't
निकालेगी.
want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want to be that first domino to fall and have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in. Gangster level plays as he opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Eren, but he can't find any more. Crumbling down to only one member of the arena, and Joker trapped in the back with no health. They throw the nade right onto him, and that's the boom that gives them their best chance at going through to the finals.
All esports with the cold chicken dinner, and woo, wipe that sweat off your forehead, baby.
भाई ये पहुंच गई, फाइनल्स पहुंच गई ULF. ब्रो भाई क्या फाइनल्स है. फाइनल्स में ऐसे आएगा उजर बॉर्डर को मजा आ जाएगा भाई, मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
The twist in the narrative.
W for
champions cut down.
W.
Squads that were trying to clamber above them cut
ये
down.
उन पे हंस रहे.
The realization of what's occurred for many of our teams starts to sink in. The hopes, the dreams, everything they put into the love of the game over the course of this season, culminating in the end of their run here and the beginning of the finals for some.
Man, you can see Catch excited, but still biting his nails, thinking, do we do it? Everyone's a math expert at this point, right? Just, was it enough to push them
ये वाला यार एरिना वाले ने क्या खेला बैड ये इसने चोक कर दिया पूरा
always gonna get you excited.
नॉक कर सकता था.
That initial knock was so critical, and then Scarface 4-3 gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here.
By crazy game survival stage.
PMWC, but man, some titans, Jackie, have fallen here today. A tough sight to behold every single time.
Yeah, some of the biggest, brightest, some legendary players, names that spark excitement just from having them on our screens, removed from the equation. Trying to figure out if they've made it through or not as all these players are running the numbers. And that's why it was such an intense final game here, Jigs. That's why we said this has been delivering in the survival stage. The fact that we're sat here trying to break down the numbers, waiting for the desk, it's tasty stuff.
We'll see if Ulf did it. We'll see if the Wolves were able to hang on there.
काश ये भी हो जाए. Hello Adarsh. पता नहीं क्या है टेबल यार दिखाई नहीं रहे.
North America, but man, what a way to finish things out.
चलो जल्दी दिखाए यार.
A crazy performance. And you can see the look on Baton. He's blinking right now, just wondering, oh, was it enough? We'll find out here in just a minute, but I'll tell you one thing here, folks. The survival stage didn't disappoint at all.
Lived up to its name through and through. The sheer contrast of how this moment now feels for a lot of these players. You can see it there. A team like EK, they gave it their absolute all, Jukes.
Oh man, it was so close. So many teams could have gotten it done. It just came down to that last and final game. Had some beautiful signs of life. They looked so rock solid, and just weren't able to get it done at the end. That's the tough part here when you reach such a pinnacle tournament like the Esports World Cup. It really just comes down to who can clutch it up right there towards the end. Is he picking at some smiley faces? I see a lot of hearts. That's a good sign, right? But who knows where things are going to end up. We'll wait for the desk, of course, to break it down. But we do know the teams for sure that weren't able to make it. You can see the look on the faces of Alpha 7. Extremely disappointed here once again. And who knows what's going to happen. We know at the end of the year, PMGC coming around the corner. A lot of time to do some homework and come back strong then.
Homework.
Yeah, got to remedy things and try and reset from it.
Let's go.
So much to them. They always put blood, sweat, and tear into the game. Time and time again, they fight so hard. There's a reason why they've got such a passionate fan base, man. Really exciting team to watch. Fighting hard, Jukes. But this time around, just feels like the level of competition has risen so high.
Yeah, so high indeed. It's tough to see such a historic squad that had a historic run, right? They won the World Cup a couple of years ago. They win the Global Championships last year, and they're not able to make a final this year is rough, you know. But who knows? But this one is so great, right? Every single tournament, there's always somebody stepping up, and someone that's gonna step on the stage looking real good today is gonna be Barney. Let's take it on over to him for some big announcements.
Looking good today? Do I not look good every day, Jukes? That's just out of order. Okay, I'm joined by Tiamba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tiamba, it was about dominance. An absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次生存赛呢，对所有战队来说都是为了生存而战，但是对天霸来说，完全就是碾压性的遥遥领先。那你们这次在这个生存赛打的发挥的那么好，是否对你们后面的淘汰赛，包括我们最终的决赛里面 更有信心了呢？
哎呦呀呀！
信心是当然的，因为我们毕竟在澳门打得也很好。
और नारायणी
我觉得这就是我们的实力。
इनको यालरी को नमस्कार कहते हैं, इनको समझ आएगा कि नहीं देख। जॉनी का है, जॉनी अभी रास्ते में आ रहे हैं। नहीं नहीं लीक मत बताओ। No, I just don't like leaks.
Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive approach. Did you feel like you were going to get targeted, or did you target any specific teams to make your finals run that bit easier?
那么你们昨天就生日赛第一天，你们发挥非常非常好，然后直接吃
वो भी confuse हो गया मैं क्या बोल रहा था इनको。
发挥稍微稳定一些。那你们是否认为可能是因为其他的战队都在针对你们，然后你们需要做出应对的
Guys, I'm not reading your
措施呢？
chats.
还是说你们也你们的战术也稍微改变一点，你们在针对某一些其他的战队来让他们淹死在这个生存赛呢？
没有听太清楚，但我觉得我们这个今天没有发挥那么好，是，确实前2码手感没有打出来，对，然后。我们肯定还是想着奔着第1来的嘛，所以我们后面几局也没有放弃，还是把自己的游戏内容展现了出来。
मैं तो ऐसे सुन रही जैसे मुझे सब समझ आ रहा है।
At least for the first 2 matches, we definitely our hands weren't that hot, and we felt like we definitely didn't play to the best of our abilities, but we're still always gunning for number 1.
I'm not reading your chat. वैसे ही नहीं दिख रहा है अभी तो वैसे ही नहीं देखूँ मैं।
Well, with that being said, we've got some things to do, gentlemen. It's time for the fun part. Follow me. Let's go over to the Crusher. It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. I bet this is the fun bit. They've done all the playing. They've competed here on the Gadir City grid throughout the entire of these last 2 days of the survival stage. But now it is time to fulfill their destiny and to crush 10 keys until only 16 are left intact for our finals run that kicks off on Friday. You know the score. You guys have seen the Crusher before. It is time to say farewell to 10 of our teams who just didn't quite cut the mustard, which is what we would say in the UK. Gentlemen, step up here onto the Crusher. As you can see, it's very ethereal. It's very cool. We got smoke pouring out of it as well. Okay, now, you guys know what we're doing here. So, QZZ, can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Press it, yeah. With a bit of vigor, I like it. Okay, we're about to crush 10 keys right now. And so, Eagle, I would like to know, what would you like to say to these teams before you eliminate them?
那我们先要粉碎10支战队的钥匙。你在按下这按钮之前有什么话想跟这些战队们说的吗？
希望你们下一次 EWC 的旅程能够更顺利一点。
Better luck next time on your next EWC run.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go. Oh, that's 10 keys eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The PMWC has been absolutely electric for the past 5 days of competition. There's so many. And we're also going to send it over to Kalaris with a very important interview to close out today. See you in a bit.
I'm not reading your chat, guys.
Right,
I'm really sorry.
Yes, we
I
are
just
with
want to know.
quick here to talk about their result and their performance, considering they are also through into the final. So first things first, I've got to get your thoughts. You guys are now in the final. What's the feeling in the team right now? You've made it into the final.
كويك اول شيء الف مبروك على التاهل، اخذتوا المركز الثاني بالسرفايفل ستيج، فاحكي لنا شعورك انت والفريق بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولكم لمرحله النهائيات بالبطوله.
والله شعور ما ينوصف ابدا، يعني سوينا ريمونتادا حلوه
इनको बिल्कुल इंग्लिश भी नहीं आता क्या? अयो माँ.
وتاهلنا، الشعور لا يوصف الصراحه.
Honestly, it's an indescribable feeling. I felt like we had an incredible turnaround to get the result that we ended up with, second place. We're very happy with it and looking forward to the rest.
I think that the turnaround looks great, and you guys got yourself a first place on Miramar, and during that game especially, I think you're great at finding your timings on third parties. Do you consider that one of your team's best strengths, or what do you consider the best strengths, if not that?
هلا من ناحيه قدرات الفريق عم بسألك انه انتم توقيتكم من ناحيه الثيرد بارتي ممتاز، فهل بتعتبروها واحده من الشغلات اللي بتكون يعني قويه جدا من ناحيه فريقكم، ولا ايش بتعتبروا قدراتكم وقوتكم كفريق مع بعض؟
اكيد يعني ثيرد بارتي جزء من خطة التيم اذا احنا نلعب على الاطراف بس يعني قوة التيم ان نكون كتلة واحدة دائما.
I want to say our strength is, yes, it is one of the pillars when it comes to how we work together as a team, trying to third party as much as we can, especially when we play around the edge of the circle as well, and playing together as a unit. That's definitely one of our strengths as well.
Right, and the final question is, what can Alula do in the grand final? What's your expectations? What do you think is realistic here for Alula in the final?
هلا اخر شيء ايش بتتوقع خلينا نقول اداء العلا اي سبورتس بنهائيات البطوله او ايش من وجهه نظرك بكون اداء مقبول لك انت والفريق والمنظمه؟
متوقعين ان شاء الله اداء جبار ندخل بقوه نركز على التوب 1 توب 3 يعني ما عندنا شيء غير توب 3 اتوقع يعني اقل احتمال توب 3 داخلين فول فوكس فول جديه ما عندنا شيء نخسره.
كم دعا فوكس؟
We have nothing to lose. We're going to play with full focus, full strength. Nothing's going to stop us. We're aiming for top 3, if not hopefully top 1. But the least of our expectations is hopefully top 3 at the end of the competition.
All right, thank you very much, Quick. Thank you, Stanson, for those translations as well. That does it for us down on the stage. Let's move on.
Shukran Sandstorm for that translation.
Thanks giving you a shout out on his stream. Oh, seriously, thank you so much.
Tiamba how to crush those keys. And what's going to stop him? I know which teams are going to stop them. Those top dogs from Group A and Group B that are currently waiting for these squads that are going to be in the finals as well. Because the grand finals is going to be something completely different as we're getting some class from Alpha 7 and just cheering on the players, which once again, Alpha 7, the reigning champions, the PMGC, not making it to another
table in the
third one. The third one they
in a row.
In a row.
नहीं दिखा रही ना जब से बैठी हुई हूँ 1 मिनट भी निकलना है आना भी है भूख लग रही है पता नहीं पॉइंट टेबल अब कहाँ लेके चले गए
and so you want to know what's going on.
Sorry, Natara, we gotta here because here we have it, the top 6 that are gonna be moving on to the finals. E-Arena makes it through. They kicked off. Wolves Esports Gold team is not gonna make it. With that win, Ulf is gonna be going to the finals.
Oh, that was a chicken dinner that literally kept the dream alive for E-Arena. Thailand will be making it to your PMWC Grand Finals. And you can see at the moment there was that fight at the end on that Miramar.
79-78.
Red Force, and you can see the cogs turning in their mind. Wait, we need
सब मीटर लाइट गई ना तो वो भी उड़ गया उसके साथ लग रहा है. Guys, फटाफट से लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो मुझे भी हमारे चैनल पे नए हैं.
I mean, they were not having the fact that they were pushed out of the top from the group stages into the survival. So this was their chance and their opportunity to make sure that they will cement into the finals. And I mean, after that last game, they definitely played incredibly well. You could see that they were holding on and going to get that winner chicken dinner. But look, this is the chicken dinner for them. They're in the finals. E-Arena.
And for Nongshim Red Force, that might have been the best game that we have seen out of this
Finally,
squad.
Red Force आई तो मेरा तो मुझे तो लगा था ये नहीं आएंगे खत्म है. Red Force निकल गई.
You could tell, Max, that they wanted to be in the finals and they wanted to give you a smile as well.
Oh yeah, I'm really happy. I don't know if I would call it their best game. I still feel like their second Miramar win on the back-to-back, their second win on the Wrangle was their best game. But you know what? That was good though. Second page, dreams are being not just crushed, are being decimated. Alpha 7 getting pushed not only out of the top 6 but also out of the first page. All gamers not able to make the catch-up. So the club championship in particular, man, is going to get really close.
इतना ही देख सकती हूँ, इतना ही सुन सकती हूँ. जो मजा आएगा अब फाइनल्स में आएगा. इनका घी जल्दी खत्म नहीं होता. चिकन नॉट मैटर ब्रो. प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स भी थे उन पे और मुझे लग रहा है एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स भी चेक करा क्या है.
We're the defending champions of P.
You know what? That was good though.
एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स नहीं थे, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स थे इन पे. और अभी इनको 6+ भी तो मिले होंगे. 6+ भी मिले होंगे इनको। सर्वाइवल स्टेज की ये टॉप 6 टीम्स गाइस देख लो। अब फाइनल है आपके 14 तारीख से, 14, 15, 16।
16 teams that have officially now qualified for your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals at EWC 2026.
14, 15 और 16 These are qualified teams.
But man, you got so many big names. You got
Tianba, Alula, Red Force, Furia, Aurora, Flash, Nigma, Vitality, ULF, Arena,
I'm so ready for this
40,
weekend.
Orang Pretend, IDA, Godlike, Hora, and किसका नहीं हो रहा था SPJ का।
Everybody else also doing epic things all the way around in between.
स्नैक्स ब्रदर ने पूरा एक्सप्लेन किया है, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स इम्पोर्टेंट था। तो अभी तो वुल्व्स को वैसे भी प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट नहीं मिले ना, इन लोग को 6 मिले होंगे बिकॉज चिकन ULF का आया ना, तो इनको प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स मिले होंगे ना अभी के में, तो वो प्लस ऑन हुआ होगा। टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स सब तियानबा के हैं, 2
He came out of that first state that they had, especially the clutches that this man was putting up.
Oh yeah, 1v4 versus RQ. Very happy for both Milu and QZZ. QZZ being the FMVP of PMI just
ABCD
a couple weeks ago, realistically. But I want to say, massive
14 तारीख को मजा आएगा।
Doing great during PMJ Season 1. You're looking at also Eren, right, the new blood of Turkey, also doing so good.
कल छुट्टी है, कल छुट्टी नहीं है, मैं स्ट्रीम करने आऊंगी भाई। छुट्टी किसी भी चीज की नहीं है, अपन स्ट्रीम करेंगे, बूम बम करेंगे, लॉबी को एकदम इंटरनेशनल लॉबी बना के। वैसे भी सब मेरा ही बूम बम कर देते हैं ऐसे करके, तो अपन बूम बम करेंगे भाई। छुट्टी किसी भी चीज की नहीं, छुट्टी नहीं मिलेगी। और 14 तारीख से आपको मैं वॉच पार्टी में मिलूंगी, 14, 15, 16 फिर बूम बम
करेंगे। At a level that we expect out of the Brazilian squads, which is aggressiveness.
They're just so fun to watch. Like, I just want to touch on
Chale
the
guys,
fact that, yeah, okay,
let's
sometimes they
go.
get some full send moments, and I know we like aggressive teams, but sometimes they're a little bit too aggressive with no
फटाफट से लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा। जो भी हमारे चैनल में नए हैं, मेक श्योर आपने लाइक किया हो और सब्सक्राइब किया हो। और अपन मिलते हैं आपसे 14 को वॉच पार्टी में, फिर चलते हैं
in any way that they want to do. So Furia obviously has a bit of a, you know, a goal cut out for them, but man, it's going to be crazy seeing such a dominating, aggressive team into the mix for the finals.
Yeah, before we end it here, any final words, Natura, before we end up going to finals?
Congrats to all
Chal
6
maar
teams, but
Anny.
particularly Nongshim, because I know I keep going on about them. We know why I keep going on about them. I just need them to do more. They stepped up in a big way, particularly in that last game. We saw them go off on a bunch of different teams trying to get as many elims as possible. They still can do it, and under pressure they do not crack. They're one of the only teams that doesn't crack under that pressure, so I need to see them in those finals. I need to see them pick it up.
चलो यार guys, have to go, मिलते हैं आप सभी से
Okay, so this is not really a prediction,
कल की स्ट्रीम पर। बाय बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर, ध्यान रखिएगा सब लोग अपने
I was not super impressed in the survival stage, so
Good
my
night.
prediction is
ਰੋਵੇਂਗੀ ਮੁਕੱਦਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀਰੇ ਮੇਰੀਏ, ਜੇ ਹੀਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਰ ਜੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰ ਖੋ ਗਿਆ। ਨੀ ਮੂਨ ਲਾਈਟ ਦੇ ਆਲੇ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਗੋਰੀਆਂ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਏ ਜਾਲ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ। ਹੁਣੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੀ, ਲੱਭਦੀ ਫਿਰੇਂਗੀ ਜੇ ਫਰਾਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਤੂੰ ਸੰਗਦੀ ਰਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਲਾਂ, ਅੱਖਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਏ ਹੁਣ ਵਾਲ ਸੋਹਣੀਏ। ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੀ ਸੱਜਦੀ ਜੀ ਸੀਟ ਤੇ, ਗੀਤ ਮੇਰਾ ਚੱਲੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਹਾਰਟ ਬੀਟ ਤੇ। ਮੇਰੇ ਗੀਤ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੇ ਸ਼ਰਾਬੀ ਨੱਚਦੇ, ਹਰ ਕੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਨੀ ਗਲਾਸ ਕੱਚ ਦੇ। ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲੀ ਹਸੀਨ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ, ਤਾਰੇ ਚੰਨ ਅੰਬਰ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ। ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਮੋਢੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਿਰ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਸੱਚੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਵੀ ਹਸੀਨ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ। ਮੈਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਖੋਪਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਰਾਹ ਖੋਲਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਰਿਆ ਬੜਾ ਨਵੇਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੁੜਿਆ। ਉਹ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੰਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੰਨੇ ਜੁੜਦੇ, ਮੈਂ ਰਵਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਜੁੜਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅੜੀਏ, ਜਾ ਕੇ ਪੁੱਛ ਲੈ ਗਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਰੇ ਅੜੀਏ। ਜੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਮਜ਼ਾਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਹੱਸ ਲੈਣਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਕਾਂਦੀ ਕੱਸਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਸ ਲੈਣਦੇ। ਇੱਕ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖ ਟਿਕਾਣੀ ਨੀ, ਜੋ ਮਟੋਰ ਬੜੇ ਸਿਆਣੀ ਨੀ। ਜਦ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਤੇਰਾ ਲੱਗ ਤੁਰ ਗਏ, ਫਿਰ फोटोआं बेकार दियां घर जिहा लगदा ए दिल टूट ना जाए बेचारा तेरे यार बथेरे ने मेरा तू ही है बस यारा तेरे नाल चली हसीन कोई ना तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना मैं तो तेरे मोटे उत्ते सिर रखिया ए तू सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई सोनिया भी लगणगियां फिर वालियां गल्लां नाल जदों टकराइयां वालियां तारे देखी लब लब किवें हरदे दुबारा चल कोइयां जदों रातां कर रसिया होया वे तू की सजना कल दा लगे ना मेरा जी सजना तेरे ना जवाब वे तू मेरी कॉल दा मैं रोवां तेनू दसदा ही नहीं सजना रोवेगी मैं कदरां नू हीरे मेरीए जे हीरियां दे हार जे हयार खो गया हुणे मैनू दस किन्ना प्यार करदी लभदी फिरेगी जे फरार हो गया डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा कर दे डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा कर दे टेंपरेरी प्यार बड़ी बार हो गया बिल्लो बक्के बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी बक्के बक्के बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी बिल्लो बक्के बिल्लियां दा की करेंगी नी मेरा मां दा उबाले खून अंग अंग तो काले दे लिबास दी शकीनन कुड़ी दूर दूर काले मेरे काले रंग तो काले दे लिबास दी शकीनन कुड़ी दूर दूर काले मेरे काले रंग तो रेसा विच सा फल टुकदी रहे नजर तो जुल्फां चुकदी रहे तू कई कुड़ी जिंद तेनू जाना देना ते विचों विच जान तेरी सकदी रहे ना चंगी चंगी ना मुक्की तेरा आवे कड़ी ते वजे हुण चार गोरी नींद लट दे ओले भेज दे अखां ते आए हुण वाल सोनी दस की कहां तेरे ते मरां कहण तो डरां कह लैण दे तू मेरे जज्बात छेड़े ओ गल कहंदे जेड़े बस तेरे नेड़े तेड़े रह लैण दे लभ के बहाने जाने जोड़ ले याराने जाने खड़ी पिंद तेरे वेड़े पै लैण दे मैनू तां ना रोक मैं तां पहले डरपोक मेरा हौसला ना सुख इनू वह लैण दे मैनू महंगा ते महंगा था मर जानिया इन्ने पैसे दस तू कित्थे लेके जानिया मैनू महंगा ते महंगा था मर जानिया इन्ने पैसे दस तू कित्थे लेके जानिया ए मर जानिया वे मर जानिया रोवेगी मैं कदरां नू हीरे मेरीए जे हीरियां दे हार जे हयार खो गया नी मून लाइट दे ओले भेट के गोरियां बाहां दे पाए जाल सोहणीए हुणे मैनू दस किन्ना प्यार करदी लभदी फिरेगी जे फरार हो गया तू संगदी रवे मैं हत्थ फड़ ला अखां ते आए हुण वाल सोहणीए बस विच बैठी सजदी जी सीट ते गीत मेरा थल्ले तेरी हार्ट बीट ते मेरे गीत उत्ते ने शराबी नचदे फरकी जांदे ने नी गलास कच दे तेरे नाल चली हसीन कोई ना तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना मैं जदों तेरे मोटे उत्ते सिर रखिया ए तू सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई मैं जदों तेरे कोमा वाले राह खोलिया मैं तुरिया बड़ा ना वे तो जावे मुड़िया ओ जिवें रहिंदे पन्ने नाल पन्ने जुड़दे मैं रवां तेरे नाल ना वांगू जुड़िया मैं लिखदा हुंदा सी तेरे बारे अड़िए कुछ ले गवा दे तारे अड़िए जो कर दे मजाक ना हंस लैण दे जो कांदी कस दे ना कस लैण दे एक दिल नू रख ठिकाने नी जो मचोर बड़े सियाने नी जग सब कुछ तेरा लट कर गए फिर दुख सहे ना जाने नी नित चाहती उम्र रोग इश्क दा बिंदनू ला लेनी ने मैनू मेरा प्यार दिया ने चंगा गल्लां प्यार दिया शाम नू तू किथे किदे नाल हुंदा यार देखिया मैं फोटोआं बेकार दिया घर जिहा लगदा ए दिल टूट ना जाए बेचारा तेरे यार बथेरे ने मेरा तू ही है बस यारा तेरे नाल चली हसीन कोई ना तारे चन्ने अंबर जमीन कोई ना मैं जदों तेरे मोटे उत्ते सिर रखिया ए तू सच्ची समा भी हसीन कोई सोनिया भी लगणगियां फिर वालियां गल्लां नाल जदों टकराइयां वालियां तारे देखी लब लब तू मेरी कोल दा मैं रोवा तेनू दसदा ही नहीं सजना रोवेगी मुकद्दरां नू हीरे मेरीए जे हीरियां दे हार जे हयार खो गया हुणे मैनू दस किन्ना प्यार करदी लभदी फिरेगी जे फरार हो गया डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा कर दे डार्लिंग उमरां दा वादा कर दे टेंपरेरी प्यार बड़ी बार